The man with a face resembling a demon is none other than Da-il. He sold his soul to the devil, all to exchange for a power great enough to slaughter the gods themselves. It all began with a catastrophic war, one that ruthlessly wiped out the entirety of human civilization in the blink of an eye. What remained on Earth were only desolate ruins, the tragic scars of a once brilliant world. Scattered along the dust-choked roads were people who had lost absolutely everything. Their eyes were vacant and lifeless, like walking corpses that had died long ago. But in the midst of that despair, Da-il still had his family. His parents and older brother always opened their arms to protect him from the nightmare outside. Then a fateful day arrived. The beings known as gods descended. They brought with them a hypocritical halo, sowing both faith and sheer terror, forcing humanity to grovel at their feet. And it was them, those arrogant bastards calling themselves gods, who mercilessly ripped away the lives of Da-il's entire family. In his moment of absolute, drowning despair, he met Walter, a mysterious man who handed him something called the Void. Without a single shred of hesitation, Da-il plunged it straight into his own heart. At that exact second, he died, but bizarrely his body didn't rot. Exactly 5 years later, he rose from the dead, transformed into the vessel bearing the wicked power of the Demon Kings. From that moment on, the anti-god squad's blood-soaked journey to annihilate the deities officially began. People used to say that my family once lived a full life in a peaceful world. Of course, I don't remember a damn thing about that so-called peaceful world. But at that exact moment, a blinding white streak swept down from the sky, plummeting straight into the earth. In a fraction of a second, an apocalyptic explosion erupted. It blew away an entire, magnificent kingdom in a casual blink of an eye. The outbreak of war crushed everything to dust in a single instant. And humanity's brilliant civilization was reduced to nothing but desolate ruins. The most distant memory I have left is just a road suffocated in dust. The choking smell of smoke crushing my lungs, a scene of decay so cruel it makes your skin crawl. It was those blank, soulless faces, their expressions etched with a profound exhaustion for life and absolute tragedy. But no matter what happened, it was okay. They always smiled at me. My family would never abandon me. Mom and Dad still wrapped their arms around me, acting as my unshakable pillar of support. Until they descended, they came, brazenly wedging themselves into humanity's ultimate despair. They were the gods, the supreme beings that humans had always devotedly worshipped. They endlessly preached their hypocritical garbage everywhere. Oh, my little lambs. Each god appears in a predestined place. Worship us. They arrogantly led the blind masses by the nose. We are your masters, the guides of the new world. Civilization will be rebuilt in the name of the gods, O you who thirst for salvation. Gather the souls around you and journey to the Holy Land. And so time ruthlessly marched on. 15 years later, Da-il tightly clutched his family photo, a flood of happy memories rushing back. Suddenly a cold voice cut in. We're here, get out and follow me. He had to bite his tongue and comply. The civilization humanity spent thousands of years painstakingly building. Da-il pondered bitterly in his mind. It only took the gods a few short days to restore it. The place they just stepped into was dominated by a colossal golden statue. This was the holy land of Barak, the golden god. Upon arrival, a lackey stepped out, greeting them with excessive enthusiasm. Welcome, new believer, to the holy land of Lord Barak. Everyone dreams of reaching the holy land, but... The guy squinted, scrutinizing them. Are you qualified? The older man cheerfully replied. Ah, of course, there are only 2 ways to enter the holy land. He then raised a hand, gripping a heavy chain. Right here, the first way is to offer a sacrifice or become the sacrifice. The man handed Da-il over to the lackey, grinning from ear to ear. I dragged him all the way from a very distant place. Hearing that, a mob swarmed in and dragged him away. Move it, boys, follow me. Da-il thought coldly, and I belong to the latter. The two were led down completely different paths. But I don't give a damn, my goal isn't the Holy Land. He crushed the crumpled piece of paper in his hand. It's to meet a god. I remember it so clearly. The god stepping on the corpses of my parents and brother, casually chatting away. Witnessing that tragedy, His emotions violently churned, and a blazing fire of hatred began to ignite. Compassion and love, those sweet little lies spewing from the mouths of gods. Salvation and blessings, acting like they're so merciful. Justice and righteousness, it's all a load of bullshit. Burning with absolute fury, Da'il gritted his teeth and swore a blood oath. That's why I swear. In that blood-soaked moment, he promised himself, I will absolutely meet the gods, every single one in this world. With a cold, unyielding glare and a raging fire of vengeance. One by one, I'll drag every last one of them down to hell. A little later, after delivering the live sacrifice, the older man took a leisurely stroll down the street. As he walked, he suddenly stopped in front of a rundown, shabby bar. Without a word, the man quietly pushed the door open and casually strolled inside. The moment he entered, a bartender eagerly bowed in greeting. Welcome in. He slumped into a chair and said, Give me whatever as long as it's cold. As the guy mixed the drink, he probed shiftily. First time seeing you around. Are you new here? The man replied calmly. Ah, yeah, since this is the Golden God's holy land, is every place plated in gold like this? The bartender slid a glass over, his voice slick. Pretty much. Here, a welcome drink exclusively for newcomers. He lifted the glass, entirely coated in pure gold, and exclaimed in fake surprise. Looks like Lord Barrick's power is creating gold? The bartender burst into mocking laughter. Not quite. A lot of first-timers make that mistake. Hearing that, the man pressed on with feigned curiosity. Then what is it? The bartender smiled proudly. It's the power of transmutation, turning things not made of gold into gold. He held up a dazzling golden glass and bragged. He has the ability to turn anything into gold, be it water or stone. You'll be getting some gold soon enough yourself, brother. The bartender eagerly spilled the rules. If he's satisfied with your sacrifice, he grants you more. Even if he's not thrilled, you still get a piece of the pie. The man played dumb, asking further, Why's that? Sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. He smirked, answering as if it were a universal truth. He has a bit of an eccentric hobby, collecting artworks. Scene cuts to the god's extravagant main hall. Artwork number 216, a statue of an old man with a face caught between dancing and sheer rage. Sitting prominently next to it is artwork number 1087, a statue of a child looking sorrowful while singing. He gleefully showed off to his prey. Well, what do you think? My personal collection, does it please you? The only response to that twisted enthusiasm was a chilling, dead silence. Seeing his attitude, Barrick's mood dropped. He frowned in annoyance. Why aren't you saying anything? Too ordinary for you. Da'il coldly kept his mouth shut, just indifferently glancing away. This visibly irritated the demigod. I see, look at that expression. Arrogantly, Barrick swept his arm, smashing both golden statues to the ground where they shattered into pieces. It really is too mundane. Frankly, I felt the same. He slowly approached, closing the distance between them. I'm sick and tired of the elderly and children. These followers only ever hunt the easy prey. Barrick pressed his lecherous face close to Da'il, licking his lips like a total creep. It's been a long time since I've seen a healthy, robust man like you. He pointed straight ahead, delivering his verdict. Do you see that empty spot over there? That will be your place very soon. Over there was a massive shelf, cluttered with a display of golden statues. I gather all the grown men and display them over there. I saved the center spot just for you. Barrick showed off a crazed, obsessed expression. I'm getting butterflies. Finally, my display cabinet for men will be complete. But his eyes suddenly froze, realizing something was off, and he blurted out. Barrick paused for a split second. About that. He muttered in confusion. Shouldn't there be 2 empty spots? Hearing this, Da'il slowly turned his head to look. Barrick raised an eyebrow and continued. The display looks a bit weird, right? They're all injured. With his sick, twisted mindset, he spouted. Humans hunting humans is only natural. Why would someone just not resist when getting dragged away? Barrick curiously reached out a finger, poking straight into his chest. First time I've seen a sacrifice this clean, not a single scratch on you. He smiled slyly, leaning right into Da'il's ear and whispering, Are you in cahoots with that guy? With sharp intuition, Barrick exposed the anomaly. With the one who sacrificed you? Meanwhile, on the street corner outside, the older man remained perfectly calm, oblivious. He spoke in a warm, low voice through a hidden earpiece. "Da'il, you caught that right? That bastard's power is material transmutation." A soft voice replied through the earpiece. "Things like Verit or Crossell won't work, I think." Barrack spotted the foreign object and snapped. He violently yanked the earpiece right out of Da'il's ear and sneered. "I've been hearing rumors lately about some stubborn non-believers sneaking around. You dare show up directly in front of a god." Enraged, he crushed the tiny earpiece to dust in his palm. He then commanded imperiously, "Capture his little accomplices. Looking pretty confident, aren't you?" Outside, the older man was completely surrounded by lackeys. He calmly sighed. "Looks like we're busted." Back inside, Barrack maliciously placed his hand on Da'il. "Let's give this a try. I'm quite curious myself." From where his hand touched, Da'il's body started freezing, turning into solid gold. Just what exactly can a human do in the face of a god? Barrack laughed maniacally, brimming with confidence. "You better hurry up. In 5 minutes your whole body turns into gold." Suddenly Da'il smirked coldly and spoke in a chillingly calm voice. "Like this, your soul gets trapped inside the gold and then absorbed piece by piece." He let out an amused "oh" in genuine surprise. "That's right, exactly." Da'il just raised an eyebrow. "But what are we gonna do about this?" Da'il broke into an arrogant, wildly provocative smile. "I don't have a soul. Go ahead, check for yourself." Faced with this cocky, insolent attitude, Barrack scoffed with disdain. "What scheme are you pulling?" But his curious nature got the better of him, and he hastily pressed his hand against Da'il's forehead to check. The exact moment his sharp fingernails made contact, Da'il's blood spurted out, oozing a bizarre, pitch-black color. This made the evil god exclaim in absolute shock. "What the hell is this? Your soul?" Still wearing that cold, indifferent face, Da'il shot back. "Panicking already? I don't have one." Da'il's lips curled into a terrifyingly demonic smile as he declared, "I already sold it." Sold his body and soul to the most terrifying demonic entities in existence. And that very power could easily butcher a god in the most gruesome way. Hideous demons madly intertwined, fusing into a colossal mass of pure evil, radiating an apocalyptic aura of bloodlust. Showing a face identical to a devil's, his voice dropped to a guttural growl. "This is the void." Barrack hadn't backed down in fear just yet. He rested his chin on his hand, sharply observing Da'il. "The void." He furrowed his brows deeply, scowling as he asked, "What the hell kind of situation is this? First time I've ever seen a case like this." Barrack couldn't hide his frustrated indecision. What to do now? No soul. A split second later, he angrily summoned his power. "It's a real shame, but..." Barrack raised his potent fist high, a blindingly radiant light bursting from it. "You hold no collector's value." Immediately after delivering his verdict, he unhesitatingly swung a devastating punch straight at Da'il. "Then I'll just dispose of you." Following through with the lethal blow, he ground his teeth and snarled bitterly. "What's more, an existence that can kill a god?" The more he spoke, the more his blood boiled. Barrack poured all his might into the fatal punch. Blasphemy against the divine. The very next second, Da'il was reduced to a shattered torso, his head completely blown off. Barrack arrogantly declared, "Nothing can kill a god." Barrack clenched his blood-stained fist, daring to bluff with such absurd nonsense. Judging by those bizarre moves, it's definitely the work of someone serving another god. He snapped his head around in frustration and yelled, "Priest!" The lackey jolted in fear and answered, "Yes," Barrack ordered coldly, "investigate which god this trash serves under." He pointed and burst into maniacal laughter. "Looks like some god behind the scenes is letting these heathens run wild. Drag that guy who disguised himself as a new believer in here right now." The followers, upon seeing Da'il's headless corpse slowly stand up, screamed in absolute horror. "Lord Barrack." Barrack frowned, cursing in annoyance. "What now? What is it?" Suddenly a freezing voice echoed from thin air. "Why isn't there anything that can kill a god?" Da'il reached out, lightly touching Barrack's shoulder, making him flinch hard and whip around. "Have you tested them all?" The moment the words left his mouth, Da'il activated his dark power. Fabaga, a brutal demon wielding massive flames, materialized with a screech. Before the target could even react, a ferocious hellfire erupted, incinerating Barrack and making him scream in excruciating agony. In just a few fleeting, explosive seconds, half his face was charred away by the raging flames. His tragic, piercing screams echoed throughout the main hall. In a state of frenzied panic, Barak bellowed, signaling his priests, "Kill him, fucking kill him." Enveloping Da'il at that moment, a mighty demon king named Braz fully merged into his body. When those annoying gnats swarmed in to attack like moths to a flame, his demonic blade sliced them right in half, clean, decisive, and fast. But simultaneously, Da'il suffered a severe backlash from that wicked power, violently coughing up torrents of blood. The burning agony of Fabaga mixing with the flesh-tearing pain of Braz. Demonic power always comes with a brutal price tag. He bit his lip until it bled, pushing through the suffering. "Hurts like hell, but I can endure this pain." Barak's absolute fury had now hit its peak. He went berserk, unleashing every ounce of his power. A mortal dares to stand against a god. This is just the beginning. One by one, blood boiling, grinding his teeth, his entire body instantly armored up in solid gold as he roared, "I'll take you on for real." Da'il wiped the metallic blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and smirked. "As expected, mid to high tier demons aren't enough to finish the job, huh?" One by one, in order. Lurking right behind his back was a mountain of murderous intent borrowed straight from demons. His voice turned profoundly grim. "Guess I have no choice but to borrow the power of the lords of hell. I'll show you." Da'il's face clearly bore the bloodthirsty glare of a demon passing a death sentence. True hell. On another street corner, the older man had also successfully wiped out the meddling priests without a single scratch. "I wonder if Da'il is doing all right." Da'il gently squeezed his eyes shut, as a flood of tragic, agonizing memories from the past came rushing back. Starting with his father's gentle smile, so incredibly warm and overflowing with love. Then drifting to the tender, protective embrace of his mother, the haven where he always found peace. And the silhouette of his older brother, who always stood shoulder to shoulder with him, silently protecting him from this cruel, wicked world. In just one terrifying, sweeping night, he lost absolutely everything. When he woke up in a daze, the only things left behind were clothes soaked in fresh blood. Da'il collapsed there in silent despair, tormenting and torturing himself for an agonizingly long time. His hands trembled violently as he clutched the worn-out shirt his father used to wear, the only keepsake left that held that familiar warmth. Right in the midst of his ultimate despair, a mysterious man walked up to him. "Looks like you've lost someone important to you, huh? Not exactly a rare occurrence in this world." His voice dropped into a sorrowful tone. "To reach the Holy Land, humans have to hunt other humans. Humanity has fallen, becoming nothing more than prey for the gods. And this place has become hell on earth." Hearing this, Da'il's dirt-streaked face and tear-filled eyes showed absolute, stunned shock. The man knelt down to eye level. "What do you think? Can this world still be changed?" He furrowed his brow tightly, grinding his teeth and bursting out in pure resentment. "Change the world." Tears of choking helplessness streamed down his cheeks. "This world is better off being destroyed all over again." Hearing that, the man threw his head back and let out a hearty, booming laugh. "Exactly. You're absolutely right. It can't be changed." The man emphasized every sharp word. "We have to make it collapse entirely and then rebuild it from scratch." At this, Da'il's eyes widened in utter, astounded shock. He smiled with relief and introduced himself. "I'm introducing myself too late. My name is Walter. I lead the faction of non-believers in the East." Walter then slowly revealed a secret. "Not long ago, we found the only weapon capable of killing a god, the relics belonging to the void." He deliberately pulled out a charred, pitch-black piece of wood and said, "And it guided me to this place where I met you." Walter declared with extreme seriousness, "O child chosen by the void, become the god-killing weapon." Without a second of hesitation, Da'il reached out and took it. Then the older man respectfully bowed low, entrusting everything to him. And it was exactly because of this twisted, fateful encounter that Da'il could harbor the hope of avenging his family. The flashback ended, snapping back to reality, where the demigod Barak was still spinning in a blazing fit of rage, his entire body encased in a blindingly radiant golden armor. Using demonic power? So what? He furiously roared like a maniac. "Whether you're a demon, a human, or whatever the hell else in front of a god, you're nothing but insignificant trash. Finishing his arrogant speech, Barak stomped heavily into the ground. The earth beneath his feet instantly quaked with a violently heavy rhythm. His entire golden body expanded into a colossus clad in razor-sharp, impenetrable armor. In this place, the golden holy land, I am omnipotent and absolute. Seeing his opponent snap, Da'il didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he gave a faint, thrilling smirk. "Oh, so you're finally planning to do something about it." Bitter and furious, Barak instantly gathered and formed a destructive surge of energy in his hand. "I will enlighten you." He contorted his cruel face and bellowed, "That any scum daring to challenge my power." At this point, the surrounding ground couldn't bear the pressure and began to crack and shatter. "Will be absolutely annihilated." Barak roared wildly, declaring, "I will crush you in agony, you piece of heathen trash." While he was busy running his mouth, Da'il capitalized on Demon King Braz's power, launching himself forward at blinding speed, aiming to cleave the bastard's head right in two. A lethal razor-sharp slash ripped through the wind, plunging straight through the opponent's massive body, clean, ruthless, and terrifyingly precise. But the terrifying backlash of power also sent him rebounding with severe internal injuries, violently coughing up fresh blood. "I'm almost at my limit." Seeing that Da'il's sword-wielding arms were heavily torn and mangled, he looked up, scoffing in awe. "Still arrogant right up to the bitter end, huh?" Barak's severed wound was frantically weaving back together as he spouted sarcastic mockery. "That pathetic little trick won't work. Keep trying to cling to your half-dead life and see what happens." Barak's massive body continued its grotesque transformation, bulging golden muscles threatening to explode. "I'll just keep stomping on you, crushing you, smashing you until you finally die." At this point, his brutal rage had peaked. He delivered an earth-shattering, apocalyptic punch. The devout followers nearby panicked, trampling over each other and screaming in terror. "Lord Barak seems to be going a bit too far. It looks like everything's going to collapse." Thick dust and debris flew everywhere, suspended in the air. The cowards frantically scrambled to escape. "Run, the temple is about to cave in." That terrifying pressure spread outwards, causing the entire landscape to violently tremble. Anyone scraping by nearby scrambled in sheer panic. What the hell is going on? Could it be Lord Barak? Simultaneously in this chaos, one of the god's priest lackeys was beaten to a pulp, frothing at the mouth and knocked out cold. Someone's heel ruthlessly stomped down, grinding into their holy masks. The bartender hiding out in the bar saw this and stammered in trembling fear. What the hell is happening? Isn't that Lord Barak's priest?" He stared in shock as Walter coldly and efficiently dispatched the elite priests, screaming, "Are you a non-believer? You disrespectful bastard, it's definitely because of you that Lord Barak is throwing a fit." He picked up the blood-stained mask, looking at it indifferently before speaking. "Before you came to this place, you were all living and being treated like prey anyway." Walter sternly interrogated them. "And yet you sacrificed people in the exact same boat just to get here. Well, now that you're at the feet of the gods, do you actually think you've been living like human beings?" Right then, the panicking bartender's weak arm started to become cursed, turning into gold. "No," the older man mercilessly continued, exposing the truth. "The gods don't even see you as human." Walter coldly turned and strode away. "To the gods, you're just livestock, always ready for the slaughterhouse." And right on cue, the bartender writhed in agony, screaming tragically. He remained extremely calm, stepping right over him, gently pushing the door open and walking outside. Walter observed thoughtfully, muttering his calculations. "Even though I expected it, he's stronger than I thought." Looking at the horrific devastation before him, he clicked his tongue and wondered. At least 50,000 souls from his followers, does he think he can just absorb them all? But tearing through the atmosphere right then, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed from far away, grabbing Walter's attention. Traveling at breakneck speed, the heavy-duty bike tore through the wind, closed in fast and screeched to a halt, burning rubber. A pair of long, powerful, slender legs swung off, landing in the thick cloud of dust. A badass, incredibly pretty girl confidently shouted, "Captain, I'm here to save the day." The moment Walter saw her silhouette, he jumped out of his skin. "Catty!" He yelled, his face turning red with anger. "Are you out of your damn mind? Do you even know what this place is, following me all the way out here?" The feisty girl instantly snapped back. Isn't it the captain who lost his mind? Caddy angrily scolded him. 5 years of zero contact, and then you say you're starting an all-out war with the gods at the Holy Land. What kind of bullshit is that? How the hell was I supposed to just sit back and not follow you, you impulsive bastard? Getting chewed out, Walter stood frozen, speechless. Impulsive, that's a bit. He awkwardly turned away, trying to dodge the issue. When it's time to fight because we're strong enough, we fight. Did you really think I came here without any preparations? She blinked in confusion, asking, What do you mean? Caddy's brain finally clicked as she realized the implications. No way! Is the god-killing weapon actually finished? Walter smirked, brimming with arrogant pride. Exactly, and it's beyond our wildest expectations. Then he frowned, his expression turning serious as he reminisced. 5 years ago, ever since I first met deities, I knew for sure. Following this train of thought, Walter drifted back to remember the chilling moment from that encounter. Deities' deep, dark eyes completely harbored all the conditional resentments that the bloodthirsty relic craved. The desolate emptiness, the heart-wrenching sorrow, the absolute hatred, and the sheer terror. Through those piercing eyes, a boiling, vengeful will for retaliation was vividly displayed. But if it had just stopped there, the weight still wouldn't have been enough. Those who desperately desired to master the cursed relic belonging to the void had to manually plunge the wicked artifact straight into their own hearts. He recounted in horror. He didn't hesitate for even a single second. It was precisely because of that insane recklessness that deities single-handedly pushed himself into eternal death. 5 agonizingly long years passed, and bizarrely, his corpse showed zero signs of rotting or decaying. Walter had secretly and meticulously observed every change. Just what the hell did that kid's soul have to go through down in hell? I can't even begin to guess. And then the incident from a few months ago struck. Deities, who was supposed to be condemned and drowning in that bloody hell. His pitch-black eyes suddenly snapped wide open, defying the natural order and brazenly returning from the dead. Hearing that incredibly eerie and fantastical story, Caddy was stunned with disbelief. Are you telling me the dead came back to life? Walter smiled mysteriously, replying, The Void's contract was a success. It wasn't just a simple contract selling his soul to borrow demonic power. By setting the condition of hunting down the powers of the gods, he acquired an incredibly special ability. The scene cut back to the brutal battlefield, where deities was laughing maniacally, completely thrilled. This barrack guy is just as they say, too ignorant to know fear, huh? Perfect, I've been waiting for this. His voice dropped to a raspy, spine-chilling register. If it's a soul-absorbing power of this level, it should probably be enough. Over in her corner, Caddy was still frozen, not having digested the shock. That special ability, don't tell me it's that. Walter replied hurriedly. It's starting, the god-killing weapon deities' true power. Glancing back at the death trap, Barrack was staring blankly at something incoming, his face twisted in absolute panic. What the hell is that now? Right then, an erupting, blood-red hellfire exploded from the ground, surging exactly like boiling, churning magma. This apocalyptic scene would utterly terrify anyone witnessing it. Deities crazily covered his face with both hands, cackling wildly like he was high on drugs, rambling. Golden power as promised, let's get ready for the hunt. His blazing eyes glared wide as he screamed, Lend me your power, O king of the fire steeds who rules the hell of flames, Agni. When the dark forces fused and melded into one, from the ashes emerged a colossal silhouette entirely engulfed in raging fire. Deities dropped to his knees in utter reverence, respectfully raising both arms to receive and borrow its massive, blazing power. The moment his mortal body absorbed and accepted that destructive force, it instantly and violently mutated, veins bulging. The truly horrifying ability that deities dragged back from the dark abyss of hell was throwing his body wide open, allowing the brutal demon kings of hell to hijack and seize total control of his physical form. A tiny body, completely possessed by a tyrannical demon king, was engulfed by a bizarre, ferocious hellfire. Deities hunched over submissively, his fiery hands slamming hard into the ground. Instantly, the sheer force caused the solid stone ground around him to crack and explode outward. His face was now grotesquely deformed, twisted and contorted by the tearing wicked power. And then, from his mouth, a spine-tingling, demonic cackle echoed out. The tyrant Agni aggressively raised his flaming fist. The intense, scorching heat radiated outwards, making the very air around him evaporate and distort. The very next second, his entire body exploded with shockwave power, launching straight ahead to relentlessly batter Barak like an apocalyptic hurricane. Although the host's body was tiny, looking like nothing more than an ant compared to that golden giant, the overwhelming amount of power Agni brought along vastly exceeded the enemy's imagination. Barak seemed to still be blindly and stubbornly underestimating his opponent. He reached out a massive hand, embedded with a bizarre, demonic eye aiming forward. A split second later, he squeezed his palm tightly, plotting to crush Agni as easily as squashing an annoying bug. But who would have guessed that his iron palm would be completely punched through by his prey, left riddled with holes. Instantly, a massive golden arm cracked and then shattered into pulverized ruins. Agni furiously let out an ear-splitting, eardrum-tearing roar. The destructive power from his entire body erupted violently, spreading just like a wildfire across 10,000 miles. Without giving the opponent even a sliver of a chance to react or recover, he continued to channel his power and launched upward, aiming his strikes straight for Barak's head. Agni growled, declaring, "I will burn you down to the very marrow of your bones." Immediately after the verdict, a colossal, blazing hand of fire flared up, violently grabbing and grinding against Barak as if intending to twist, crush, and suffocate space itself. Without a single fraction of a second of hesitation or mercy, the fiery hand tightened its grip ruthlessly, flattening him right in the epicenter of the violently churning, erupting flames. Barak screamed in tragic despair amidst the merciless sea of fire. "It's too hot." He endured extreme, lung-tearing, liver-shredding agony, his pure gold body twisting and writhing inside the brutal flames that were incinerating and peeling him apart. "Stop! Stop it! Please save me! No!" His eyes rolled back as he thrashed crazily in absolute panic, Barak tragically howling his final dying words. "Kill me, please just kill me. I can't take it, please fucking kill me." On their side of the front lines, Walter rested his hands on his hips, incredibly satisfied and proudly yelling, "All right, it worked." Caddy's jaw dropped. She still couldn't believe the horrific scene unfolding. Seriously. She stood frozen stiff, her face drained of every drop of blood in total shock. He beat a god. He grinned, flashing his teeth in satisfaction, and said, "This is only the beginning." Right at this moment, the dust and smoke were still billowing thickly amidst the rubble, as a frail, blurry silhouette staggered out into view. De-Il, looking utterly tragic and covered head to toe in black soot, dragged his heavy feet, stumbling out. "I'm back." Exhausted, he extended a single finger and wheezed out. This is what was inside Barak's body, a piece of wood carved like a finger. Walter curiously picked it up to inspect it. "This is..." Caddy stood beside him, confused and curious. "What's wrong?" he replied thoughtfully. "It's a relic, but different from the Void's relic." He smirked calculatingly. "Although I don't have a conclusion yet, perhaps the gods, just like De-Il, are humans borrowing power from something else." Hearing this, she furrowed her brow, looking completely skeptical. De-Il's eyes were dull and drooping, his mouth stammering out a weak cry. "So that's how it is, no wonder I'm so weak." Utterly drained to the absolute bottom of his limits, he began to sway unsteadily, collapsing and free-falling. "No." De-Il lost consciousness, crashing hard onto the ground and blacking out on the spot. Caddy panicked, looking down and asking worriedly, "He's not gonna die, is he?" Walter hurriedly reassured her. "He'll just be asleep for a few days." The camera panned over to a massive, blazing yellow statue with 3 grotesque faces merged into one. All 3 faces had their eyes tightly shut in extreme solemnity, radiating an oppressive, mystical aura. That terrifyingly majestic statue was the main hall. A group of people stood in formation in front of the main hall, draped in baggy, concealing cloaks, their heads entirely covered, giving off an incredibly intimidating and solemn vibe with alternating black and white tones. Reigning right at the forefront was a representative wearing a flashy gold mask covering the upper half of his face, paired with a mystically patterned cloak. Notably, a masked eye sat right in the middle of his forehead, symbolizing profound wisdom and superhuman power. He tilted his head back, looking up at the sky with arrogance, speaking sharply and seriously. "Main Hall Lu from the main hall has arrived as ordered." to the three esteemed gods. Hidden deep beneath the golden statue's carvings lay concealed mysterious schemes. The partially obscured face spoke maliciously, exposing the truth. The golden god is dead. He finally showed himself. Seated on the left, a mysterious old god replied with a raspy voice. Just like the prophecy, no need to worry, just stick to the plan. An entity taking the form of a small child, floating cozily inside a glowing orb on the right, slyly chimed in. Bring it here. The final material for the birth of the one true god. The relic belonging to the void. The dull gray stone statue suddenly shot out a blazing red beam from its hollow eyes, exactly as if issuing a decisive command. An old pickup truck tore through the wind, speeding down the highway beneath a blood-red sunset sky. The wounded ill, his head fully covered, had his eyes squeezed shut resting, clearly showing signs of extreme exhaustion and frailty. Frowning in deep thought as she intensely scrutinized the tiny object in her hand, Caddy bit her lip. Caddy reached out, pulling back the window curtain and shouting to Walter, Captain, I just don't get it no matter how I think about it. Driving, he shouted back, What now? She held up the bizarre object, rambling. This thing was inside Barrick's body. It acts like a receiver for power from something else, sort of like the Void's relic, right? He cast a sideways glance at Caddy, nodding. Exactly. Perhaps it's through that thing they can use power as authority. Katerina eagerly interjected. I know that much, but I still seriously don't understand. She knitted her eyebrows together, confronting Walter directly. How could the captain so easily accept something so utterly absurd, even 5 years before you brought the Void's relic over? You're not the type to trust this kind of thing without solid proof, right? Hit right on the nail, Walter stayed quiet as a mouse, giving no response. Caddy stubbornly kept digging. What is it? There's something, right? What haven't you told us? Pushed too far, Walter sighed, his voice turning deep and thoughtful. Yeah, I suppose it's time I spilled it. The reason why I could believe in something so incredibly unbelievable. At the time of the final war of the previous era, I was a senior researcher at a megacorporation named East. Back then, deep down, he always felt. In the research institute where I worked, there was a very bizarre place. It was a classified sector that even a senior researcher like me had no access to. One day, I accidentally noticed that door was open. Walter stared intently through the narrow opening, peering in curiously. Out of curiosity, I went inside. He squinted, trying to make out the materials in front of him. What the hell is this place? Walter was stunned to realize that the setup inside was even more grotesquely bizarre. A mysterious, dim room where I absolutely couldn't guess its intended purpose. Glancing at the eerie paintings etched into the walls, he felt a chill down his spine. Murals with no clear meaning. And standing right in the middle of the room, a lonely, outdated printer. Scattered everywhere was a chaotic mess of document trash. But what old Walter couldn't fathom, what gave him the craziest goosebumps, were the written contents of those documents. He trembled as he said, What is this? It's like some third-rate fantasy novel. I can't even tell the genre. Even though I couldn't understand the full context, I transferred all those documents straight to my phone. Right as I was about to leave that spot, a noise came from the printer. It looked like the printer was spitting out another page of documents. It was entirely composed of coordinate numbers printed in pairs, a tangled mess of digits. At that moment, I panicked because I heard a noise outside. In sheer panic, I hastily snatched up the freshly printed paper with those numbers, quickly hid it inside my shirt, and bolted out of there. The story ended, snapping back to the suffocating atmosphere inside the truck. Walter handed her the cracked screen phone, saying, Here, this phone captured all those documents. She scrutinized it, blinking as she asked, This is what was written down back then? He answered her heavily. At the time, I thought it was just a trashy novel, but reading it for the first time, you already know the plot, don't you? He stated solemnly, This isn't just a novel, it's a prophecy. The final war, the descent of the gods, the relics belonging to the void, and even the demons. These were all things completely unbelievable at the time, but the prophecy within it became reality without a single error. Caddy's brain clicked, connecting the dots as she panicked. Then the meaning of these numbers, don't tell me, he gave a slight nod. That's right. Latitude, longitude, and time. They pinpoint the exact location of the relic and da'il. The blatant truth was that the gods, that mysterious demonic location, and the Book of Prophecy were all intimately connected by a tight thread. The gods were always rigidly following the exact blueprint laid out in the prophecy. Because I took the paper with those numbers on it, I'm the only one who knew exactly where and when the void's relic and da'il would appear. Caddy stared down at the text and dense rows of numbers on the phone, confused as she asked him, "But wait, Captain, this prophecy stops at Barrack's death." He looked at her tiredly, telling the truth. "Honestly, that's exactly the problem. From here on out, I have zero idea what's going to happen either." Suddenly, a flickering illusion appeared of Walter scraped and battered, struggling against a fierce storm. Then the nightmare instantly crashed into reality. Some force used a superpower to drastically halt their truck, totally crushing and flattening the entire front end of the vehicle. The culprit was that very representative hiding behind the half-gold mask, the one with the bizarre eye on his forehead, using telekinesis to bind and crush the car. Due to the brutal impact, Walter's face slammed hard and started bleeding profusely. The deployed airbag had smashed straight into his face. Over in the passenger seat, Caddy was also struggling fiercely, her face scraped up and blood pouring down from her head. The unfortunate truck had unluckily crossed right through the gods' territory and magical arrays. Those mysterious, lifeless statues had transmitted the order, commanding that gold-masked group down to restrain and capture them. The hounds brutally ripped open the back of the truck, their malicious eyes locking onto da'il lying there as they snickered. "He found it, the relic of the void." The guard respectfully reported to the evil god Lu. "Lord Lu, we found it. What do we do now?" Lu coldly issued the command. "The master said to only bring the relic. It's probably in his chest. Dig it out." He pointed disdainfully at him, saying, "That guy is just an empty shell." Battered and bruised, Walter agonizingly choked out Katarina's name. "Caddy, protect da'il." Suddenly, the lackeys aggressively advanced using violent superpowers, and a tragic scream of "ah" rang out. Caddy looked completely badass as she pulled her gun, cocked it, aimed straight, and unloaded a barrage of bullets while cursing. "Who the hell are you telling to protect to? It's not like he can die anyway." He struggled to crawl out of the smashed front end, turning back and hastily telling her, "Da'il can't regenerate while he's unconscious. I'll buy us some time, hurry." He used his power to tightly throttle Walter's throat, lifting him right off the ground. The old man's face instantly contorted, turning purple with agony as he choked and groaned. The magic ring clamped tight around Walter's neck. He arrogantly sneered, complaining, "These annoying pests." He violently slammed Walter headfirst into the jagged, rocky ground, viciously ordering, "Kill them all." In a flash, old Walter seized the opening, delivering a kick that sent the gold-masked man tumbling backward. At that moment, Caddy rushed over anxiously, asking, "Captain, are you okay?" Unexpectedly, two colossal hands reached out from nowhere, grabbing both of them and hoisting them high into the air. The giant bellowed with an incredibly loud, deafening voice, "You dare lay a hand on Lord Lu." The giant freak roared in absolute fury. Such sheer disrespect. Squeezed tight, Caddy asked him in pain, "What the hell is that thing?" He wheezed out with great difficulty. "They are disciples from the main hall." Looking up at their massive, imposing figures, he told Caddy helplessly, "We're no match for them. They wield power equivalent to lesser gods." Lord Lu stood tall, looking arrogantly at the two of them dangling there, spitting out his words with contempt. "Oh, someone actually knows about us. Not that I care much." He casually used his magic to levitate da'il's corpse high up, ordering indifferently, "But take good care of them. My job here is done anyway." The evil god main hall Lu reached right in and personally yanked the pitch-black object from the center of da'il's chest, fondling it as he said, "The relic of the void." The moment Caddy heard those words, she completely panicked, freezing up in sheer shock. Walter's face was etched with sheer anxiety over the disastrous situation unfolding before them, his aged, dirt-streaked face stained with the stench of fresh blood. Da'il was completely helpless, buried deep in a coma, but those hounds had brutally stolen away the relic, severing and separating it from his half-body. Lu hastily used telepathy to report to someone, "Yes, it has been secured. Understood, I will wrap things up and return immediately." The mysterious, faceless god in the other realm, upon receiving the response, spoke up. He says the relic belonging to the void has been retrieved, but I still feel uneasy. The evil god sitting on the left seemed annoyed and frustrated by that cowardly remark, sneering. Ha, spewing unlucky nonsense again. What kind of god spends all day worrying? The god with the smallest form hovered there, grumbling, but still I also feel anxious. Their expressions shifted into serious contemplation. From this point onward, there will be no more prophecies. Over in the other corner, Lord Lu was staring intensely at the pitch-black object, stammering. There is no ideal future. I don't know why could it be. A ghostly image of a pair of narrow, elongated eyes cracked open, emitting a mystical, blazing red light. It was as if some sinister force was slowly intervening and pulling the strings. That demonic gaze split wider and wider open with every passing second. The eerie relic mass began to twitch and writhe to life. Lu stared in sheer terror, thinking, that thing is issuing a warning, all relics masters. The relic mass suddenly sprouted spikes, revering to tightly crush Lu's massive body, completely sealing and suffocating his face. Lu writhed and groaned. It was as sharp as a razor, shredding and dismembering Lord Lu's body piece by piece. Everyone watching felt their skin crawl, sensing that he was sinking into a lethal death trap. Caddy's eyes widened and she furrowed her brow, utterly shocked by the sudden plot twist. It's not a god. Old Walter was also horrified, getting chills. It's not a demon either. The lackeys, those giant brutes, witnessed the tragedy with their own eyes and fearfully deduced. It's a completely unknown existence. That writhing relic mass slowly morphed and molded itself into a dark, humanoid figure, taking heavy steps closer to those towering giants. That enemy was none other than the God-Eater monster. It wore a face with lips curling into a horrifying smile, inching closer step by step. Standing imposing right before their eyes was visibly the God-Eater. The relic mass had completely fused and transformed into a living organism. Weakly trapped within the giant's massive palm, Caddy trembled as she asked Walter, "Captain, is he on our side?" He broke out in a cold sweat, terrified, snapping back at her. "This is a disaster." She still looked dazed, not grasping the situation, so Walter added in despair, "This is the absolute worst-case scenario." Memories flooded back to when De-Il had seriously warned him. "Old man, if the thing taking over my body ever isn't a demon or a demon king." He had stared right at him, warning with profound, hidden meaning. "At that moment, whatever the cost, you must destroy my heart. That thing absolutely cannot be allowed to exist in this world." If by some horrific chance he arrogantly manifested in his full, true form, exactly like what Walter was witnessing right now, then at that moment, whether gods or whatever else, this world would face utter annihilation. The dark silhouette of the entity had right now shed its guise and revealed its true form, meaning the apocalyptic variable had emerged. The giant soldier trembled in fear, speaking up. "Did Lord Lu actually lose? What do we do now?" There was absolutely no prophecy telling us we'd have to face that thing. Seeing Al rambling and making things more chaotic, El snapped angrily. "Shut your mouth, Al. Stop spouting pathetic garbage." El braced himself, barking aggressively to rally their spirits. "We are the elite disciples of the main hall. No existence outside the Holy Land can stand against us." But right after issuing that majestic statement, deep down El felt an incredibly ominous premonition. "Even though I said that, what is this weird feeling? My body feels frozen by an unknown dread." Suddenly, Al whimpered weakly, "El, I feel sick to my stomach." That bizarre entity kept closing the distance, inching closer to them. El tried to hype him up, reminding him, "Snap out of it, Al. Just one strike, we just need to take him down with one strike." At this exact moment, all three elite legions of the main temple forces combined their strength to unleash a fatal, exterminating blow. The sheer pressure and magnitude were so intense that even arrogant high-tier gods would find it hard to stand firm against it. It was an attack fueled by draining the power of millions of souls. He channeled his authority, shouting out loud to echo, "O disciples of the three great true gods, purify that disrespectful existence immediately." The mysterious stone statue opened its mouth and blasted out a colossal orb glowing with a blinding yellow light. They poured all their combined strength into the rush, smashing a fatal, annihilating blow straight into the wicked entity. An earth-shattering, explosive blast erupted as a blinding flash of light swept out, engulfing a huge section of the sky. As the dust and smoke billowed in thicker, the battle situation inside the perimeter was utterly brutal. Al coughed dryly, asking El hastily, "Is it over?" It seemed El himself was writhing under the agonizing pressure, snapping, "Shut up, stop talking." The light gradually scattered, and that hideous entity was still standing there, immovable like a mountain. El snapped bitterly, shifting the blame. "Al, because you jinxed it, he's still alive." Wrongly accused, El grumbled in annoyance. "Why are you blaming me?" That evil entity was now casually sitting cross-legged, as serene as a Buddha statue. They panicked in sheer terror, crying out, "What is that?" Al panicked, urgently telling El, "Why isn't he fighting back?" Seeing the lethal threat right in front of them, El frantically stopped him. "Stay still, do not move." Katerina narrowed her eyes in suspicion, asking curiously, "What's he planning to do?" Walter suddenly broke down, saying, "I'm sorry." She startled, grilling him. "What is it?" Walter hung his head in absolute remorse, saying, "I was so stupid. I should have destroyed Da'il's heart immediately." Completely clueless about what was happening, Caddy snapped back angrily. "What the hell is that thing that makes you say that?" Sweating bullets, he explained to her. "Ever since Da'il came back from the dead, he demanded that we prevent that thing from entering this world." The memory of Da'il hanging his head in utter, miserable resignation. "He's considered a calamity even down in hell. Every now and then he shows up and devours everything. Absolutely nothing that unluckily gets swallowed down his stomach. Can ever be lucky enough to survive and escape. He possesses a massive hand that can easily scoop up and dominate all those things. That dimensional space is the deepest, darkest abyss of hell. Its pitch-black bottom stretches out infinitely. In that godforsaken place, it's an endless abyss for eternity. The giant hand and that eerie face belong to its ruler, the Void." He was leisurely grabbing each of those massive disciples by the neck and hoisting them up high. Suddenly, Caddy and Walter were loosened and dropped to the ground. Caddy checked herself, saying, "We're untied." He looked around in panic at the thick, suffocating darkness enveloping them, saying, "This place is the Void." Da'il stepped out of the shadows, slowly approaching the two of them and saying, "In the end, you couldn't stop him, huh?" Caddy blinked in joy, asking him, "You're still alive?" The old man looked at Da'il in total, remorseful confusion, stammering, "Da'il." He shrugged it off indifferently, replying, "Beats me. I don't even know if this counts as living." She looked at him tensely, probing, "What do we do now? Are we all going to die?" He answered coldly, "This place is the afterlife beyond death already." He casually glanced at the disciples thrashing around behind them and smirked. "But luckily, it's just those disciples and us in here." Looking way up high was a pair of narrow, bloodshot demonic eyes. That was undeniably the true master of the Void, the evil god Void. Da'il clicked his tongue. "Hasn't swallowed the whole world yet." El panicked, frantically asking Al, "Al, why did it suddenly go pitch black?" Al sharply picked up on something faint and angrily cursed. "That bastard, is he still alive?" He was raging with absolute fury, hands ready to violently erupt with superpowers, shouting, "As expected, just a prank by you heathens. You dare scheme to trick the personnel of the three great true gods." Furious, he raised his fist high, furrowing his brow and snapping, "I will act on behalf of the divine gods to punish you all." Seeing the giants gearing up to launch their next attack, Walter quickly warned Da'il, "It's dangerous, get out of the way." Da'il calmly crossed his arms over his chest, keeping a cold, serious face as he looked at them and said mildly, "No need, just stand still." El screamed wildly, "Ha!" pouring his strength into swinging a massive fist straight at Da'il. The giant hand pressed in, grazing right past his body with immense force. Da'il calmly smirked, telling Walter and Caddy, "If you brazenly use your power here." Da'il mocked them with disdain, watching the foolish haste of the moronic disciples. "Still don't know where you are? This is the Void, or down in hell it's known as. The graveyard of demons, a place where abilities mean absolutely nothing." Caddy asked in confusion, "Doesn't that mean we're in danger too?" Da'il scanned the overall situation around them, taking his time to explain to her. "We're safe. Those are all demons and demon kings lending me their power." Looming there was the silhouette of the great fire demon king, deep in slumber beneath a veil of fatting embers. Da-il slowly lifted his chin, softly calling out the name, Agni. Crowded over there was the swarm of gruesome insects that once tore apart and devoured the ancient gods, Malax. The statue over here was the ruthless, tyrannical despot who went mad trampling and crushing distorted innocent souls. So Lin, the wandering silhouette of the nameless pilgrim, one who blindly lusted after forbidden knowledge that faded into oblivion. Mang. Da-il continued to unmask them in a steady tone. There's also the shadow lost in illusion and fog Mong Lin, the embodiment of taboos, eros, the invisible sword that can sever the stars, nose eyes, even though they were devoured by void and are nothing but souls. Da-il stared deeply into those ruined souls that still possessed infinite power, saying, "But they still have enough strength to hunt a god. They are entities that thirst for power." Walter sweated and trembled as he asked him, "Those are the demon kings who rule hell." Caddy stared in absolute horror at the chaotic slaughter unfolding ahead, her face pale and vacant as she said, "The elite disciples of the main hall are being massacred." Everything playing out was a scene of horrific carnage. All three of them stood in silence, looking up at the sky, where that bottomless black hole had already swallowed and digested everything. Caddy suddenly had a thought and asked him, "Wait, so you've escaped from here before, right?" Walter caught a glimmer of hope and added, "Is there a way out?" Da-il pondered, telling them straight, "A way, there is a way, but we can't use it right now." The old man stared blankly, blinking, not getting what he meant. "Like I said, you can't escape this place without the permission of Void, the master of the Void. Back then, the reason I could escape from here was because I made a contract with him. He agreed to send me back to reality, on the condition that I had to hunt for power to feed the demons and demon kings. Only when I came back from the dead did I realize I could boost the strength of the demons and demon kings in the void." Da-il's tragic state right now showed him being suppressed and controlled by the parasitic entity Void firmly attached to his upper left half. "But the fact that demons can borrow my body means that Void can also use my body to boost his power." He grimaced in pain, clutching his bleeding left chest. "So that's how it is. His true goal is to hijack my body to devour this world. This move of his is completely ruthless." He hung his head in despair, telling them helplessly, "Anyway, the only way we can get out of here is if Void lets us go himself. But why the hell would he let us go when he's already taken over my body?" Da-il painfully and bluntly told them the cruel reality. "Right now, there is no way." Walter angrily confronted Da-il, his voice grating. "So you're telling us to just give up? We just sit here and watch the world get destroyed?" He shot the old man an indifferent, sarcastic look. "What else can we do? Pray to the gods." The old man glared at Da-il, bursting with bitter resentment. "But you bastard!" Caught in the middle of them bickering like cats and dogs, Caddy yelled out to stop them. "Cut it out." Caddy snapped furiously. "Is this really the time to be fighting when the world is on the brink of collapse? Snap out of it." She took a deep breath, turning back to Da-il, switching to a gentler tone to ask, "So you made a contract with Void with the god's power as the condition?" Da-il gave Caddy a sharp, skeptical look and replied, "That's right." She keenly pressed on, suggesting, "Add another condition, a condition he can't refuse." Da-il shot Caddy a sharp, doubtful look. "A condition he can't refuse? Stop talking nonsense, there's no such thing." Caddy firmly challenged him. "What if it's a power that even if he destroys the whole world, he won't be able to get?" Da-il froze, looking at her blankly. "What?" Caddy, being sharp, quickly stated. "There's still one god left who hasn't appeared." Logical deduction meant it had to be the power of the one true god who has yet to appear. Caddy, her face streaked with blood, frowned seriously. "The god that hasn't appeared in this world yet. Offer the power of that one true god as a promise." The two men, Da-il and Walter, were completely dumbfounded. The power of the one true god. He jolted, shouting loudly, "Caddy, are you insane? You're going to watch the one true god descend to Earth." She patiently laid out the scheme. "First, we have to buy some time. There's no other way, right?" Caddy bit her lip, looking down at the ground with a sorrowful face. "I know, the captain is desperately struggling to prevent exactly that." She clasped her hands together, using a sincere, pleading tone. "But first of all, we have to do something to avoid total annihilation." Hearing the logic in it, De-il nodded and replied, "I get it." Exhausted, he slowly crouched down, slumping onto the ground. "I'll give it a shot. Honestly, there's a high chance this is gonna fail." De-il squeezed his eyes shut, weighing the decision. "But just like you said, there's no other way." He raised his hand, aiming his sharp thumb straight at the spot where his heart was pierced. Then, biting his lip, he slowly pressed it deep into his flesh. Instantly, streams of pitch-black, dark energy began to ooze out from there. From the wound on his body, a dangerous layer of demonic aura continuously evaporated and seeped out. Drops of thick, dark blood dripped down one by one, sliding through his fingers and hitting the ground. That bizarre liquid quickly and stickily merged and blended together. All three of them held their breath, watching the intense, dark aura billow up and engulf the space. Old Walter and Caddy stood there dumbfounded, having no idea what kind of demonic witchcraft was happening. In a flash from within that gloomy, swirling black smoke, a colossal, towering figure condensed and appeared. The monster void sat gloomily, resting its horrifying head on its knees, while the two mortals stood frozen stiff in sheer respect, and countless ghostly figures bowed in submission. That massive, pitch-black hand twitched, pointing straight toward the spot where the three of them were standing. Eerie, bone-chilling footsteps slowly and steadily echoed as it approached. Its long, lanky arms hung loose, swaying with bizarrely long, razor-sharp claws that looked incredibly dangerous. Void's giant, bloodshot eyes slowly cranked open, staring wide. An entire muscular, terrifyingly demonic body was forged directly out of the wicked dark aura. De-il showed no fear. He lifted his chin and initiated the negotiation, speaking in a dominant, ancient language. The monster void also slowly lowered its pitch, emitting sounds to answer the deal with him. Hearing the ringing in her ears, Caddy quickly asked Walter in confusion, "What are they saying? Does the captain understand?" He stroked his chin, shaking his head. "No, this is the first time I'm hearing this language." De-il's levitating body gradually went limp, lowering back down to the ground. Caddy called out loudly, "How did it go? Did it work?" Suddenly, that massive black hand indifferently reached out, pointing straight at Caddy. De-il whipped his head around in shock, following its aim. Out of nowhere, her feet were abruptly yanked up by an invisible force, hoisting her high into the air. Caddy screamed in utter panic and terror. "What is this?" The frenzied surge of demonic energy rushed in, seizing both Walter's body and her. He cried out in terror, "De-il!" Suspended upside down, he kept frantically calling out, "De-il! De-il!" She flailed around wildly, frantically touching her own body. "What is this? I can't feel anything." Instantly, both of them were swallowed deep into a black hole of suffocating darkness. He choked, struggling to breathe. A moment later, the two of them woke up in shock, crashing down into a completely unfamiliar dimension. She dusted off her clothes, looking around in surprise. This place. Walter scrambled to his feet, looking frantically all around him. "De-il! Where is De-il?" Caddy had sharp eyes and quickly pointed toward a bush with joy. "Captain, over there." Exhausted and passed out, De-il lay limp in his supportive arms. Caddy crowded around, asking with concern, "Is he okay?" Walter checked his pulse, answering gloomily, "I don't know, Void is gone, but..." He decisively continued, "We'll have to wait and see. Let's head back first, back to base." The scene revealed towering, desolate buildings rising up, the eastern headquarters of the atheist faction. The guards slacked off with their rifles, gossiping with each other. Senior Caddy finally ran off outside. "Our squad is a total mess. I heard someone claiming to be the old captain contacted her, and then she bolted. Was it Walter?" They openly showed their annoyance and disgust. "Don't even mention Captain Walter. Word is he ran off to make some god-killing weapon or whatever, and half the group left because of that. Senior Caddy is the only one who believes that bullshit." Suddenly, someone panicked, pointing and tapping their shoulder. "Senior, look over there." What is it?" They pointed tensely and anxiously. "What is that coming closer? What is it?" They hastily brought up their specialized binoculars to inspect. "Over there." The image showed Walter revving the engine, driving a pickup truck carrying Caddy and the wounded De-il through a cloud of dust. "Captain Walter." The truck barged aggressively through the gates, tires screeching, and a loud, surprised voice echoed. "The captain is back." Along the way, the faces of everyone starring clearly showed contempt and disgust as they glared at Caddy's group returning. She scoffed internally, thinking, "Knew it, not exactly a warm welcome." The arrogant commander Simon swaggered over, carrying his gun and mocking, "Captain, Senior Walter, it's been a very long time." He ignored the attitude, heavily carrying Da-il on his shoulder, smirking as he said, "Simon, you haven't changed a bit, exactly the same as before." Instantly, dozens of cold gun barrels were simultaneously raised, pointing straight at Da-il's team in a threat, still just as paranoid. Simon smirked, flashing a sly, mocking grin. "Of course, what if after 5 years the senior became a believer? Don't take it personally, it's just standard procedure." His tone grew arrogant as he declared, "There have been a few changes while you were gone, the proof of non-belief system." His face suddenly hardened into a fierce threat. "Anyone who has entered the Holy Land and cannot prove themselves will be executed by firing squad." Finding it repulsive, Caddy immediately stepped up, confronting him fiercely. "Hey Simon, are you out of your mind? Do you really have to go this far with the captain?" He shrugged, laughing mockingly. "Get it right, Caddy, the former asterisk captain." Walter's aged, steely voice rang out with indignation. "Not expelled, but executed. Did the elders agree to this too? Who exactly is the captain of the Eastern faction right now?" Simon waved his hand dismissively, refusing to answer. "I can't tell you that. What if you're a believer? So just prove it quickly, stop stalling." Caddy was furious, yelling, "That's enough, you bastard." Walter stopped her, then stated firmly, "I cannot." Simon frowned, surprised and displeased by what he heard. "What?" He repeated every word with firm resolve. "I said I cannot." Standing tied up opposite his faction right now were the stubborn Simon and a group of kidnapped believers. If the method of proof is slaughtering kidnapped believers. Walter furrowed his brow tightly in anger, snapping, "If we have to kill believers just to prove we're atheists, then how are we any different from the scum inside that holy land?" Burning with rage, he pointed at the sky and roared, "The ones we need to kill aren't the believers, it's the gods." Frustrated and losing patience, Simon yelled back right in his face, "Still spouting that same old tune? Can kill a god, nobody here believes your bullshit." Caddy angrily cut in, firing back, "It's not nonsense, I saw it with my own 2 eyes." Simon's tone dropped, questioning with heavy sarcasm, "Oh yeah, saw what exactly?" Simon smirked, asking mockingly like she was an idiot, "What? Saw what? What the hell are you talking about?" Walter let go, dropping Da-il's unconscious body face first onto the dusty dirt floor. "Here, this kid right here is the god-killing weapon." Simon scoffed, raising an eyebrow with deep suspicion and disdain. "What? Just some young guy. What kind of weapon is this guy supposed to be?" Walter ground his teeth, offering a compromise. "It's fine if you don't believe me. Just let me take him to the lab." Da-il was still dead to the world, buried in a deep sleep. "I need to draw his blood. That's the exact reason I came back." Simon remained guarded, questioning with doubt. "Let you use the lab? Why the hell should we do that?" Walter cleverly struck a lethal psychological blow. "Think about it. What's the absolute reason I had to come back here?" His calloused hand slowly pulled out a tube of pitch-black serum. "A power capable of killing a god. He's not the only one who can use it." Walter delusionally imagined and painted a crazy vision for the future. Just inject the blood of Da-il, the god-killing weapon. A visionary glimpse of warriors' bodies being personally injected with demon blood by Walter. And anyone will be able to wield demonic power for about an hour. Simon and even Caddy froze, completely stunned in absolute shock. "Demonic power, us?" He slowly bent down, hoisting Da-il up with immense pride. "Exactly. So pass the word to the elders and the regional captains. The final plan has begun, prepare for the decisive battle." Walter stood tall and imposing, carrying Da-il's body in his arms, looking as if he were leading a massive army of tens of thousands right behind him. The god-killing army? Preparations for the god-killing army. He looked up, smiling a smile full of arrogant, victorious confidence. "Everything is ready." Da-il coldly declared, "Soon the Supreme Being will descend. I will hunt him down and offer up his authority." He fell to his knees, pleading before Void's hand. "First, push back the apocalypse." Void provoked him. "You overestimate yourself, my vessel." He sneered, You've merely borrowed the power of a few demons, a few demon kings, and you actually think you can capture the Supreme Being. He ground his teeth. Damn it, is this going to fail? Their eyes locked onto each other. The current world hadn't completely faced annihilation just yet. The demonic hand lifted his chin. The fraction of my power residing in your body is only enough to devour 1 or 2 cities. Da'il pondered. So he isn't planning to devour the current world? He asked aloud. Then why? He slapped Void's hand away. What the hell are you plotting? Why did you appear on the surface? Da'il followed the dark demon's pointing finger. He thought to himself, the old man and that girl? Caddy was wondering. What are they talking about? Does he even understand? Walter rubbed his chin. Beats me. This is the first time I've ever heard this language. He watched helplessly as the darkness swallowed them, Void's grating voice echoing. Still. His hand clenched into a fist. Void's freezing voice threatened. They still have their uses. I'm merely postponing their time of death. Da'il was shocked. Does that mean, just like you guys need my power? Void sat up seriously. Just as you humans need my power, I need you, that is all. He rested his chin on his hand. You are my pawns, leading the way to the realm of the void. He was caught off guard. The realm of the void. Void conjured a snowflake. That is the most ancient desire since the dawn of time, one of the destinies of this bifurcated world. This is a tale so ancient it predates time itself. In the cosmic system, within the 3 realms and 6 paths, comprising the upper, current, and lower realms, 2 specific powers have existed with their own distinct purposes. Living beings in the current realm all strive toward this, the desire for everything to be eternally infinite. The tiny body radiating dark aura continued, and the desire for everything to perish into nothingness. The planet is shrouded in light and darkness. Across countless lifetimes, the blooming souls in the current realm were guided by those 2 powers, creating 2 distinct existences in the upper and lower realms. He reached out his palm. It is because of you humans that I and the Supreme Being were born like this. Da'il's body stood on that very hand. Born from the core nourishment that is the human soul, that is the true purpose of humanity's existence. Void narrowed his eye. The realm of the void, where all things perish into nothingness, is your ultimate destination. The war between justice and evil. In this battle that decides the fate of this world, you absolutely must win. Void slowly started to fade away. My will shall guide you, just move forward and fight. Walter declared, as the vanguard of my plan. Da'il affirmed, as the vessel of my power. Caddy chimed in, as the inheritor of my will. Void's abyssal gaze. From those who pursue infinity, this world definitely. Da'il interrupted. What are we supposed to do? Da'il gritted his teeth. The fate of the world, that kind of bullshit. You and the Supreme Being can go sort it out yourselves. He roared in fury. Why the hell are humans being used in your damn war? Is that why our families were slaughtered? Exploding with hatred, he yelled, and now we have to fight for you. Stop spouting nonsense, you son of a bitch. His body dissipated. And Hiem warned, you arrogant mortal, keep your mouth shut in the presence of the master of the void. Da'il braced against the 2 of them. Hiem, get the hell out of my way. Furious, spewing demonic aura from his mouth, he demanded, answer me, why are you using humans? If you want to fight, do it yourselves. The 2 entities shielded Void. It can't be helped. Only the human soul can traverse the boundaries of the realms. Void's eye burned intensely, and ultimately what you desire lies on my path as well. Revenge and a pair of hovering feet. He faced Da'il's raging fury. Your family. His expression shifted, stunned. What? He conjured up fragments of gold. You've already seen it from the Golden God, haven't you? Screaming faces, souls trapped between life and death, writhing and howling within. They are merely nourishment for the gods, trapped to live throughout eternity. Writhing bodies. That is exactly the eternal imagery the Supreme Being desires. That is the true essence of their authority. Their eyes met and Void spoke. The souls of your family are the same. They must have surely become a part of his power by now. He asked back, what did you just say? Countless hands enveloped Da'il's body. I will add one more clause to the contract between you and me. An image of a young Da'il sitting between his parents' corpses. The day the annihilation of the gods is complete, the day you fulfill your revenge. Sinking into the darkness, unable to clearly hear the final words, he asked, "What?" He frantically reached out. "Wait a minute." His eyes slowly fluttered open. He's moving, his heart is beating again, looks like he's waking up. He bolted upright, coughing violently. Confused, he muttered, "Where is this?" A surprised voice echoed. He actually came back to life. Simon laughed heartily. "It's a damn miracle. Turns out Senior Walter wasn't spouting bullshit after all." Da'il glared fiercely, interrogating, "Who the hell are you? Where am I?" He spoke into the microphone. "You're the god-killing weapon, right? Sorry, I know we just met, but I need to run a little test." A bizarre creature appeared right in front of him. We need to see it with our own eyes to believe it. The robotic spider lunged forward. "If you really are the god-killing weapon, you should be able to handle this thing, right? It's a specially modified weapon from the last war." He dashed forward at blinding speed as Simon explained. "This is the only one left at the eastern base. My masterpiece." He summoned Bassin. Da'il clapped his demonic hands together. A massive hand materialized, instantly destroying the bot and throwing the whole room into chaos. He skidded to a halt on the floor. Veins bulged on Da'il's face. What the hell was that? A gust of wind rushed past. He stalked forward, terrifying Simon into stumbling backward, stammering, "See, calm down, we're on the same side." He snapped, his oppressive aura bearing down. "Same side? Who the hell gave you permission? Answer me right now." Da'il looked down at him emotionlessly. "Which god's holy land is this?" Hannah stepped in to defuse the situation. "This isn't a holy land. It's the eastern base of the atheists, a gathering place for those who rebel against the gods." She extended her hand toward him. "Welcome. I heard about you from Senior Walter. You really are as strong as the rumors say." Hannah smiled gently and introduced herself. "I am the current captain of the eastern base of the atheists. My name is Hannah." She said softly, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Frantic footsteps and heavy, desperate panting. Hannah dragged her older sister by the hand as they ran. Handy collapsed in sheer terror. "Sister." She rushed back, grabbing her sister's shoulders. "Sister, get up. If we stay here, they'll catch us." Handy gripped Hannah's hand, her eyes pleading. "Hannah, listen to me very carefully." Her eyes were full of desperate hope. "Run away. Run as far away from the Holy Land as you possibly can." Handy shoved her away. "Run!" Hannah reached out, trying to hold on. "Sister." She stood in a daze, overwhelmed by the sudden memory. What can a human truly do against the divine? To them, we are nothing but insects. Even if we despise the gods, defeating them is an impossible pipe dream. Even I, the leader of the atheists, was bound by that very thought. But the person standing right in front of me is proving otherwise, proving that humans are no longer weak. If it's him, he might actually be able to slaughter the gods, a future nobody believed in. Liberation from the divine, humanity's freedom, hope. A massive hand seizing a human. Hannah's eyes widened, having witnessed everything. A small triangular mark under the corner of her eye, paired with a stunned gaze. Da'il fighting relentlessly, his face clearly showing extreme exhaustion. Hannah, along with the crowd, witnessing his desperate struggle. She reached out and opened the door. With a blooming smile, Hannah spoke up, "Hello." Hannah stepped in, much to his surprise. A stark contrast in their facial expressions. He looked startled while she looked expectant. Hannah smiled, offering her hand to him. "I'm Hannah, the Eastern commander of the atheists. I look forward to working with you." Da'il shook her hand, replying indifferently. "So this is the atheist base, the place where the old man used to be." She glanced around the ruined room. "Well, this is going to take quite a while to repair." Hannah beamed. "I heard rumors, but you really don't hold back at all, do you, Da'il? I like that." His tone was like iron. "Answer the question. How can I trust that this is the atheist base? Where is the old man right now?" Hannah handed him a slip of paper. "Senior is a bit tied up at the moment. He asked me to give this to you instead." The paper was a photo of a happy family. He said if he didn't secure it carefully, it would have been incinerated. "Don't carry it around anymore. Leave it here." He stared unblinkingly at the photo as her voice rang out. "From now on, this will be your home, Da'il. Since it's precious to you, make sure you don't ruin it." Hannah patted his shoulder, laughing. So do you believe me now? We really are on the same side, right? The dorm room sign read A106. She introduced the space. As luck would have it, we had exactly one empty room left for a single occupant. The two stepped into the room. Hannah said tentatively, "It's not the best room, but..." Before she could finish, he cut her off. "It's fine." Surprised, Hannah said, "All right then, wash up and change your clothes." She reached out, sweeping back Da-il's bangs. "Your hair has gotten too thick. Let's cut it a little shorter." Clipped strands of hair scattered across the sink. After changing, Da-il complained, "These clothes are a bit too tight, aren't they?" Hannah's face lit up as she gave him a thumbs up of approval. "Looks awesome, absolutely perfect. A true hero's gotta wear tight clothes after all," he questioned. "A hero." She grabbed his arm, pulling him along. "Now let's go." He looked slightly confused as she said, "Everyone is waiting." Beneath the gloomy, lonely sky, a crowd of people stared curiously at Da-il. "Is that him?" Captain Walter's words were actually true. The two of them walked past the throng of people. Da-il looked around. "Why is everyone staring at me? Hannah, does everyone here know who I am?" She answered gently, "Of course, you're quite famous now, Da-il." They all saw it with their own eyes. Above them hung a massive screen. She explained, "From the moment you woke up to the time you fought, if the god-killing weapon truly exists, we absolutely had to show it to everyone." Hannah looked somewhat sorrowful, because everyone has forgotten for far too long. Everyone was gathered together. What was it that brought us together in this place? Hannah recalled the image of herself as a child, blurry and inexplicable. A rough hand, but the feeling was incredibly clear. Walter held out his hand, his voice warm. "It seems you've lost the people you love." His eyes were filled with confusion, hope. Staring straight at his own two hands, Da-il numbly repeated, "Hope." An image of a battered, young Da-il in combat. "No, I saw it very clearly, the fate of those who serve the void." He visualized an entire space consumed by absolute darkness. "The one lending me this power. One day, he will devour the entire world." Da-il adjusted his collar, his tone freezing cold. "Even though I had no choice but to borrow his power, this is absolutely not some kind of hope." Hannah spoke up. "The greater the power, the steeper the price. Is that it?" She looked up and asked, "The one who lent you that power, you're talking about Void, right?" Surprised, he asked, "How did you know?" Her voice was soft. "I heard it from Senior Walter, that the world was nearly destroyed." Hannah waved it off. "Don't worry, Void won't be showing up again." Da-il touched his chest. "You've probably noticed it by now, but we implanted a bomb inside your heart, Da-il." She wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "So just relax, if the thing you're worried about ever happens again." Hannah stated firmly, "Then the bomb will wipe you out completely, not leaving a single speck of dust behind." "Got it." Confused, he thought to himself. "Am I supposed to be thankful for this?" She pointed a finger. "Just to be safe, we installed 2 or 3 backup triggers, so don't worry about it not going off," he replied. "Yeah, I get it, so knock it off." Hannah pressed a button, anyway. Before them was another room. Hannah turned serious. "We can figure the rest out later. For now, let's focus on annihilating the gods." She reminded him, "In exactly 1 week, the God-slaying squad's first official mission will begin." He startled. "The God-slaying squad? Wait, that's..." Walter, surprised by the noise, tilted his head to look. He reached out and ruffled his hair. "You're awake. Got a haircut, huh? I almost didn't recognize you." Da-il looked up. "Hey, old man." All 3 of them looked forward as he said, "First things first, it looks like you need to explain what that is." A pile of human bones inside a glass tank. He raised his voice. "Just what the hell are you scheming now?" Walter crossed his arms, explaining, "That's an artificial organism created from your blood." Flabbergasted, he asked back, "That thing is made from my blood?" His eyes held high expectations. "If we inject your blood, we can enhance a human body's capabilities to its absolute limit, but they can't use the special abilities of a demon. An object encased in pulsating blood vessels. To wield a demon's power, one must first be able to command the demon." He looked utterly bewildered. "How the hell are you supposed to command a demon with this thing?" Walter flipped a switch. "I managed to isolate that artificial organism and the serum from your blood." He held up a vial of serum. When a squad member injected with the serum calls out a demon's name, the demon's soul is summoned into that artificial organism. Hannah chimed in, "An army that utilizes demonic power like that is the God-slaying squad." He questioned, "The God-slaying squad?" She hesitated, but there are still a lot of issues that need to be resolved. Hannah pulled out a report. Commanding a demon isn't something just anyone can do. This is the report documenting the selection process for the God-slaying squad. A group of test subjects under observation. 140 agents signed up for the selection trials. 100 of them made it to the serum injection phase. The problem lies in the next phase. Walter running strict drills. The next phase is commanding the demon. After the serum injection, when the demon's name is called, its soul is summoned to possess the artificial organism. The fully assembled squad. The method to command the demon is simple. You just have to kill the summoned demon. De-Il glanced at the statistics sheet. During the demon commanding process, 99 people were eliminated and over 60 were severely injured. Caddy was the sole success. Out of the 140 registered agents, only a single one succeeded in commanding a demon. Above her head swirling dark aura. Agent number 1 of the God-slaying squad, codename Caddy. A research team conducting full diagnostics. Activating training protocols, checking safety equipment. Vital signs of the artificial organism are stable. No issues with the pumping mechanism. Caddy stretched her body, warming up. What's the point of dragging out training all day like this? Hurry up, let's just get this started. Q's voice came over the speaker. Just hold on a second, we're almost done. He spoke into the mic. You do know the objective of today's training, right, sister? She sounded bored. Don't I just need to beat up a demon and command it? Q held the report. Well, pretty much, but you don't need to command it. The difficulty level is going to be different from previous times. He looked at the display. The 3 demons you commanded before were low tier. The one you'll be facing today is a mid-tier. Looking at the bizarre creature inside the massive test tube, Q relayed the info. According to former Captain Walter, if the combat power of a low-tier demon is considered a 1, then. Materializing in front of Caddy was a whole horde of demons. He explained, a mid-tier demon is equivalent to an entire battalion. Caddy's expression darkened as Q's voice continued. Even though we've prepared for emergencies, you could actually die out there. She rubbed her shoulder and smirked. Hey Q, if I could die from something like this. She unlocked the serum port. Then I would have been dead a dozen times over by now. The lock clicked open, starting now. Black aura leaked from Caddy's mouth. Just sit back and watch how I fight. Her entire body was shrouded by a wicked aura, and she let out a feral scream. Agent number 1 of the God-slaying squad, Caddy. Serum injection complete. Q's voice rang out. When you're ready, call the name of demon number 8. Its abilities are still unknown. We'll wrap things up for today once the reconnaissance is done. She cut him off. You're too damn noisy. Her initial calm demeanor was gone, replaced by pure ferocity. What do you mean, reconnaissance? I'm not running away. Her mouth uttered a demonic whisper, Paleg. Seeing the horde of demons in front of her, she was caught completely off guard. Caddy asked, Hey Q, is this really it? He was equally surprised. This is really weird. Clearly, there's only one soul signature showing up. Dozens of demons materialized. So this is why it's considered a battalion? Damn it. I don't know what the hell is going on, but ultimately there's only one way out. Wipe them all out and we're done. The Dark Aura creatures looked no different from rotting zombies. In Caddy's hands were combat mobility cables. She pulled her weapons taut, projecting fierce power. The swarm of demons charged forward. Her lips parted, wrong. Her eyes widened, completely engulfed by black demonic veins. Looming behind her was the silhouette of an entity, radiating a blinding golden light. A bizarre demonic hand touched her face, and Caddy's golden irises flared up. Gotcha. She moved with deadly grace through the battalion of demons. Caddy tumbled hard to the ground. She aimed her arm and fired a grappling hook. She zipped straight up to the high ceiling. Caddy glanced down. Dealing with these things one by one is going to take forever. She flipped midair. But if I use the power of more than 2 demons at the same time, it'll cause massive damage to my body. Caddy gritted her teeth. I have no other choice. She chanted the invocation, merging with the wicked aura, Anak. Her silhouette plummeted downward. She spun and landed flawlessly, analyzing. Anak's ability expands the area of effect of my power. This is a specialized ability for dealing with large numbers of enemies. Caddy gripped her blade tightly. She unleashed a massive AoE strike toward the demons. A single horizontal sweep of her blade reaped the lives of dozens of monsters. Caddy ground her teeth. All right. Her eyebrows knitted together tightly. Now then. She stood facing the colossal creature, just one left. Q yelled out in panic. Sister, stop, we've collected enough data. Caddy growled. I already told you earlier. The giant demon. She steeled her resolve. I'm not running away. Caddy stood tall, shouting, bring it on. She swiftly dodged the attack. Caddy panted heavily, panicking internally. What do I do? This guy is way out of my league. She looked up into the giant demon's eyes. It swung its massive hand, snatching her body midair. Caddy cursed furiously. Damn it, if it comes to this, I'll just have to gamble it all. She recalled Walter's strict instructions. Remember this well, a demon will lend you its power, but in exchange it demands an equivalent price. His tone was severe. However, every human has a limit to their pain tolerance. If you exceed that limit, the result will be one of 2 things. Her face grew tense, remembering his final words. Either you die, or your body gets hijacked by the demon. She coldly commanded, Jezel. A hand suddenly clamped tightly over Caddy's mouth. Da'il summoned Braz. He obliterated the demon, sweeping her up into his arms. Da'il angrily covered Caddy's mouth, scolding her. Do you have a death wish? He snapped at her. Did the pain mess up your head so bad you lost your ability to think? Da'il recalled Walter's words. From now on, Caddy will be your partner. Even though she's still a bit green at using demonic power, her combat abilities are outstanding. You two better work well together. He carried her, looking up at the aftermath. Partner, huh? Looks like I've got my work cut out for me. Da'il lay blankly on his bed, staring at his family photo. The shadowy figure's words echoed in his mind. Go to the place your family once lived, and I will liberate your soul. Da'il stared blankly at the picture, silently questioning. The place my family once lived. What the hell does that mean? A knock on the door snapped him out of his tangled thoughts. Da'il, are you awake? He opened the door and a researcher immediately greeted him. You're up. Da'il had never met him before. Who are you? He introduced himself. I'm Q, the one in charge of managing information. It's nothing major. Q held out a file. I'm here to ask you to verify some data, Da'il. He didn't take his eyes off the guy. Data. Seeing Da'il's confusion, Q explained. While you were unconscious, I compiled some background info on you. He glanced at the document. Height, weight, history of entering the Holy Land, etc. Pretty much everything, huh? He awkwardly pulled the clipboard back. Ahaha, you probably shouldn't read that. Seeing this, Da'il replied. Ah, my bad. Q continued. Anyway, there's something weird I need to verify. He pushed up his glasses. Da'il, you're originally from the East, right? It says here you lost your parents and older brother as sacrifices to a god. Q frowned, hesitating. According to our investigation results, the place where you used to live. He was stunned by the next words. There is no holy land there. In the eastern sector, 3 people were striding past ruined buildings submerged in water. This doesn't make any sense. Caddy grumbled. No, why do we even have to verify this? Even if there isn't a holy land, there are cases where a god just snatches souls and dips, right? Q held his phone, looking around. It's possible there's no holy land, but it's also possible there is. And what bothers me the most is... Suddenly, a voice cut him off. Because there was a god in that place. Da'il continued, thinking back carefully. At the exact place my family was sacrificed, there was a god. He recalled the image of the god standing right before his eyes. A mysterious god radiating a pitch-black aura. Q looked surprised by the new information. Oh, that's new. A god with a black aura, but if a god was seen outside of a holy land. She caught his drift. Yeah, I get it. We definitely need to investigate this. If there are victims outside the Holy Land who actually saw a god. Caddy set her bag down. Then there's only one explanation. A massive magic circle materialized right in front of the three of them. A descent ritual. Q was flustered. This really is the mark of a descent, isn't it? She looked serious. I've never seen a descent mark this massive before. Caddy rested her chin on her hand. I've heard of gods migrating and establishing a holy land elsewhere after descending, putting aside the fact there's no holy land here. She glanced over sideways. With a descent mark this huge, it must be a god we all know about. Which one could it be? Caddy stared intently at Il. A god of this caliber descends, and he's the only survivor. There are way too many weird details. He couldn't help but blurt out, "It is weird. I figured it was a descent ritual." Il's words caught her off guard. He continued, "But it wasn't a god that would leave behind a mark this massive." Caddy frowned, asking, "How the hell would you know that?" Il explained, "Only 3 people were sacrificed, my father, my mother, and my older brother." He looked at his phone, speaking up. "That's actually pretty common. Some people who witness a descent ritual often suffer from memory issues." Q eagerly snapped a bunch of photos. Confirmed a descent ritual took place in the east. Judging by the size of the mark, it seems to be a rather powerful god. It appears the god has migrated. Mr. Il is experiencing memory issues as a consequence of witnessing the descent. He summarized, "I'll compile it and submit the report like this." Il spoke up. "No, what I mean is..." He firmly placed a hand on his chest. "I already told you I remember it perfectly. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my memory." Before Il could finish his sentence, a bullet ripped right through his arm. "That's not it." Q panicked at the sudden situation. Il, Caddy drew her blade, shielding the 2 of them. "Who's there?" Lee stood on the roof of the car. "Damn it, I only meant to scare them, but I actually hit him." Kay groaned in regret. "What do we do now? Looks like one of them is dead." The other guy replied, "If he's dead, just leave him." Kay grumbled, "Shit, what a waste." The 2 guys waved their hands, signaling. "Hey, run over here, hurry. Don't worry, we won't kill you. So there's still prey left in the east, huh?" Caddy asked. "Are they believers?" Q, beside her, wondered anxiously. "What are you planning to do?" She smirked. "What am I planning to do? I've been pissed off that we didn't get a vehicle for this." He adjusted his glasses. "A mission within a 20-kilometer radius of the base means we have to walk." Caddy broke into a bright, cheerful smile. "Thanks to them, we won't have to walk back. Should I say a prayer of thanks?" Seeing this, the 2 guys whispered to each other. "Hey, that chick's got a weird look on her face. Probably in shock 'cause her boyfriend just died." Lee shouted at her as she approached. "Hey, run away fast. Do you have a death wish?" They kept mocking, completely oblivious to Caddy rushing in at blinding speed. "You too, Four Eyes?" "Yeah, that's right." The guy grimaced. "Anyway, all the people outside the Holy Land are just..." She vaulted into the air, too slow. Lee didn't even have time to react. "Huh." Caddy laughed out loud, throwing her knife straight at them. The guy panicked, completely helpless to stop it. She restrained Kay next to him, immediately pointing her gun. "Freeze! I'll blow your brains out if you move." Caddy looked back over her shoulder. "Hey, what should I do with these pieces of trash? The captain said not to kill believers." He panicked. Don't try to act tough. Do you want to end up like your boyfriend?" Suddenly, Il appeared right behind him. "You decide, kill them or spare them." Kay looked like he'd just seen a ghost, frantically unloading his clip into him. What the hell are you? You monster." Bullets rapidly pierced right through Il's body. "If I'm a monster, then what do you call human hunters like yourselves?" Furious, he grabbed him by the throat. Il's body began regenerating from the black aura. "What should I call you?" Kay, witnessing this, froze in absolute terror. "I was wrong. Please spare my life." He ground his teeth. "Shut your mouth. Why the hell should I spare you?" Hearing this, the guy immediately fabricated an excuse. "My wife and daughter, I still have a family." Il's grip softened slightly. "What?" Kay continued. "I didn't have any other choice." He groveled on the ground. "The god said if I couldn't find a sacrifice for next month, they would use my wife and daughter instead." Seeing Il taking the bait, Kay lunged forward. "You're an atheist, right? If you spare my life, I'll become an atheist too." Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet blew right through his head. "For the rest of your life, you'll be..." Il shouted, "Q, what the hell are you doing?" He held the gun, passing judgment. Absolutely disgusting. There were white square marks on K's neck. The marks on his neck symbolize the number of sacrifices he's offered to the god. The white square mark is exclusive to priests from the southern Holy Land. He walked over to the truck bed. Priests in the south don't get married, nor do they have children. Everything he just spouted was a complete lie. Q cracked open the door. And you already knew that, didn't you, Da-il? He peered inside the vehicle. Exactly what kind of people live inside the Holy Land. Inside was where the kidnapped sacrifices were kept. This is... He was horrified by the brutal scene as Q continued. The sacrifices they're transporting. Almost all of them are already dead. Caddy grabbed the other guy by the hair. Hey, Q, I told you not to kill believers, he explained. They're not believers, they're priests. Still, let's keep him alive to extract intel on the southern Holy Land first. Hearing that, Lee cried tears of joy. Thank you, thank you. Q instantly poured cold water on his hopes. And then we can kill him. Hearing that, Lee's soul practically left his body. Ah. The truck cruised smoothly down the road. They sat in the truck, watching a mother care for her child. She affectionately fed the baby, spoonful by spoonful of porridge. It seemed that scene reminded Da-il of his own family. Family? What a joke. Surprised by her words, he turned to her. Huh! Caddy's eyes remained fixed on the mother and child. Fighting the gods. She looked thoughtful. Selling out to gods, being sold to gods, it's all because of family. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Most atheists lost their families and chose to fight against the gods. The scene transitioned to Walter's wedding. Captain Walter lost his wife to the gods. A young Hannah helplessly watching her sister leave. Hannah lost her older sister. Hearing that, Da-il asked, What about you? Caddy raised an eyebrow. Huh. He asked seriously, Are you fighting for your family too? Caddy turned her face away. You're right, it's for family. I have an older brother. She ground her teeth, her body covered in major and minor bleeding wounds. The person The corpses of her comrades lay scattered across the ground. Blood-soaked hands dripping drop by drop. A man, his body riddled with blood-stained wounds, stood before her. Loved the most. He turned his head back. Caddy. Every single word leaving Cillian's mouth. If we ever meet again. At this moment her eyes widened, blazing with pure rage. If we meet again, then I will absolutely. Caddy clenched her hands, grinding her teeth. That bastard, I will kill him. Da-il froze, repeating what she just said. What? Caddy casually repeated. I will kill him. In the northeast sector, two silhouettes stood at the bottom of a deep crater. A hand relaxed, letting the grains of sand slip through. In the end, it was impossible to prevent his appearance. The woman stood there, letting the wind blow the handful of sand away. To think the warning I left behind completely backfired. I can't read anything. The sand's formation is scattering wildly again. Trisha respectfully bowed her head with clasped hands. Omniscient One, there's an incoming transmission from the three chief gods. Should I light the candle? She sighed. Why are they contacting me so soon? The Omniscient One lit the candle. From the smoke, three gods materialized. Chief gods, it has been a while. One of the gods spoke up. Omniscient One, is the pilgrimage proceeding peacefully? She replied respectfully. Very peacefully, thanks to the blessings of the chief gods. The fierce-faced god harshly criticized. Pilgrimage, my ass? Are you neglecting your duties? When are you going to deliver the next prophecy? The Omniscient One remained completely calm. I was actually planning to contact you regarding the prophecies as well, he demanded. So it's time for the next prophecy now? She cut him off. No. The Omniscient One smiled. The prophecies have come to an end. Thank you for your assistance in bringing them to fruition. All three of them had the exact same thought. The prophecies have come to an end. The smallest god stammered. Omniscient One, different promise. Promised prophecies until the first god descends. She clenched her fists tightly. The first ones to break the promise were you, chief gods. You ignored my warnings and acted using the familiars of the central temple. The Omniscient One smirked. Of course, I completely understand. You must have been terrified. She continued. The descent of the first god, the Almighty. Truthfully, you don't actually want that to happen, do you? The three of them listened in silence. Unlike you, imprisoned in your little wells called holy lands. That being is the true, absolute God." The god stepped forward furiously, roaring, "You dare act insolently towards us?" The Omniscient One interrupted. "One more thing, I do have some good news for you." She spread her arms wide. "The first god is seeking a successor. One of the gods on the surface will inherit the first god's authority." Over on this side, Da'il was intensely staring at his phone. The final component required for the first god's descent will soon seek out the chief gods. On the screen was a predictive map pinpointing Holy Land locations. "The prophecies may have ended, but I can still make predictions." The silhouette of the Omniscient One appeared in the Holy Land of each god. "I predict that one of you three here will receive the authority of the first god." She earnestly clasped her hands. "Please use the righteous to defeat the wicked." The Omniscient One smiled, and Da'il looked dead serious. "May the power and glory of the chief gods endure for all eternity." Still at that deep crater, the two of them had already departed. The Omniscient One extinguished the candle. "The prophecies are over. The three chief gods will soon be divided as well." She ordered the person standing behind her. "Trisha, report the current status of the Void's relic." She replied respectfully. "On the 25th of the 13th month, year AG 15 at noon, he is moving from the east toward the northeast. So far, it aligns perfectly with the prophecy." The Omniscient One interrupted. "Prediction." She turned around. "The prophecies are over. Variables now exist, so it can no longer be called a prophecy." Trisha bowed her head. "Yes, I will keep that in mind." The Omniscient One continued. From now on, the most crucial thing is controlling the variables." The grains of sand in her hand were swept away by the wind. "Even though the wind is currently blowing in our favor, we cannot afford to lower our guard." Suddenly, a fly buzzed over and landed on the Omniscient One's finger. Just a single, useless variable, as insignificant as the flap of a fly's wing. The fly buzzed on her hand, but the gentle breeze from that flapping wing could easily escalate into a tornado. Her finger lightly touched it. If controlled well, that tornado won't be a headwind but a tailwind. The Omniscient One crushed the fly in her palm. "Therefore." She smiled as the crushed fly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and drifted away. "From now on, your role is absolutely vital." The Omniscient One turned around upon sensing the plume of smoke materializing behind her. "It's been a long time." She reached out, touching the massive hand that appeared in midair. "Bloodline of the chief gods, Blair." A colossal hand gently supported the Omniscient One. "Currently, there are a total of 13 gods confirmed to have descended. One unidentified god is believed to be the master of the central Holy Land." The three chief gods appeared one by one. The three chief gods who rule over the major holy lands in the north, west, and south. The subsequent gods also appeared sequentially. The 9 gods of the medium and minor holy lands scattered across the globe. The Holy Land map was projected. The current world has fallen into the hands of the gods. Over 80% falls under the sphere of influence of the Holy Lands, and they are still continuing to expand their territories. A pointer stick tapped a specific marker on the map. "Our ultimate goal is..." Walter crossed his arms. "To obliterate every single holy land and reclaim humanity's freedom." Da'il rested his hands behind his head. "We already bagged Barrack, so that leaves 12 of them, right? Now we just have to track down and slaughter the rest of the gods." He explained, "No, this is just our estimated count. In reality, there could be even more, and we still need to make further preparations. The absolute priority right now is to recruit more members for the god-slaying squad." A construction site tangled with connecting wires. "Your first mission is to head to the northern base." All three of them looked slightly shocked. "The northern base?" Walter continued speaking. "Currently, our communication lines with the northern base have been severed for unknown reasons. It's likely due to the influence of a new holy land in the northeast. We only have intel on the location of that god's holy land." The map displayed a humanoid model. The mission objective consists of 2 main parts. First, investigate the unidentified holy land in the northeast. A glass vial containing black liquid. Second, transfer the serum formula to the northern base. Caddy raised her hand and spoke up. I can sort of understand the rest of it, but is this team composition really okay?" Da'il rested his chin on his hand, observing, Da'il is obviously essential. Q looked smug hearing her say that, and Q is needed to transfer the formula, so I get it. I'm an indispensable talent, right? Caddy waved her hand. But why the hell are Simon and Hannah coming along? They're high-ranking captains. Don't they need to stay with the squad? Simon agreed completely. Exactly, yeah, why do I have to go? Hannah waved and smiled. I'm no longer the captain. I've already handed the position back to Senior Walter. She continued, Simon, you're no longer the vice captain either. He froze stiff. Why? Caddy rested her chin on her hand. Why bring her along? She's completely useless. Simon yelled furiously. What did you just say? Do you want to die? She shot him a challenging glare. Do I want to die? I'll kill you right here. He instantly faltered. Ah, no, I might have overreacted a bit. Seeing this, Hannah intervened. It seems you're out of the loop. We literally can't accomplish this mission without Simon. He was completely taken aback. You could say he is the key factor. Me. Scene cuts to Simon scowling fiercely while gripping the steering wheel. Well, this makes perfect sense. The key factor is the damn driver. She sat next to him, wearing an eye mask. I can clearly see the disappointment on your face right now, Simon. He snapped, turning to her. How the hell can you see anything with an eye mask on? Hannah lifted her eye mask slightly and smirked. I wasn't lying. You truly are the key factor. This is a transport mission, so the driver is the most important person. You know the elders at the northern base, right? Who knows, maybe the elders will recognize your contributions. Simon was already wavering. If I get recognized by them, what's in it for me? She leaned back. Well, for instance, you might be accepted as a member of the Council of Elders. He glanced sideways. Me, an elder. Simon, wearing a sharp suit, giving a speech. Greetings, elders who have come to attend this meeting. This time there is a matter of utmost importance, which is why I have summoned everyone here. He pointed his finger, shouting loudly, the issue at hand is exactly this. Simon slammed his hand onto the board. I propose the execution of God-slaying squad member Caddy. She watched him grinning from ear to ear at his own imagination. He's so easy to manipulate. Hannah flipped down the sun visor mirror. By the way, shouldn't we be seeing the Holy Land by now? Hey Q, where exactly are we? He checked the map. According to the map, we've already entered the predicted Holy Land territory. Can't you see anything out there? She leaned out the window. Looks like there's something out there, but I can't see clearly because of the dust. Is there really a Holy Land out here? Caddy also looked out. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Q replied. Well, geographically this is already the Holy Land, but there's no temple in sight, not even a single believer around. Da'il spoke up. Could it be that thing, the one the old man talked about? He asked. The one Captain Walter talked about. Flashback to the meeting, Walter explaining. Every Holy Land has a temple. For the gods, a temple acts as a sort of fence. The gods and their thousands of believers. It's a livestock farm where they breed followers, raising them to be used as sacrifices for their authority later on. He raised his hand. Question, so is there any god without a temple? Walter frowned, contemplating. A livestock farmer who doesn't build a fence for his farm. Would any god truly be that insane? Hannah glanced at the blood dripping onto the vehicle, but assuming there is. The three of them stepped out of the truck bed. A god that insane, then we can only hope we don't run into him. They all tilted their heads up to look. Q spoke first. What the hell is that? Hannah looked skeptical. Doesn't really look like a temple to me. That bastard isn't a livestock farmer. A colossal god with 4 arms stood imposing right there. He's a hunter setting traps and lying in wait. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto Simon's cheek. He wiped it with his hand. Realizing it wasn't water, Simon immediately looked up. Up there. Drops of blood poured down on them like rain. A god, his entire body bathed in crimson, clutching something in his hand. So it is you, those who have forsaken the joys of life and seek out death. His hand squeezed tight, crushing the object into a bloody mess. How utterly foolish. Both Hannah and Caddy immediately raised their guards. The other 3 glanced around. A god. The things falling weren't just blood, but human bodies. Stupidity is a sin that makes the world diseased. The corpses plummeted to the ground like rain. To cure that sickness, to excise that rot, is my divine mission. Those things stood up and began to move. You atheists overflowing with sin. You are no different from useless tumors. All of them shifted into a combat stance facing the approaching threat. Everyone, fall back behind Caddy and me. Da'il crossed his arms, asking, "Another question, why do we have to avoid them?" Walter answered, "Because we can't extract any intel." He reminisced, "The first step to defeating a god is gathering intelligence from their believers. You must figure out the god's authority and utilize the appropriate demonic power to counterattack." His massive hands reached out, but against a god who doesn't cultivate believers like this. Until you clash head-on, it's impossible to know what kind of authority he wields. They grimly prepared for battle. Remember this well. Plunging into a war without preparation can only lead to absolute defeat. The blood-stained hand reached out. "O atheists, I shall grant you one final opportunity to cleanse yourselves of sin." His blood vessels bulged violently. "Shed your fleshy husks and become a part of me." He stared in stunned silence. "Lay your prosperous, blasphemous hearts before me." Hands wrapped around his body. "You merely need to joyfully become my flesh and blood." Mala still stood tall there, coldly issuing the kill order targeting Caddy. The Death Aura guards began to rise from the void. "I shall grant you one final opportunity to cleanse yourselves of this sin." He passed his final judgment. "Let your hearts and souls crumble into dust." Da'il's group remained standing, unyielding on their feet with iron wills. "I will use your blood to enact salvation." Deep down, Da'il was extremely shaken. A god with no temple, not even a single believer. He couldn't believe such a being actually existed. He paused for a few seconds, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings to strategize. "We are completely surrounded. There's no way out, even from behind. To deal with an army this massive, I absolutely have to unleash the power of a mid-tier demon or higher." Da'il quickly glanced over at Hannah's group, anxiety welling up in his chest. "But if I trigger that terrifying power here, it'll likely blow away the non-combatants too." He gritted his teeth in sheer frustration, his mind a tangled mess. "Damn it, how the hell do I protect them and fight at the same time?" He was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice the Grim Reaper closing in. "In this dire situation, which great demon's power should I borrow?" By the time he snapped out of it, the claws of death were already inches from his throat. Caddy instantly swung her blade with ruthless precision, severing the grotesque arm, and yelled, "Hey, snap out of it!" Caught off guard, Da'il could only blurt out, "Caddy." Caddy screamed, trying to shake him back to his senses. "What the hell are you standing there spacing out for, you idiot?" Da'il honestly confessed the burden weighing on him. "I have to figure out a way to attack while protecting the non-combatants," she shot back, pouring cold water on his worries. "What the hell are you babbling about? Nobody here is sitting this fight out." "What?" Caddy smirked, flashing a smile that was equal parts thrilled and slightly offended. You're severely underestimating us," she stated with absolute, unshakable certainty. "Aside from the kids and the elderly, every single atheist here is a true warrior." Over there, the madman unloaded a barrage of bullets, his gun barrel blazing along with his furious roar. "You filthy believers, fucking die," Caddy elaborated. "Simon is actually an elite soldier, a master of all types of weaponry and gear." In another corner, Hannah and Q were hastily discussing strategy. "Q, remove the limiters right now." "Yes, ma'am," Caddy firmly confirmed. Q and Senior Hannah have survived tens of thousands of life-or-death battles together. Just as she finished speaking, Hannah immediately issued orders. "Caddy and Da'il, hold the line at the Holy Land and gather intel on that god. We'll analyze the data from the outside." Da'il was still completely lost. Break out of the Holy Land? How the hell are they gonna do that? Q typed frantically on Hannah's ARM console before reporting. "Everything is set, Senior," she replied briefly but with imposing authority. "Of course we're going to." The robotic arm switched into combat mode. "Tear open an escape route right now." Hannah hovered in midair equipped with state-of-the-art mechanical gear, coldly commanding. "Simon, open fire. Q, securing a single specimen is enough." The two of them instantly obeyed. "Roger, understood." Da'il stared in absolute shock at the terrifying spectacle before him. "Hannah, is she a cyborg?" Caddy corrected him. "To be exact, only her body is mechanical. Her brain is still entirely human." Hannah began unleashing destructive power from her robotic arm, as Caddy kept rambling. I don't know the exact details, I just know some god turned her into this. A horrifying surge of energy blasted out, crushing and obliterating everything in its path. As the smoke gradually cleared, leaving behind a terrifying trail of destruction on the ground, Caddy muttered. She might actually be even more terrifying than the other captains. Da'il was so mortified his eyes rolled back, entirely speechless. She teased. A non-combatant, huh? Did you think she won the captain title in a game of rock, paper, scissors? Job done, Hannah rocketed away, not forgetting to leave a message. I'm running low on energy, so I'll be pulling out first. Da'il, hold onto that communicator tight. Got it. The truck tore away, vanishing into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. Da'il glanced down at the grotesque, slimy mass of matter. He lifted it up, inspecting it closely. Caddy, is this thing still moving? She gasped in shock. What? It's still alive. The slimy substance squirmed helplessly under their scrutinizing gazes. What the hell is it? Look, there's a human face on its chest. Is it a familiar? Da'il didn't seem to buy that theory. If it were a familiar, it should have retained some consciousness, but it doesn't look like it at all. Besides, there are way too many of them. As if suddenly realizing something, his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Don't tell me. Da'il spun around, facing forward, and demanded excitedly. Caddy, get ready. There's something I want to test right now, she asked in confusion. Did you already figure out his ability? He didn't beat around the bush and admitted right away. Not entirely, but if my theory is right, this plan is definitely going to make him pay a massive price. 3 mysterious, scheming faces appeared, all locked onto a single target. Let's begin, the god hunt. Back to Hannah. Right now, Q was intensely studying the specimen. This thing's anatomical structure is incredibly bizarre. It's not an animal, nor is it a plant. She repeated in confusion. Not animal or plant. Q kept his eyes glued to the data-filled monitor. It's definitely using an authority as its life source, but this, is it a single-celled organism? Hannah offered her own take. Single-celled? Could it be an authority related to biological manipulation? Q replied indifferently. Who knows? Just then, a voice echoed through. Hello, do you read me? Hearing the signal, she immediately rushed over, rapid-firing questions. Yeah, Da'il, did you discover anything new? From the other end of the line, he calmly replied. Not exactly a discovery, but I do have a theory. Da'il thoughtfully confirmed what he suspected. Check if the specimen you took stopped moving the moment it left the Holy Land, she immediately admitted. Yeah, actually, just a moment ago. The monster lay completely motionless on the lab table. The exact second it crossed the Holy Land's border, it ceased all movement entirely. It resembles a single-celled organism, but its true nature is still an unknown. His words were a revelation for the both of them. That is the god. What? Hannah couldn't believe her ears, hastily demanding, What the hell are you talking about? How could this disgusting thing be a god? Da'il explained it thoroughly. To be more precise, it is a piece of the god's body. He analyzed the situation with an incredibly grim expression. When I fought Barak, I encountered similar things inside his temple. The room filled with bizarre artifacts flashed in his mind. He turned sacrifices into gold for display. Initially, I just thought it was some sick, twisted hobby of his. A blinding light radiated Mala's entire body, practically rotting, but when backed into a corner, he absorbed all those sacrifices. That's when it hit me. The gods don't just steal human souls. Blood vessels envelop the face, plundering everything from a human. Even the physical body housing the soul is stolen. It all becomes part of the god's flesh and blood. Hannah started to grasp Da'il's point. So then these things, without keeping her waiting, he laid it out bare. It means they aren't separate entities. Now they understood the terrifying truth about their enemy. This entire Holy Land is actually a god itself. Contrary to Hannah's worries, Da'il appeared extremely confident. If this whole Holy Land is one single god, then ironically, attacking it just became a whole lot easier. Walter's teachings suddenly flashed back into Da'il's mind. If you have to fight a god with absolutely zero intel on their authority, then the very first attack you should test out is. The punchline that left both him and Caddy stunned. Repulsion, repulsion. He thoroughly analyzed every minor detail. The fatal flaw of every god is that they cannot use their authority outside of their holy land. That's exactly why they have to create familiars. Walter sternly lectured on how to take down powerful opponents. However, you must satisfy several conditions, and the most crucial one is the prerequisite. Back in reality, De-Il was getting incredibly hyped. The first condition, mass. The image of Mala appeared as a symbol of an expanding force. The god of this place has split his own body into countless clones. De-Il made a dead-on comparison. Compared to the original body, these clones are incredibly small and significantly lighter. He envisioned an explosive solution. What if we use a massive explosion to blow them all away before the god even has time to reabsorb them? He concluded his explanation with a tactical plan. The demonic powers we need are numbers 16 and 8. Caddy had grasped the general gist. All right, I get what you're trying to do. He pressed his hands against the ground as a thin layer of smoke began to rise. The power of two great demons. De-Il firmly gripped twin maces connected by a chain, a fiery demonic breath exhaling from his mouth, combined into one. A colossal shadow loomed over the sand as he checked in. Are you ready? We only get one shot at this. The two demons were summoned, signaling an impending, blood-soaked massacre. Let's go, Jezel Hig. With that said, the two of them simultaneously vaulted high into the air. Caddy's face radiated ironclad resolve. For De-Il's plan to succeed, we absolutely have to get into point-blank range of the main body. She charged in, calculating as she attacked. The biggest headache is that this swarming mob is guarding the main body way too tightly. Caddy charged straight towards Mala, first of all. She swung her blade decisively, decapitating them in the blink of an eye. Matching her words with actions, Caddy relentlessly slaughtered the monsters, one by one. She spun midair, wiping them all out in a flash, one by one. Her strike speed was so fast the corpses hadn't even hit the ground yet. If I just keep chipping away like this? Seriously. Although Caddy was incredibly fast and powerful, human stamina has its limits. This isn't easy. Why the hell are there as many of them as ants? Demonic blood and erupting power were visible on her face as Caddy plotted. If I add Annex power on top of this, I can definitely break through. But the moment that thought flashed, De-Il's warning echoed. Absolutely do not use any other demonic power until we execute the plan. If it gets too overwhelming, fall back immediately. She ground her teeth, torn between two life-or-death choices. What do I do? Run away. Those annoying bastards flashed in her mind again, mocking her. Look at that pathetic way she runs away, haha. In truth, Caddy didn't flinch back then. If I'm going to be that pathetic and weak, what's the damn point of living? Surrounded by those insults, her eyes narrowed icily. No. Caddy gritted her teeth, clearly tossing De-Il's advice out the window. I will never. She charged forward with blazing intensity and sky-high pride. Run away ever again. The opening slash, marking the official start of round 2. The strike tore through space, rocketing forward to carve out a blazing path. Realizing the perfect moment had arrived, Caddy signaled, "All right." She dashed in, her eyes brimming with confidence as she shouted, "Jezel." She clung tightly to him, weapons gripped firmly in hand, hyping herself up. I can absolutely do this. Two other monsters suddenly lunged out to intercept Caddy. She swiftly sent them both to meet their maker with a single fatal slash. Right after, she flashed a triumphant smirk and signaled, "Hey, did you see that? You're up." From above, De-Il plummeted down like a descending god. "Excellent work, Caddy." He was thrilled, knowing for sure the plan would succeed. "All right, since we're here, let's get this party started." The scene cut abruptly. Someone slammed a stack of documents onto the desk and yelled, "Memorize this well." Walter smiled broadly, eagerly announcing, "I've compiled a list of demons whose powers you two can synergize," Caddy replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, but why do we have to study this crap when we can just go out and fight?" Annoyed, he slammed the desk and yelled in her face, "When I tell you to learn it, just learn it. Stop asking so many damn questions." Caddy didn't back down, immediately arguing, "But I hate studying." Only De-Il observed silently. At that moment, a bizarre combination caught his eye. Would this actually be effective against a massive number of enemies? His silhouette, along with that power, appeared as a combat symbol. Hig's power is gravity manipulation. Both Catty and her demon were also analyzed meticulously. Jezel's power is mass control. A small ball formed from the surrounding slaves, Da'il mentally calculated. Hig can concentrate the enemies into a single spot, while Jezel makes them weigh 1,000 tons. While analyzing, he visualized an illustration. Combined both of their powers to obliterate the enemy forces in the blink of an eye. Da'il pondered thoughtfully at the time. But what concerns me is the warning about just how dangerous this tactic actually is. Back in the present, Da'il crossed his arms and summoned Hig. Instantly, the slaves were dragged toward the epicenter by an invisible gravitational pull. Catty seized the opening and immediately leaped out of the encirclement. She swiftly escaped the vortex of death by a hair's breadth. Once the slaves were fully packed together into a dense mass. Da'il timed it perfectly, shouting the signal, "Catty, do it now." She smirked, an excited smile spreading as she called out, "Jezel." The entire crushing force of 1,000 tons compressed onto a single point. The slaves had zero chance to resist, getting flattened until they were completely deformed. Da'il had to brace himself with everything he had to avoid being blown away by the explosion's pressure. Back to the memory, he asked, "Walter, there are a few parts I'm still not clear on. What does this section mean?" Everyone's attention was drawn. Mass and gravity can trigger an absolute catastrophe if they exceed the critical threshold. You must be extremely careful. Walter interlaced his fingers, explaining, "The pressure at the center will skyrocket exponentially. Down there, the material density will become insanely thick due to the massive pressure." The sphere representing the tangled mass flashed brilliantly. As the density increases, the temperature will rise with it, and when it hits the breaking point. Catty fanned away the smoke to get a clear look, confirming, "An earth-shattering explosion will occur." Right at that moment, Da'il slammed down from above. Bassin. A truly apocalyptic explosion erupted, shaking the entire sky. He stood there dead silent, his face totally frozen in shock. Without giving him a second to compose himself, the explosion's shockwave violently expanded outward in all directions. In a flash, the silhouette of a decaying skeleton was exposed amidst the terrifying shockwave. As the blast faded, Da'il covered his mouth to shield against the blinding dust and smoke. Even he was left battered by the intense heat of the explosion, struggling to stay on his feet. Almost everything in the vicinity was completely blown away. When the tremors finally stopped, Catty rushed over to support Da'il. "You, Da'il, are you okay?" He coughed violently, gasping for air. I'm fine." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed again, sending chills down their spines. How utterly pathetic. He remained completely unscathed after the explosion. Not only that, he looked brimming with vitality. "Was your little plan to use an explosion to blast my children out of the Holy Land?" He showed zero shame. Instead, he groaned with pure religious fervor. "O Almighty, is this the calamity of the new world that you have always feared?" Finishing his sentence, the monster smashed its fist violently into the ground where they stood, purely because. He hoisted them up in his palm with a look of absolute disdain. "It is exactly because of these useless vermin that you bestowed upon me the authority of blood and life." Da'il looked bewildered hearing the unfamiliar concept. The authority of blood and life. He peered down, seeing right through the two of them. "Did you actually think eliminating a piece of my body would weaken my authority? Dead wrong. I'll share a fun little fact with you." He opened his maw wide, revealing throngs of humans crammed inside. Blood forms the body, and when blood is created, millions of new red blood cells are produced every single second. The more he spoke, the clearer the repulsive scene became. And when pathogens like yourselves are detected, the white blood cell count multiplies exponentially. The demonic mutated creatures lunged out like starving beasts. Double, quintuple, no, tenfold. With no time to react, Da'il shoved Catty hard behind him and yelled, "Fall back right now." The claws were significantly more aggressive this time, making it impossible for him to defend. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Da'il grappled, forcing them back as he assessed. "These things are way stronger than the last batch." He used his powerful hands to strike them down, simultaneously realizing his fatal mistake. I guessed wrong. He's using blood to continuously regenerate them. A solution just flashed into Ill's mind. Now there's only one way left. Suddenly his hands underwent a grotesque mutation. My hands, what's happening? As if the floodgates of realization burst open, De-Il knew the situation was extremely critical. That attack just now wasn't as simple as I thought. That disgusting matter was slowly invading and assimilating De-Il's physical body. Caddy helplessly reached out, screaming in desperation, "You De-Il!" He just stood there with an arrogant smirk. "You are the pathogens, and my divine mission is to heal this world." A blood-red mass of matter completely engulfed De-Il, accompanied by a dominating decree. "For the sake of eternal life, atheists like you must be eradicated." Before being swallowed by the darkness, De-Il stubbornly fought back. "Bullshit! What kind of screwed-up healing is that?" He and his slaves paused for 2 seconds to hear his judgment. "Stealing souls and turning people into soulless puppets like that. You call that healing?" He remained stubbornly devoted to his blind faith. "Liberating the soul from the agonies of the flesh. Is that not the ultimate form of healing?" He gently touched his chest, his voice soft and full of fake benevolence. "The true essence of life lies within the soul, to allow the soul to find peace in the eternal realm." He raised a heart high, justifying his atrocities. "To shed the mortal shell, to cast off death and become a part of my body. That is true salvation." De-Il ground his teeth, lunging straight into that repulsive maw. "Salvation, my ass, shut your damn mouth." Even while besieged by those creatures, his willpower remained incredibly fierce. "The real pathogens of this world are you gods. You are the ones who need to be eradicated." Before he could finish his sentence, De-Il's body was completely overrun. "That's why, Erg." He tilted his head haughtily, provoking him. "Oh, really? Then by all means, give it your best shot." The mass of matter containing De-Il lay dead silent, without a single twitch. Caddy was stunned, her eyes wide with shock, completely unable to believe what was unfolding. Over on Hannah's side, they had already prepped their backup plan. Q suggested, "The bomb! We have to detonate the bomb inside De-Il's heart right now." Hannah hesitated, biting her lip anxiously. "No, not yet. It's not time yet." Her eyes revealed a look of extreme internal conflict. Tiny, pulsating tumors slowly surfaced on the mass enveloping De-Il, as a horrific voice echoed from within. "Malax." Caddy, mid-fight, also suddenly noticed the terrifying mutation. "What is this?" The ground began to quake violently, like a massive earthquake. Inside the truck, Q and Simon panicked at the sudden tremors. What the hell is this, an earthquake?" Only Hannah remained calm. "No." She smirked, as if she had finally fully grasped the situation. "This is exactly what Senior was talking about." A colossal monster burst forth, 10,000 times larger than the god himself. Everyone screamed its name in terror, the Plague Demon King. The repulsive monster's true form was revealed, the ultimate symbol of death. The maggot that devours the flesh of deceased gods, the king of disease and demons, Malax. 3 years ago in the Plague Hell, De-Il approached a bizarre entity. Sensing the disturbance, the creature began to stir. De-Il spoke in a raspy, guttural voice. "The 11th Hell, master of the plague lands, the kingdom born from the pathogens of ancient gods' flesh." His face was dead cold, devoid of emotion as he uttered the name. Malax. Awakened, the entity sluggishly shifted its massive, grotesque body. Then, fast as lightning, it slithered right up to his face. Its slimy maw roared with seething rage. "Who possesses the sheer audacity to directly call out a demon king's name?" He knelt down, his body slowly dissipating into black smoke, his voice completely sincere. "I need a demon king's power. That is why I came here." De-Il looked up, staring straight into those eyes. "Let me forge a contract with you." Hearing that, Malax violently thrashed his incredibly long tail in absolute fury. He thrashed around wildly, sending mud and filth splattering everywhere. He bellowed in rage, "Are you insane? You dare demand a contract with me?" He bowed earnestly, black smoke still continuously wafting from him. "Demon King, I heard you were born from the aftermath of an ancient god's death." He tried to persuade him, the resurrection of a forgotten ancient god. That is exactly why you crave infinite power. Da'il continued to strike at his psychology. And you're searching for it by chewing and devouring the very corpse of your own past life, right? Malax questioned, "Does it piss you off that much?" He answered instantly, "Munching on leftovers like that isn't going to get you anywhere." He snapped, "What the hell would a nobody like you know?" He calmly continued, "I will bring it to you." The slimy face and colossal body were right in front of him, yet Da'il didn't show a hint of fear. He seemed to be losing patience but still pushed hard to convince him. "The gods have descended. I will hunt them down and offer their authorities to you." Malax immediately cut him off. "You there?" He growled, full of deep suspicion. "You are no ordinary human. What exactly are you?" Answering, his hands violently ripped a massive hole right in the center of his own chest. I'm the one who forged a contract with the Almighty." His chest radiated a pitch-black aura swirling with deep crimson blood. Da'il demanded strictly, "Enter my body." Malax was finally convinced. "Fine, I will lend you this flesh." He laid out his condition. "You won't be hunting dead gods. You must hunt down the living ones. Go hunt them down." Malax merged as one with him, causing a horrifying mutation. His hands grew razor-sharp claws as the voice echoed. "You can crush them. Or trample them under your feet," feet revealing bulging blue veins and pointed claws. "It is entirely up to you." His body was now completely assimilated with Malax. Caddy's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "That is..." She gasped in absolute terror. "A demon king possession." Mala was so stunned he stammered. What the hell is that? What is that form?" His body fused with Malax. Da'il roared, "Is it you, the living god?" He declared, "I will harvest the authority from your blood and life." Scene cuts to Caddy's group, busily loading gear onto the pickup truck. Walter walked up and patted her shoulder. "Caddy." He instructed her thoughtfully, "I've told you this countless times already, but you must be incredibly cautious." Confusion was written all over her face. "Huh." She replied nonchalantly, "Why are you bringing this up out of nowhere? Don't sweat it, I've got the god-killing weapon in my hands." Walter's tone turned dead serious as he warned, "You still need to be absolutely careful. This god-killing weapon you're talking about. You mean Da'il when possessed by a demon king." She couldn't believe her ears. "Say what?" He explained, "Demon king possession is fundamentally different from just borrowing the power of a regular demon. It is literally a possession, borrowing the demon king's physical flesh entirely. The demons from hell are originally the armies of the gods. They are never, ever allies of humanity." Da'il's hand generated a surge of deep purple demonic energy as he called out, "You living god." He commanded with absolute authority, "Hand over your power right now." That purple gas made anyone who inhaled it violently vomit a pitch-black liquid. Mala used all four of his hands to tightly cover his own nose. But it was useless. He still inhaled it, collapsing to the ground and vomiting profusely. Caddy quickly covered her nose, thinking to herself, "Is this stuff poison? Is that lunatic trying to get in my way?" She dashed out of the thick smoke. "I've got to get out of this AOE fast." Suddenly she skidded to a halt, staring blankly ahead. Huh. A door, right in front of her, was a massive, bright red door, heavily guarded by 2 sentries. That abrupt stop made her inhale a tiny bit of the smoke. "Damn it, I breathed it in. No good if I pass out here." Caddy's consciousness began to fade. She started to fall, but was caught right in the nick of time by a pair of arms. That person quickly strapped a gas mask onto her face. It turned out to be Hannah, who was also wearing a gas mask. Hannah scooped Caddy up in a Princess Carry and bolted like the wind. A deep anxiety welled up in her heart. "I've heard the stories, but I never imagined it'd be this terrifying. Demon King possession. Is there absolutely no trace of Da'il left inside?" Da'il rubbed his fingers together, marveling. "Oh, this feeling isn't too bad." Mala covered his mouth, terrified and convinced that this was the true calamity of the New World. He declared that was a grave misjudgment. Da'il didn't hear him clearly and asked, "Huh?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. "I once thought you could be saved, but it turns out you are already rotting from the inside out." Surprised, he asked, "Rotting?" He licked his dry lips. "Ah, well, you're not entirely wrong." He kept rambling. The only way to deal with rot is to surgically excise it. His 4 hands spread open dramatically. I will completely erase your existence from this world. I will kill you. With that, tens of thousands of slimy, blood-red threads sprayed from his hands. He agilely dodged every single one, laughing out loud with exhilaration. Ho ho. In a flash, countless monsters lunged towards Mala. They radiated a blinding aura that made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Mala stammered, These are my familiars, why are they? His voice was wildly triumphant. Oh, these things belong to you, in that case. I'll gladly return them. His sharp, clawed hands spread open. He pointed forward, and hundreds of monsters frenziedly rushed in to tear Mala to shreds. Mala's situation right now was like sitting on a bonfire. He was in absolute sheer panic. He desperately threw his arms around one of the monsters in a vain attempt. Up in the sky, a drone was silently monitoring every single development. It recorded the epic battle without missing a single detail. Simon couldn't hide his excitement. Awesome, slaughter them all. Seeing this, Q yelled, Oh God, get behind me right now. Hannah flew over, calling out hastily, Q, Simon. Q was surprised. Oh, Senior Hannah. She ordered frantically, Hurry, bring the antidote over here right now. Q grabbed the medkit and ran over, asking, What happened? Did the god do this? She answered instantly, No. As she injected the antidote straight into Caddy's neck, she explained, It wasn't the god, it was. She got caught in the Demon King's AoE attack. Hannah gently draped a blanket over Caddy, while Q deduced, If it's the Demon King, then the target must be Da-Il. Her eyes turned razor-sharp, grinding her teeth. It's not Da-Il, it's the Demon King. We have to stay on high alert until this battle is completely over. Simon said casually, But the battle is already over, isn't it? Hearing that, Hannah was dumbfounded. What? She asked skeptically. It's over, he maintained his stance. Yeah, everything is done. But if that were true, why hadn't Da-Il reverted to his human form yet? Da-Il was currently holding a glowing, blood-red crystal. If enough energy is sacrificed to the Demon King according to the contract, the possession state will automatically dispel. Q patiently analyzed. According to Lieutenant General Walter, if he still hasn't snapped out of that state. Caddy sat up, grimacing as she finished the thought. Then that bastard wasn't the main body, Hannah asked worriedly. Caddy, are you okay? Q was skeptical. Not the main body. Caddy recounted. Inside the Holy Land, I saw a mysterious door, but more important than the door itself. Were the clones guarding it? If the guy we just fought was the main body, then that makes absolutely zero sense. She frowned, because a god would absolutely never create clones that look exactly identical to themselves. He crushed the crystal in frustration. It's still not enough. Da-Il was half doubting, half believing. This isn't it. Caddy stated with absolute certainty. The true main body is definitely hiding somewhere else. From behind the red door, a voice echoed out. You can absolutely never defeat me. What an incredibly arrogant tone. The door cracked open invitingly. I possess something you will never, ever have. In the center of the room, a colossal heart hung suspended. A mysterious figure sitting there spoke. And that is my mission, the salvation of humanity. The voice dripped with mockery. And you, what the hell have you accomplished in this war? Blair Yan rambled. There isn't a single shred of meaning in your war. He declared, I am holy blood while you are nothing but a plague pathogen. Blair Yan growled. Human history has never been defeated by a plague, so you stand absolutely zero chance against me. He stared blankly at Blair Yan, not saying a single word. The guy also stayed silent, his scrutinizing gaze piercing right through him. Finally, Blair Yan broke the silence. A bit of a disagreement there, but it's not just your appearance that's changed. He asked, Is it you, the weapon capable of killing a god? He crossed his arms and paced around. If so, you are already possessed by a demon. Blair Yan dropped a loaded remark. A demon falling into the hands of a clueless fool like you. How truly pathetic. Hearing that, he didn't even bother to respond. He just opened his hand, conjuring a dense cloud of black aura. He decisively launched the attack straight at Blair Yan. The guy nimbly leaped up to the ceiling to dodge, speaking cryptically. Your target is my authority, isn't it? He dropped back down to the floor, nodding in agreement. Fine, I will give it to you. Blair Yan smirked. But first, you must hand over the relic of the void to me. Over with Q's group, they were still monitoring via the screens. Q asked skeptically, Do you recognize that guy? Simon replied, Yeah, how does he know that weapon can kill gods? Hannah's lips trembled slightly. That is exactly the reason. Why the North went completely dark. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at her. Hannah rubbed her chin and continued. Senior once said that holy god might actually be a human. Walter added, We ran some tests and that theory was absolutely spot on. One hand on his hip, the other holding a test tube, he presented. Its structure and properties are identical to the relics from the void. He concluded, Perhaps the gods are exactly like deities. She crossed her arms, wondering, Can humans really wield supernatural power? Suddenly she lowered her voice seriously. Blair Yan, who doesn't know that name? The man hailed as a saint, the one who could snatch tens of thousands of lives right from death's door. The captain of the northern atheist base, Blair Yan. But why, how the hell could he become a god? The omniscient one stood tall, commanding. To be clear, the gods are always striving to save humanity. The Blair Yan of the past, clutching a bleeding wound, roared. Stop spouting bullshit. After slaughtering all those people, you still have the nerve to say that. He grimaced in sheer agony, his mouth hanging wide open. Seeing this, she laughed with wicked delight. Here it is, the piece of rib that pierced right through your heart. She yanked out a heart, saying, How incredibly lucky, I've always had a kind heart. The omniscient one presented it right in front of Blair Yan. Do you want it? She spoke cryptically. Soon, everything will become clear. The Master of Infinity has a grand design. He ground his teeth, listening. Ignorance itself is not a sin, but the foolishness born from ignorance is a grave crime. The omniscient one persuaded him. I will liberate you from your foolishness, seize your rightful place as a god. Blair Yan stared blankly as if mesmerized. What you need to heal isn't individual people, it's all of humanity. Back in the battle, Blair Yan spewed his flowery rhetoric. To bring about eternal joy, I will take your heart and invite you to the new world he has created. Da'il yelled out in utter annoyance. Just hand over the power already. The guy kept droning on about eternal joy. Da'il lost all patience and cursed. You're so damn noisy. Piss off. With that, he plunged his razor-sharp claws straight into the guy's chest. He ripped the guy's chest wide open, exposing the organs inside. That's right, this is it, the authority of blood and life. And yet the bastard remained arrogant. One more thing, I'll tell you exactly why you can never defeat me. He continued, The truth is, I've been digesting you from the exact second you stepped in here. He screamed, This temple is the inside of my stomach. Thousands of razor-sharp spikes erupted from his back, impaling Da'il. They grew as fast as massive tree trunks. Suddenly, another membrane wrapped around the skeletal structure. He collapsed to the floor, stammering, This place is inside your stomach. Da'il looked up, actually impressed. Not bad at all. Next, he roared, and the hundreds of spikes impaling him shattered into tiny pieces. He mocked, how pointless, his hands channeled blazing red magic. Blair Yan glanced upward with his pure white eyes. Da'il charged in like a maniac, since we're inside your stomach anyway. Then I can tear this place apart however the hell I want. He delivered a thunderous strike straight to the guy's gut. Blair Yan opened his hands, gathering deep crimson energy. The light erupted fiercely, forming a colossal arrow that pierced right through Da'il's body. Da'il let out a choked gasp of pain. He clenched his fists, determined to teach this bastard a lesson he'd never forget. He launched forward like a hurricane, declaring dominantly, You are my prey. The guy swiftly dodged, shooting back. Bullshit. The two clashed head-on, neither yielding a single inch. He ground his teeth, hyper-focused on Da'il's every move. He moved through the air like a god, his eyes clearly showing extreme amusement. They locked hands, their gazes meeting with sparking intensity. Radiating pure bloodlust, they fiercely headbutted each other. He growled, interrogating him, You said you devoured me. Da'il mocked, and now you're being hunted right inside your own damn stomach. He stuck out his tongue provocatively. If you're going to stubbornly cling to that power, I'll just have to beat the living soul out of you. The guy finally caved. I will give it to you, please spare me. You'd think he'd surrendered, but no. He cackled wickedly. You actually think that's gonna happen? You know absolutely nothing. The digestion process takes time to kick in. Surrounding them now were tens of thousands of staring eyes. From those eyes grew arms that tightly grabbed Da-Il. He gloated. If you wanted to hunt me, you shouldn't have walked right into your prey's mouth. Blair Yan's voice dripped with fake pity. Your own stupidity just got you killed. He looked at him like a total creep. Let's begin, starting with your heart and then slowly. Before he could finish, he was horrified to realize his own hand was rotting away. Impossible. Da-Il completely flipped the script. You're the massive idiot here, the moment you let me into your stomach. Blair Yan panicked. Don't tell me that strike. What the hell is happening to my body? Da-Il's voice rang out loud and clear. Didn't I already tell you? You are nothing but prey. He arched his back, causing the tens of thousands of arms to vanish. From the very beginning, there was never a battle at all. He explained, I was hunting, but hunting things that have been dead for ages is way more entertaining. Da-Il looked completely calm. I've implanted you with the very disease that destroyed this entire world. In other words, it is hell on earth, where decomposition happens while you're still breathing. Blair Yan collapsed, vomiting a pool of fresh blood. The bloat stage, the entire body swells up grotesquely. The bloody stage, melting fat oozes out of every pore. The decomposition stage, rotting flesh sloughs off in chunks. The discoloration stage, the skin turns a bruised, sickly greenish-black. In the blink of an eye, Blair Yan was left dangling from a withered tree branch. Da-Il ripped out his heart. I'll leave you with nothing but your soul as promised. Slowly enjoy your death. Amidst the desolate city ruins, Da-Il walked away, leaving Blair Yan behind to die a slow, agonizing death. He stared blankly as the pickup truck drove past, unable to even cry out for help. And yet Blair Yan was still clinging to life. Ah, Master of Infinity, I could not complete the mission, but... The most crucial mission is done. With that, he closed his eyes and finally died. In Hannah's room, a tiny creature spoke up silently. Thank you for allowing me to become a tiny seed. It bounced around and hopped right into a test tube. It sewed itself into the liquid, inside the world that he had created. Elysium, it swam around the bizarre object with absolutely no one knowing what was about to happen. An image of a man after his identity was restored. Miles, 37, Combat Unit 1, Northern Base. Next was a woman, Elena, 23, Medical Unit Northern Base. Finally, an old man, Arnaf, 52, Installation Unit Northern Base. 1,387 identity matches found at the Northern Base. Results confirmed. Walter's eyes widened in horror. All the missing personnel from the Northern Base who were presumed dead in the Northwest God's ritual. He stared intensely at the tablet screen. According to the report, the identity of that god is... He couldn't believe his eyes, his trembling hand crushing the tablet. What the hell is this? Why is it you? Walter doubled over, screaming in absolute, agonizing despair. How the hell is this possible? Tears streamed down his face. No, you're not that kind of person. There has to be some kind of mistake. On the desk sat an old photo of 2 children. The image confirming the unidentified god was the captain of the Northern Base. Walter was both stunned and furious. Yan, what the hell happened to you? Flashing back 17 years ago, when the world was still peaceful, a lecture echoed. What exactly is life? The brown-haired man was explaining. To put it simply, it is an incredibly complex machine. And it is the product of billions of years of random chance, built entirely on the tools of coincidence. That man was Yan. So what about the software running this machine? Is it our consciousness? He spread his arms wide. Or, as religion calls it, the soul, is the soul truly the one steering this machine? He slowly lowered his arms. Every decision you make defines who you are. From choosing to take a cab instead of the bus every morning, to receiving opinions and forming your very own beliefs. Yan said as he tapped the whiteboard, it is simply nothing more than an algorithm. He used his body to demonstrate, converting data from sight, sound, and touch into electromagnetic signals, which are decoded to generate an output. Jan raised his voice. We spend our entire lives mistakenly confusing this algorithm with. He crossed his arms. Consciousness, free will, and the soul. There is absolutely no such thing as a soul in this world. Suddenly, a voice cut in. A ghost. He immediately caught it. Excuse me, what did you just say? The student, realizing his slip-up, awkwardly excused himself. I didn't actually mean for you to hear that, Professor. He walked up to the podium and handed his phone to Jan. It's breaking news, Professor. I think you should take a look. He looked at the news broadcast skeptically. The audio played. The rumors have turned out to be completely true. The OBC anchor reported. Recently, an insider leak claimed that the soul has been successfully isolated at East Corporation, and they are currently being used for highly unethical research. The footage cut to a press conference. Today, East officially confirmed the rumors circulating recently. Walter stood calmly at the microphone. We, at East, have confirmed the existence of the soul within the human brain. The voice from the phone continued. We are doing this not merely for research purposes. Jan was stunned seeing Walter. He gasped in disbelief. Walter. A few hours later, the city lights came on, at a local bar. Jan was interrogating Walter. Are you serious right now? The soul, does that sound even remotely logical to you? He lifted his glass. Honestly, you made me look like an absolute idiot in my lecture today, he replied nonchalantly. Is saving face really that important? Annoyed, he slammed his glass down. Of course it is. What are my students going to think of me now? Jan turned to him, stammering. If you found something called a soul, it's probably not an actual soul, right? It's just a placeholder name, right? He pressed for answers. Walter stared absent-mindedly at the table. Yeah, it was named the soul, but the reality is far more unbelievable. He didn't understand. What? He rummaged through his briefcase. I only found out about this recently myself. He pushed a notebook detailing the two-ball experiment in front of him. The proof has been around for a long time, and I'm afraid the company is building something based on it. Jan opened the notebook in shock. There's actual empirical evidence. The two-ball experiment was illustrated. When a particle is fired in a vacuum, it hits one of two buttons. Which button gets pressed is completely random, and a ball will drop on the corresponding side. The probability for either side is exactly 50%. An experiment tasked participants with predicting where the ball would drop, observing the success rate of their predictions. But the participants were divided into two groups, and one group was specifically told the ball would drop on the right. Theoretically, the rate should still be 50% for both, but the group that believed the ball would drop on the right had a significantly higher prediction success rate. This statistical gap widened exponentially as the number of participants increased. Jan couldn't process it at all. Human belief can actually influence the future. Walter raised his glass. The very first quantum signal in the brain when we make a decision originates from the pineal gland, which is what we labeled the soul. In essence, it's closer to free will. He still couldn't believe his eyes. 3 years ago you handed me that bizarre trio, and now this. He stared hard at him. What the hell kind of company are you running? What kind of insane experiment is this? He took a sip of his drink. I don't. Walter gently rubbed the rim of his glass. I don't know what they're trying to do either. Jan found it strange. How could you not know? Isn't your wife the CEO of East? He rested his chin on his hand, exuding a deep sadness. Right now. He lowered his head, raising his glass. I'm no longer living with Valentin. He was confused. What? You're not living together? Why? Walter closed his eyes. She's away on a business trip. I miss her like crazy. Jan realized he was being messed with and blew up. You fat bastard, you nearly gave me a heart attack. He stood up. Let's go. Drinks are on me tonight. He looked at Walter's family photo on the table, his own reflection cast in the wine glass. Suddenly realizing something, Jan spoke up. Is it because of Anna? Walter froze. He swirled his wine, looking at him. The soul and all those ridiculous experiments. You want to believe that her soul is still alive, don't you? Walter's voice was ice cold. No, the exact opposite. He reminisced. The other day when I visited Anna, a boy there told me, people say death strips away life, but I don't think so. He turned his back cryptically. A life without death is a meaningless life. Death is not the final limit, but the absolute pinnacle of life. Walter listened in stunned silence. He reflected, Anna's life was not stripped away. The flashback ended, and the two left the bar. He read the documents as he walked. This experiment tells me that Anna completed her life with those final steps. He walked on, so I guess it's time for me to cherish her death. Jan sighed, trailing behind. I still have no idea what you're talking about. He looked up at Walter. By the way, where exactly is Valentin's business trip that's taking her so far away? He didn't answer directly. Pretty far. He pressed patiently. Yeah, but where? He pointed up at the sky where the moon was shining brightly in the dark night. Jan was astonished. On the moon. He kept walking, staring upward. She went on a business trip all the way to the moon? Walter nodded. Yeah, exactly. His gaze turned thoughtful. $1 trillion scale hits different. All right then. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared across the moon. Jan was stunned. Just now, did I see that wrong? The moon in the dead of night was cracking apart, becoming clearer by the second. Scene cuts, Jan's eyes still hadn't fully closed. A woman approached him. I have come on behalf of the Omniscient One. In the end, you are neither truly alive nor truly dead. She formed a hand seal. Now, rewards and punishments shall be decided by the Omniscient One, according to the will of a true God. Her golden eyes glared wide open. Omniscient One. She raised both hands to the sky. With your holy eyes, pass judgment upon the Lord of the Holy Blood. By now, the moon had been completely torn apart by the cracks, forming an eerily bizarre ring. Blair Jan stared pensively at the notebook in his hand, softly muttering the ancient vow. I solemnly swear to dedicate my life to the service of humanity. But that oath had now been shattered into a million pieces. Walter rushed over and grabbed him by the collar, screaming in fury. Jan, snap out of it. If you don't get on that plane right now, you're going to die here. Blair Jan replied with a blank, emotionless face. Walter, the problem isn't me. He pointed a trembling finger at a woman clutching a newborn baby. It's them, over there. A piercing loudspeaker announcement cut through their conversation. The aircraft is preparing for takeoff. Walter frantically shouted back. Please, just wait one more minute. Humanity had finally reached the fragile brink of absolute annihilation. I no longer have the peace of mind to care about that outdated oath. No matter who falls around me, I absolutely have to survive. Then why? Why are my hands desperately trying to save this child? After making it onto the plane, both of them collapsed, panting heavily from sheer exhaustion. I was almost left behind. Walter asked in confusion. By the way, that baby, what's the deal with it? Blair replied wearily. I have no idea, even I don't know why I brought it up here with me. The aircraft tore through the night, soaring across the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance. 5 years later, at the northern base of the Atheists, the war has faded, but the world we once knew is now nothing more than a ruined shadow of the past. In this hopeless world completely dominated by the gods, why am I still? Blair Jan's subordinate burst into the room. Commander. He urgently reported, we have a patient in extremely critical condition. The medics frantically pushed a blood-soaked young man on a stretcher. Why, even up until now, am I still desperately saving lives like a sleepwalker? Is it in the hope that one day we'll be liberated from the tyranny of the gods? Or is it for humanity, or for some delusional concept of justice? Blair Jan stepped out of the operating room and the patient's family immediately rushed over. Commander, will he live? No. Drenched in sweat, Blair Jan gave a gentle nod to reassure her. The woman burst into tears, covering her mouth as she sobbed. Thank you, Commander, thank you so much. He silently watched the woman walk away, thinking to himself, if I knew things would end up like this, maybe I should have just gotten a surgery degree. There's no grand reason behind this. To me, everything that happens occurs without any specific cause. A little boy came running over, grabbing Blair Jan's hand and calling out, Dad. He sighed and asked, You're here again? I told you not to call me Dad. Are you going to take responsibility if I can't get a wife later on? The boy stammered. Why, yes, sir. Blair Jan knelt down to look at the child, his voice softening. Why did you run over here? I told you to stay away from the operating room." The boy looked a bit sad, holding a cookie in his trembling hands. I made this with the nurses to save it for. I mean, it's for you, sir. The reason I'm still working myself to the bone saving lives is because of this kid. In this brutal world, life is nothing more than a tiny spark amidst a torrential downpour. And I'm just trying to protect it with these calloused hands. Until the raging storm passes. I want to see that flame burn brightly once more, because right now, this kid is just a budding spark. I should have been able to protect him. Two young men standing behind him spoke up in bitter outrage. Those bastards at the Northern Holy Land, how could they be so cruel? Lately, they've been going crazy, kidnapping and slaughtering every child they see. The other young man continued bitterly. The kids who escaped the organization and even the little ones in our own group, none of them escaped their grasp. Blair Yan trembled as he placed his hand on the boy's blood-stained face. "My son." The two young men bowed their heads in deep remorse. "We are so sorry, we are truly sorry, sir," he muttered. "This little guy." Blair stared at the boy with endless guilt. "He is my son, and yet I couldn't even protect him. Death, is it truly the completion of life? Walter, you're looking right through this scene, and you call this the completion of a human life." Right at that moment, the Omniscient One's voice echoed, "Death." She casually walked up to Blair Yan and said coldly, "Can be cured." Using a mystical power, the Omniscient One pulled out a beating heart, her voice dripping with enchantment. "A true God has entrusted you with this mission. Heal the death that has defiled this sacred land." She offered the heart to him. "The power you will receive is the authority of blood and life. With it, you can reverse the very laws of life and death." Blair Yan stared blankly at the Omniscient One as she continued, "Whether it's your fallen comrades or even your own son." A chaotic tower appeared, packed with people desperately climbing it. "In a world without death, everyone shall be reborn in paradise." She reached out her hand, flashing a chilling smile. "And every single soul there will enjoy eternal life." Blair slightly doubted. Eternal life. He suddenly remembered Walter's words. A life without death is a meaningless life. Death doesn't destroy life, it completes it. Looking into his all-seeing eyes, I understood. Anna's life was not stripped away. Blair Yan's face darkened as he growled. "I will never agree that death completes life, but—" He struggled to stand firm on his own 2 feet. "I'd rather live and die as a normal human being than forever grovel at the feet of your kind." Blair Yan clenched his fists, his willpower boiling over. "My son, for the sake of my son." He ground his teeth, glaring with pure hatred. "I will never let you ruin his soul ever again." The Omniscient One looked displeased. "HMPH, that's only because you haven't yet comprehended the true bliss of eternity." Blair Yan roared, "Stop spouting bullshit, it's completely absurd." But she immediately cut him off. "Ignorance." The Omniscient One leaned close to Blair Yan's ear, flashing a sinister smile. "Is not a sin, but the foolishness born from ignorance is a grave crime." She spoke cryptically. "Trisha, it seems this vessel of power still holds too many impurities." The Omniscient One ordered the woman beside her. "He is the chosen one to bear the holy bloodline, so show him the joy he truly deserves." Trisha silently raised 2 fingers to the sky. Using some twisted dark magic, she placed her hand on Blair Yan's head, making him scream in absolute excruciating agony. "Ay." Blair Yan's skin tone and face mutated horrifyingly. He looked no different from a wandering zombie. The Omniscient One held the heart in her hand, flashing a terrifying smile. "Let me ask you one more time." She presented the heart to him and asked, "Do you accept the power of blood and life and vow to obey the mission of a true God?" Blair Yan reached out his trembling hands to accept it. The Omniscient One leaned in close to his face, whispering, "The most crucial mission the true God has assigned to you is." She muttered a series of bizarre, cryptic incantations into his ear. Right after, Blair writhed in agony, his skin turning a sickly, ashen gray like a real corpse. His face vividly displayed the absolute limits of suffering. He collapsed to the ground, bitter tears streaming down his cheeks. The exact second he was about to hit the ground, Trisha used her magic to conjure an orb of light, shining it directly onto Blair Yan's face. She channeled a bizarre wave of magic in her hand. Your punishment is to return and endure the suffering of mortals after having touched the joy of the gods. She formed a surge of energy and slowly levitated. Regardless, you have completed a vital mission, so your reward shall be. Trisha suddenly clapped her hands together forcefully. Fresh blood sprayed out from her palms. Trisha's hands were stained a deep crimson red, that you will never be tainted by any sin ever again. With a mysterious look, she stared at her blood-soaked hands. I hope we will meet again in heaven in the future. Trisha casually wiped the streak of blood off her hand. Without even bothering to turn her head, she spoke up. You're a bit too early. Trisha glanced over at Cillian. You are not permitted to deviate from the plan by even a single second. The Omniscient One does not want any more variables to occur. He replied indifferently, Whatever, I'm already here anyway, aren't I? Cillian asked curiously, You said you had something to tell me, don't tell me you're planning to confess your love to me. She replied coldly, Very funny, I'll make a note of that. Trisha issued a definitive order. Go to the northern base of the Atheists right now. There's a gift waiting for you there. He looked confused. Go here, go there. Where exactly am I going? Cillian crouched down and touched the pool of blood on the ground. The Omniscient One's plan regarding the end of the prophecies. Well, did something happen? His face was reflected in the pool of blood. This place was supposed to be the holy land of the newly descended god. Judging by these battle scars, looks like he took a much heavier beating than the golden god did. Trisha's tone grew strict. Are you doubting the Omniscient One's plan? He hastily clarified. No, I'm not doubting it at all. Cillian glanced at the blood on his hand. It's just that 2 gods have already gone missing, and for those atheist bastards. He raised an eyebrow with hidden meaning. This is the twilight of the gods. Is this also part of the Omniscient One's plan? She raised her hand high. Doubt. Trisha snapped her fingers. Is a sin. Cillian instantly realized something was terribly wrong. All around him, massive stone pillars suddenly erupted from the ground, towering high. Cillian muttered in annoyance. What a convoluted answer to a simple question, Trisha. Nadira and Ren unexpectedly lunged out to attack her. Does the Omniscient One's plan include your own demise as well? Trisha smirked. Joking again? I'll make a note of that too. Seems like you guys haven't changed a bit. Both Ren and Nadira's faces exuded their trademark cold, razor-sharp aura. Trisha reminded them, the Almighty's plan is the will of the true God. I think you understand that well enough, so I'll be taking my leave. Cillian hurriedly shouted after her. Tell me what exactly you're planning to give me. Why the hell do I have to go to the Atheists' northern base? She shot him one last look. You'll understand once you get there. It is the very thing you've been searching for all this time. Trisha traced a circle in the air. Your questions will also find their answers in that place. She stepped into the spatial rift. I hope you absolutely love this gift. Nadira pointed a finger and yelled, Hey, step out here if you have the guts. Just run away. If you stayed in the northern holy land, you would have been dead a long time ago. Ren added. Nadira, you probably should have said that before she disappeared. Cillian watched her silhouette fade away completely. I'm starting to get more and more suspicious. She agreed. Damn right, what kind of gift is that bitch even talking about? A hand picked up the sparkling stone. Trisha, servant of the Almighty and executor of the true God's plan. Cillian asked, That attack earlier, the trajectory didn't change because of you, right? Nadia retorted. Do you have any proof? Ren bowed his head. Please forgive us. Ren recalled the moment. It felt like I just crashed into something completely beyond my reach. Cillian pondered deeply. More importantly, that attack had absolutely zero force behind it. Looking at the gem in his hand, he analyzed. A type of force that I couldn't even sense, belonging neither to gods nor demons. Trisha, what the hell are you? Nadira walked over, throwing her arms around the 2 of them and laughing out loud. Who gives a damn who that bitch is? Let's go open some presents. Cillian agreed. Yeah, she said she'd give me the thing I've always craved. He suddenly remembered something. Don't tell me it's... Outside the cave, a group of people had gathered. Simon asked, What kind of base looks exactly like a damn cave? Simon peered around. Is this the entrance? Hannah replied. This is a base built from renovating a mine shaft. She continued, This place used to be the largest gathering hub for atheists. He was shocked. Right here. They gazed at the remaining ruins, the northern base. Q marveled. Just as I predicted, the facilities are still quite intact, but there's absolutely not a single soul in sight. Caddy was completely bewildered. Have I ever been here before? Why does it feel so weirdly familiar? Hannah started barking orders. Simon, find an empty room and lay ill down. Caddy, find a secure place to store these serum samples. She walked forward with Q. Q, come with me to the control room. We need to contact the western base immediately to report the situation. Once everyone is done, regroup at the control room. They all obeyed. Roger, got it. Massive but desolate buildings came into view. The western base of the atheists. The sign on the door read, Captain's Office. A frantic series of knocks echoed on the door. Someone reported, Captain, we've received a transmission signal from the northern base, Walter replied. It's definitely Hannah, patch her through immediately. Her face appeared on the screen. Senior, you're probably going to be shocked by the report I'm about to give you. He was skeptical. Is there anything more shocking than that report you sent? Hannah was completely lost. What report? Walter said with a dead serious face. The entire northern base was sacrificed in a bloodline ritual, and Blair Yan has ascended as the god of the northwestern Holy Land. That was the exact content of the report you sent. Her voice trembled weakly. Senior. Her face twisted in absolute horror. We never sent any report like that at all. He was stunned and Hannah gripped the desk tightly. But what you just said, Senior, every single word of it is true. She looked devastated, flipping back through the logs. It looks like it was sent out right before the day that ritual took place. She was confused and suspicious. I don't get it. Did the gods send this? Why the hell would they want to help us? Walter scoffed in disgust. They aren't helping us, this is clearly. Q crossed his arms, explaining. A warning. It carries two distinct meanings. He decrypted the data. First, the atheist bases are no longer safe havens. An image of the cracked moon appeared. The cracks on the moon had already reappeared right before the final battle. The cracks formed bizarre markers. For some reason, they aligned perfectly with the division of the Holy Lands, allowing us to predict the future locations of these Holy Lands. The moon shone brilliantly. We have to choose a location where absolutely no Holy Lands will appear to build bases completely outside the god's control. Q rubbed his chin, calculating. With the presence of a god right inside the base, this place will become a complete death trap for anyone who gathers here. Caddy walked in and questioned. At a time when there's no connection between angels and holy branches, do we even have enough strength to fight their authority? It's best if we just rally together. Hannah pondered deeply. My biggest fear is if the rumor of Blair becoming a god spreads throughout the atheist community. Walter's expression was like iron. It will trigger absolute chaos. People will start abandoning the organization out of sheer terror. He warned coldly. In the worst-case scenario, the entire atheist faction could be wiped off the map completely. Caddy blurted out in disgust. Screw those cowards, just move forward without them. We don't need them anyway. She tilted her head and asked, So what's the second meaning of the warning? Q explained. It means the deaths of the two gods were actually part of their grand plan all along. Cillian patted Caddy's shoulder. There are still atheists infiltrating our ranks. Trisha, this really is one hell of a brain teaser. His face was full of mockery. But I absolutely love this gift. Isn't this practically a love confession? Cillian smirked slyly. Go on a date with me if we ever get the chance to meet again. Caddy was terrified, her voice shaking violently. Cillian. His face twisted into a vicious glare. Long time no see, Caddy, my little sister. The commander issued the order, and the crowd tore into each other, fighting like rabid dogs. Standing up high, he declared, Children who have yet to be born, fight with everything you have, fight without mercy. The tension was suffocating, blood splattered all over Caddy and Cillian. To find the single victor who will be permitted to be born into this world. The commander pointed a finger and boomed. Seize the ultimate power and crush every single person beneath your feet. Caddy lunged in, tearing into her opponent. Tear apart the flesh and blood of your own brothers. Ruthless sword strikes flew. Drink the blood of your own sisters. He threw his arms out into the air. Enjoy this grand, blood-soaked festival. He raised his hands to the sky in absolute reverence. Your descending father shall mark this very first birthday. Cillian's voice was freezing cold, in a ready-to-kill combat stance. Caddy, we've pushed ourselves this far, there's no turning back now. His eyes blazed with intense desire. The world outside is just as brutal as this hellhole. Looking at their friends slaughtering each other, he said, if we don't kill them. Brutal punches rained down. Then we're the ones who are going to die. Cillian ground his teeth with fierce determination. I absolutely have to survive. In contrast, Caddy hesitated. But, looking at the corpses lying in pools of blood, she faltered. We talked with them, ate and slept alongside them for an entire year. She bravely faced her brother. They are all our friends, Cillian roared. I told you. He shot her an icy, warning glare. I explicitly told you not to hang out with the weak. Caddy's face was deathly pale. I knew it too, that the end result would always be like this. He was furious as the commander emphasized, the law of the jungle. He continued preaching his twisted ideology. That is everything. Here in the northern Holy Land, the strong are the only ones who are right. His eyes gleamed, surveying the area with absolute satisfaction. He interlaced his fingers, a sly smirk spreading. Looks like our work here is done. Caddy slumped to the ground, hugging her tiny body tightly. Cillian stood with his back turned, blankly listening to the loudspeaker. You are the victors. She curled up in utter, crushing despair. Happy birthday. His body was frozen stiff, his jaw clenched incredibly tight. The commander spread his arms wide. Now, you have officially been born under the authority of the Northern Holy Land. He looked up to the sky, his voice full of passion. Father, please welcome your newborn children. The two of them looked at him, pleading. Please bestow your power and grant names to your son and daughter. A magnificent and imposing god appeared, Sven. Back in the present, Cillian put an arm around Caddy's shoulder. Long time no see, Caddy, little sister. His eyes were full of disgust. You're exactly the same. Q's face flickered behind his glasses. Hannah was stunned by the scene unfolding before her, as Cillian mocked. Still love hanging around the weak, huh? Caddy furiously pulled out a serum and snapped. Shut your mouth, I am no longer your sister. Both of them were suddenly forced to their knees by Jezel's power. Mass control. Caddy used Anak's power to suppress Cillian from above. She gripped her weapon tightly, thick black demonic aura swirling entirely around her. Caddy stabbed downward like a maniac, continuously muttering, Die, just fucking die. Her hatred erupted completely out of control. She looked down at Cillian pinned beneath her, frustrated. It's hopeless. I haven't even put a scratch on him. He lay face down in the dirt, speaking up. You've learned some pretty interesting tricks, Caddy. He slowly forced himself up. However, you're still way too weak. Cillian slammed his hand into the ground, creating a web of massive cracks. Caddy screamed in sheer, helpless fury. He stood up, holding his head with one hand, muttering, I finally understand why Father is only looking for you now. Caddy couldn't believe it. Under this much pressure, he can still. He slicked his hair back, analyzing. Is this demonic power from the flawed human's artifact? It completely ruined my hairstyle. Cillian praised her. You've improved a lot, Caddy. You're no longer the girl who just scrambles around trying to run away. Caddy ground her teeth, shooting back. I don't. Her face bulged with veins, her eyes glaring wide. I don't run away anymore. She glanced back, hearing Hannah's voice as she took aim. Caddy, move. She aimed her arms straight at Cillian. Did you just call us weak? Hannah channeled a massive surge of energy, maximum power. She darted her eyes around, fully on guard. Ren appeared out of nowhere, slicing Hannah's magic arm clean off. He sneered, You are weak. Takes way too long to reload. Hannah's eyes became bloodshot, burning with absolute rage. The energy-packed arm flew through the air. The detonator switch for Da-Il's heart bomb was attached right on that right arm. Let's hope their target isn't Da-Il. Cillian realized something unusual was going on. He turned to him and said, Ren, it looks like the flawed human's artifact is actually here. Caddy and Hannah fell into a state of panic. But how the hell is that possible? Ren reported, There's absolutely nothing left in this building right now. Nadira is searching the left wing, so... Walter yelled through the comms. Caddy, Hannah, Q, I'll hold them off no matter the cost. Everyone watched helplessly as the video call slowly lost its connection. Nadira stomped on a power cable, grumbling. What the hell did I just step on? An earthworm. She stopped dead in her tracks when she heard a bizarre noise. She fixed her hair and burst out laughing. Cillian, say what? The flawed human's artifact. Nadira probed. Is it really here? Simon was suspicious. Is there actually another survivor? She feigned surprise. Found you. Cillian was shocked. Oh, really? Just hold on to it. He turned back, threatening her. Caddy, let's head back. I'm dragging you with me this time, even if I have to use force. She braced herself. Nothing has ever changed at all. Caddy's face radiated pure killing intent. You're gonna force me? Step up and try it. Cillian narrowed his eyes, testing the waters. What? Hannah was confused and panicked. Caddy, what the hell are you planning to do? Q felt a chill run down his spine, crying out, Don't tell me it's... He frantically tried to stop her. Senior, you can't do that, absolutely not. Dark, sinister streams of demonic aura poured from Caddy's mouth as she called out, Solomon. Hannah rubbed her chin, wondering, did Caddy forge a contract with a demon like that? Q replied, No, that's a top-tier great demon. Her eyes lit up in absolute shock. Even De-Il couldn't command a demon of that rank. Caddy's tiny silhouette drowned in the surge of wicked black smoke, the ultimate last resort of the Divine Destiny unit, calling the name of an untamed demon. Without a sacrifice, the demon will hijack the summoner's own body. Her silhouette was slender, yet it radiated an unparalleled, heroic aura. Her voice echoed with overwhelming obsession. Solomon. Caddy ordered the demon, Kill that deranged murderer Cillian, she told herself, and when the possession ends. Cillian was horrified by the terrifying spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Caddy had now transformed into Shalomo, who called out, Caddy. Caddy frowned, flipping through the small black notebook. 1024 low-tier demons, 256 mid-tier demons, 108 high-tier demons. Frustrated, she collapsed onto the bed, thrashing around next to De-Il. Arg, why are there so many? How am I supposed to memorize all this? Walter sat opposite them, reminding her, Hey, don't slack off now. De-Il took the notebook and advised, If it's too hard, just memorize the names of the strongest ones first. If it comes down to a last resort, that's way better, right? Caddy sat up, raising an eyebrow. Hey, are you telling me to prep for my own death? He didn't care, his eyes still glued to the notebook. Yeah, it beats throwing your chance away like last time, she cursed angrily. You bastard. Caddy walked over, throwing an arm around his neck. You're pretty smart for a partner, aren't you? De-Il remained indifferent. Definitely smarter than you. Walter sat on the sidelines watching this scene, thinking to himself, What the hell are these kids talking about? They get along weirdly well. She smiled brightly, holding the notebook. Let's see, the most brutal name I can call. The absolute highest-ranking great demon. Caddy flipped through the long pages, wondering, It's not here. Why the hell does the list start at number 2? He explained, The number 1 demon isn't suitable for this list. I ranked them by power to make it easier to visualize, but honestly, that demon doesn't. De-Il chimed in. The number 1 demon isn't something you can control. His name is... Caddy interrupted. Hey, watch it. How dare you just casually drop his name? He calmly said the name. Shalomo. It doesn't matter if I call his name, he has never once answered me anyway. De-Il remarked, That is the absolute weirdest demon I've ever encountered. Caddy raised an eyebrow. Weird. He recalled that colossal entity. That demon doesn't reside in hell. From the very beginning, he belonged to the void, the very first demon I ever met. De-Il crossed his arms and continued, My master. Caddy was puzzled. Master, then why wouldn't he answer you? His face darkened as he looked away. My master never answers any male who calls his name. Shalomo laughed approvingly. He, good, very good. He muttered to himself, I absolutely have to make an appearance whenever a cute girl calls my name, right, De-Il? Shalomo was mumbling when a hand reached out. De-Il, you bastard, where the hell are you hiding now? You're supposed to bow down and greet me, your master is right here. Cillian suddenly slammed his head hard into the floor. He pinned Shalomo's head down, interrogating, "What kind of freak show are you?" Cillian growled furiously, "What the hell did you do to Caddy?" Shalomo didn't seem to care in the slightest. "Caddy, even her name is beautiful." His arms and body slowly dissolved into smoke. "By the way." In a flash, Shalomo in smoke form perched right on Cillian's shoulder. "Are you a relative of hers?" He laughed, "But same seed." He frowned and glared when he heard, "But a different nest, right?" Cillian angrily grabbed Shalomo by the face. "You bastard." Then he violently smashed him into the floor just like before. But unlike last time, what he grabbed was now just a wisp of smoke. "What?" He disappeared again. Shalomo materialized, floating in the air and laughing out loud. "Hee hee, dragging me into your family drama? I'm guessing you two don't get along very well." He wondered, "But hey, don't you have any powers? Why aren't you using them? Ah, are you worried about damaging your little sister's body?" Ren suddenly appeared right behind Shalomo. Ahem. With sword in hand, he decisively sliced Shalomo's head clean off without a single second of hesitation. The slash was so powerful it didn't just decapitate Shalomo. It cleaved right through the entire wall ahead. Cillian glanced back and yelled, "Ren, what the hell are you doing?" Ren answered calmly, "These are Father's special orders. If we can't capture Caddy alive, bringing her corpse back is perfectly fine." He was stunned. Did Father actually say that? One of Shalomo's hands drifted near his severed neck. He deftly formed a hand seal with his fingers. Instantly, Shalomo's head reattached to his body like absolutely nothing had happened. He charged forward. "Haha, another comedian joins the party." Ren was confused, gripping his sword hilt tight, ready to attack again. "I literally just cut her throat, didn't I? Why? That's impossible." But before he could act, Cillian stepped in front. "Ren, get back." He brought his hands together, erecting a solid wall of force to shield against Shalomo's power. He interlaced his fingers. A blazing red energy enveloped Shalomo as he prepared to unleash an attack. He formed a seal with his hands right in front of his face, revealing only his eyes through the gaps of his fingers. In a fraction of a second, the defensive wall, made from countless compressed hand shapes, was ripped to shreds. Cillian braced himself against the terrifying pressure, even as his arms were now covered in deep gashes. Shalomo proceeded to form yet another hand seal. The finishing blow was a vertical slash, cleaving the shield into tiny pieces. The defensive wall Cillian had tried to hold instantly collapsed completely. Hannah watched from the outside, asking, "Q, how long has it been since she was possessed?" Q checked his watch and replied, "About 5 minutes." She was anxious. 5 minutes, that's impossible, even if Caddy is stronger than almost anyone else. Q continued, "Based on calculations, the absolute maximum time a soul can endure possession is only 30 seconds. Q watched them fight, wondering, "What is going on here? Is this Senior's doing?" Hannah was equally confused. "I have no idea, maybe this is some trick played by that demon." Over there, they were teaming up to fight Shalomo. Q asked Hannah, "By the way, the ability of the first great demon that Da'il mentioned, is it actually real?" Flashing back, Caddy crossed her arms and asked Da'il, "So, is that first demon strong or weak?" He was evasive. "Well," she prompted him, "well what?" Da'il looked at her. "If we're talking purely about his own strength, my master is incredibly weak." Caddy was confused. "What the hell are you talking about?" He explained, "My master is just an ancient demon with 0 combat power, but he possesses an absolutely ridiculous ability." Shalomo was ecstatic. "Hee hee, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun." Ren was sweating bullets, gathering energy in his hands. "Brother, we have to end this right now. I've used way too much power outside the Holy Land." Cillian was also exhausted, strategizing. "Ren, take out his arms first," Ren asked back. "His arms." He recalled, every time his hands touch, they unlock a special ability. Fast as lightning, Cillian closed in on Shalomo, prepping an aerial punch. "Watch this." He looked at him and laughed. "Hee hee, you still have some gas left in the tank." Shalomo prepared to form another hand seal. "Now then, I must keep my promise to the lady," Cillian thought to himself. "Gotta chop his arms off." He lunged forward, launching a palm strike right at Shalomo's face, and simultaneously a surprise slash severed both of his arms before he could even see it coming. Ren stood below, yelling, "It worked!" Despite having his head firmly gripped by Cillian, Shalomo remained completely unfazed. "You chopped off my arms to stop me from completing the hand seal," Cillian roared. "Get the hell out of Caddy's body right now." Shalomo tilted his head and smirked. Do you even know what a hand seal is used for?" Cillian was dumbfounded. "Huh." He answered, "To decode meaning, and every meaning carries a corresponding power." Cillian grimaced as he listened to Shalomo. "For gods and demons, every meaning created by humans comes with a name and an attached power." Back then, Da'il continued, "My master's ability is something that absolutely no god or demon can ever touch because..." Shalomo and Da'il spoke simultaneously. "My master's true identity is the one who created the void in the previous world, the one who hunted down the gods with an army of 72 demons." Q looked up. "The creator of the void in the previous world. I've thought about it 100 times, but what exactly is that ability?" Hannah beside him said, "I can't believe it either. Borrowing power from demons that don't even exist." Shalomo slightly opened his mouth and uttered a single phrase. The spatial dimension warped. An entity with a human face and clasped hands materialized, its remaining body seamlessly connected to the demon's maw, the non-existent demon. Surrounded by a pitch-black void, I can't feel a single thing. Da'il opened his eyes, my vision. His ears, my hearing. Da'il's face was completely vacant in the darkness. My sense of smell, my sense of taste. He drifted aimlessly through the void, and even my sense of touch. Everything is completely paralyzed. Amidst the endless dark void, he wondered, is this death? A young Da'il remembered Walter's image. I get it now. Did that bearded bastard trick me? He mentally cursed. What the hell was I thinking when I decided to carve that thing into my heart? Da'il placed a hand on his chest. I don't even know anymore. It's like a fatting dream. All my memories are as blurry as fog. He wondered, how much time has passed? Da'il looked up, guessing, a year. Or 100 years. He sat curled up in a tight ball. Maybe it's only been a single day. Faces of the old, the young men and women overlapped. Da'il wondered, but who am I? I don't know anything anymore. He leaned back. Am I going to? Thinking about being trapped here until he turned into white bones, and eventually fatting away entirely. Am I just going to slowly turn into dust in this endless void? Tears fell from Da'il's eyes as he suddenly remembered. Ah, I remember now. Mom, Dad. He reached his hand upward. Brother. Suddenly a hand tightly gripped him. You're finally here. Da'il snapped wide awake, shocked. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. His bewildered face was reflected in the master's eyes. Well, not bad at all, except for the fact that you're just a kid. Well then. Shalomo's head, along with a massive hand, held Da'il firmly. I will make you the executor of the void. Start calling me master. Amidst a vibrantly colorful flower garden, Cillian's hand twitched slightly. He lay sprawled out on the bed of flowers, panting heavily. Cillian bolted upright, clutching his head. Where the hell am I? My head is about to explode. Behind him, Ren also sat up groggily, rubbing his head. Brother, I just had an incredibly bizarre dream. He turned around. Ren, there you are. Ren asked with a pounding headache. Where is this place? Am I still dreaming? Cillian looked around. I think whatever took control of Caddy's body dragged us here. He continued. I don't know where we are, but this place is clearly far from normal. Mid-sentence, Cillian suddenly sensed something, glancing back. First off, I don't think this is a holy. Huh. Both of them were stunned stiff. Cillian stammered. What? What the hell is that? Ren couldn't believe his eyes. Am I really still dreaming? A colossal, horrifying human head appeared, its mouth a long slit filled with razor-sharp teeth like a crocodile's maw, freezing both of them in sheer terror. Its hind legs stomped heavily onto the ground right near where the two of them were standing. Surrounding them was a whole herd of massive monsters, sporting crocodile bodies but human heads. They stomped imposingly right through the flower field. Cillian dropped into a defensive stance. What the hell is going on here? Ren stood behind him. I don't think they're planning to attack us. What do we do now? The two watched them simply walk right past. Ren remarked, "They don't seem to give a damn about us." Cillian wondered, "Where are they going?" Suddenly, something began squirming just beneath the skin on Cillian's arm. Cillian raised his arm, staring at the object pushing its way up. Huh. It swelled up into a white lump, looking exactly like a flower bud. Then it bloomed, unfurling beautiful petals. But sitting right inside the stamen was a tiny version of the monsters from the herd earlier. He panicked at the horrific sight. Instantly, Cillian used his other hand to violently smack the spot. He watched the flower vanish along with a chunk of his own flesh, deducing mentally, "The soul ripped itself out using my own power. Just like Trisha, I couldn't feel a damn thing." The exact same thing happened to Ren, who screamed, "Brother, my power is draining away," Cillian called out. "Ren." He turned around, warning, "Someone is watching us." He was confused. "Huh," Cillian continued. "There have been eyes tracking us right from the very start." Cillian glanced over, and Ren also began to notice a long, glowing blue spatial tear appearing right in the middle of nowhere. The rift slowly expanded. Back on the other side, a wooden stick smacked hard against the ground. Shlomo pointed at the stick, bowing his head to ask Da-Il, "Tell me, what is this?" He stared intensely at the stick. After thinking for a while, Da-Il answered, "A wooden stick." He smacked the wooden stick against his head, yelling, "Wrong, you idiot!" He winced in pain. Da-Il clutched his head. "Impossible, what the hell? You don't even give me the answer, you just hit me." He started listing things off. "A stick, a club, a handle, or a bat. If it's none of those, then what the hell is it?" Shlomo held out the stick. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, I will ask you one more time." He held the stick right in front of Da-Il's face. "What is this?" He frowned, completely clueless, thinking for a long time. He darted his eyes left and right, then closed them, thinking very carefully. Suddenly, Shlomo used his giant hand to pat Da-Il's head. "Exactly!" He was dumbfounded. "Huh." He began to explain. "This stick is exactly what is currently inside your head." Shlomo pointed at Da-Il, asking, "How are the gods born?" He replied. "From the values that humans create." He continued. "What about demons?" Da-Il said. "They are born when those values are forgotten." He spoke deliberately. That is exactly why they need to be completely free, untethered by any values. That is the absolute best way to counter the gods. An image of an angel and a demon clashing appeared, as Shlomo continued. Demonic power can hinder the gods, but it isn't enough to overwhelm them because they haven't truly broken free from their own values. Da-Il listened intently. The non-existent demons, the indescribable things. Entities that exist entirely outside all three realms are not constrained by any values. He spoke strictly. The true enemies of the gods. If you can command them, dealing with the gods will no longer be an issue. Da-Il frowned as he continued. Practice discarding your values and your vision. Practice perceiving without needing to see. He tilted his head, utterly confused. Huh! Until the day the power of the indescribable reigns supreme. Back in the present, a hand from behind was placed on Cillian and Ren's necks. This place is the world of the indescribable, the absolute most dangerous place for anyone wielding power. Trisha appeared. "From this moment on, you absolutely must not look behind you." He was shocked. "Trisha." She placed her hands on their backs, slowly backing towards the portal with them. "I have opened an escape route. Step back and follow me." Cillian shot a glance at Trisha, questioning, "What do you mean, don't look behind us? Is there something back there?" She glared at him. "Don't ask, you're better off not being curious." Trisha instructed them both. "Discard your curiosity, your interest, and your consciousness. Any perception right now will make you hesitate. Convince yourselves that there is absolutely nothing behind you. I will repeat this one more time." Amidst the dark void above the flower field, the entity that made the monsters look up appeared. A colossal human face, the size of an entire planet, was watching them from behind. "There is absolutely nothing behind us." A pale, bruised hand twitched, its fingers weaving together to form a tight, cryptic circle. At the dead center of that circle, a blossom of pure light erupted, blasting blinding rays that swallowed everything. In this chaotic void, where existence was a blur, nothing meant a damn thing. The petals kept flaring bright, until the day a lost soul wandered in, and I slapped a name on it before it could even speak. A hollow, skull-like face gently scooped up the flower, muttering in the dead silence, "I'll call you, flower." And right then, a soul hammered out the very first meaning in this world. In the dead quiet of the room, a man sat still, surrounded by floating flowers. On the wall, the letters R and L materialized, and the blooms from the letter L started swarming him. A soul's choices carve out reality, but only the choices that forge meaning become the real deal. Right above the man's head, a massive flower bloomed, blocking out the sight, and from that very clash, a god was born. The space snapped, warping from a cramped room into a pitch-black meadow, where every flicking ray of light locked onto the naked man sitting cross-legged. In my reality, idea, the place now worshipped as the upper realm, the obsession of the entity known as the flower god began to rise. He sat there still as stone, but deep in his gut burned a fierce hunger, to be worshipped by the masses, to hold absolute power, and above all, to become immortal. But in a flash, the petals on his head withered and scattered in the wind. That was the agony of obsession, a slow, rotting pain that dragged on even after he became the Demon King, the pain of ultimate power slipping right through his fingers. The dead petals shrank and faded into the void, drifting aimlessly, because the obsession with that name had slowly bled into forgotten history. Shalomo, his demonic face hidden behind flowing purple hair, crushed the dead flower in his grip and roared. The names spat out by humans are just chains of obsession. Deep down, you lot never wanted a damn title. A flash of sorrow crossed his face as he spat out bitterly. Shoving you into the void is salvation, the final act of mercy to drag you all out of this meat grinder of suffering. Suddenly, Shalomo's eyes locked onto a familiar silhouette and he blurted out, "Trisha." When the woman instinctively looked back, he dropped a cold line. "That name doesn't fit you anymore." Shalomo pointed straight at Trisha, his voice shaking with shock. "How the hell did you get back here? Impossible." He stubbornly pressed on. Why did you come back?" Trisha shot back calmly with a single name, Shalomo. Her eyes blazed with hellfire. "The reason I came back, you should know better than anyone else, shouldn't you?" Shalomo snarled, "Don't tell me. You're planning to solo the very rules of this world." Trisha fired back bitterly. "Those bullshit rules? Turns out you've been clueless this whole time." She glared at him with pure hatred, every word cutting like a switchblade. "What you're worshipping isn't a rule, it's a supreme curse." He let out a twisted demonic chuckle. Ki. A curse? Yeah, looking at it that way ain't wrong." Standing behind the two men, Trisha barked an order. "Cillian, Ren, from this second on, take exactly 4 steps forward." After speaking, she turned around, her face dead serious. "No matter what goes down, absolutely do not look back." The two of them braced themselves, breathing heavy, burning the rule into their minds. Exactly 4 steps. They stepped into the void, muttering, "1 step." Shalomo stared at their backs, mocking them. "No looking back? Looks like you've already accepted there's no return ticket." Trisha stated coldly, "Anyway, my mission ends right here." Shalomo stood across from her, screaming like a lunatic. Why go this far to throw your life away? Why?" She locked her body tight as a monstrous wave of power gathered, her eyes blooming with bizarre patterns while petals shredded the air. "Are you tossing away your own salvation just to wreck this rule?" Trisha's hands laced together, locking in the hand seals of fate. Despite the suffocating power crushing the air, Shalomo kept howling. "How can you still be completely blind to the truth?" The flowers began to shatter. Trisha's eyes burned with furious rage as she gritted her teeth. "My very first disciple." The massive statue suddenly snapped its glowing red eyes open, staring deep into the abyss ahead. Trisha looked at Shalomo, wrapped in chains of pure power, and looked up, spitting out bitter words. "It's been a long time, my little brother." Rage boiling over, she stepped forward, biting off each word. "You don't even recognize your own flesh and blood sister." The statue's 2 colossal hands slowly raised, facing each other like they were about to crush her into red paste. A deafening, thunderous slam echoed, and light exploded from its palms, swallowing the entire space. Amidst the apocalyptic chaos, the 2 men bit their lips and kept walking. 2 steps. Ren started second-guessing, asking nervously, "Cillian, is heading back like this really the right call? I think behind us." Before he could finish, monstrous flowers burst from his hand, his veins bulging in agonizing pain as Cillian instantly snapped him out of it. "Ren, Don't lose focus, just keep your eyes on the road ahead. Ren roared in agony. No, maybe this is our shot. The absolute power Father gifted us. He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the boiling blood. The power of violence. The stronger the enemy we crush, the more invincible we become. Ren gritted his teeth, snapping to a terrifying realization. Right behind us is an opponent nastier than anything we've ever faced. I'm staying to fight. They pushed forward under suffocating tension. 3 steps. The statue's colossal fingers began to crack. An unseen force had completely stripped its ability to fight back. Out of the illusion, a pair of pitch-black hands slowly materialized, bringing a crushing, suffocating pressure. Between those hands, a blindingly bright entity emerged, radiating an aura that completely dominated the area. It was Trisha, but she had donned a totally different form, majestic and dripping with mystery. The savage beasts instantly collapsed, shivering before the newly awakened power. A bald punk stood there, his cold eyes sweeping over the writhing monsters. His eyes were blood red, his jaw unhinged to reveal razor-sharp teeth that would make anyone piss themselves, and he slowly swallowed the beast whole. Right after, sparks blew up under his head like a hidden explosive. His eyes half closed as his forehead stretched out, morphing into a grotesque freak. Surviving the 3 deadly steps, they finally hit the absolute limit. 4 steps. Cillian took a deep breath and decisively stepped through the spatial gate. On the other side, an imposing old man barked. "Why did you drag yourself back here alone?" He lowered his head and answered. "The first kin of the northern Holy Land, Cillian." He clenched his fists, his voice trembling with guilt. "I confess, I made a pathetic, humiliating choice out of my own weakness." The old man stood tall, his voice booming. "Just how monstrous was the bastard you faced to make such a cowardly call?" Cillian dropped to his knees, swallowing his pride. "Just for the desperate need to survive, I backed down like a coward." The old man paused, deep in thought, then ordered, "HMPH, so that's how it is. First, go prep the tribute." Back on the battlefield, the giant monster had been utterly trashed by Bale in a single strike, its body shredded into a million pieces. Shalomo gasped in disbelief. You've actually gotten insanely stronger." Bale fired back with zero warmth. "The meaning you once spoon-fed me has been completely erased, turning into formless garbage." Stepping closer, Bale's voice dropped to a heavy bass. "Dividing, connecting, sharing, reattaching, severing, arranging, distinguishing, gathering, decaying, separating. I tried to scrape those fragments of meaning together, but the concept itself has been dead for a long time." Bale stooped down, plucking a dead flower, mocking. "If you really want to escape the meat grinder, you gotta ditch the name. But ironically, the lost meanings are packing a deadlier punch than ever." Bale started settling the score, his voice tight. "You used this dirty trick to scam my poor brothers, turning them into mindless killing machines. They had identities once. They were Augars, Gyusian, Payman, Ammon, Vasego, Gamijan, Buer." Shalomo's face lost its color, his voice shaking. "How? How the hell do you still remember those names?" Bale doubled down. "Even as a non-existent demon king crushed in the void, a true name is something that never fades. That's why we can't escape the agony, but it doesn't mean we're out of options." Shalomo panicked. "What?" Bale lifted his head in pure arrogance. "I, the apex of the 72 non-existent demon kings, Bale." He declared loud and clear. "With infinite power, the one true God will crush and pulverize every rotting rule of this world." Shalomo gritted out, stunned. "Shatter the rules." He screamed in pure rage. "Bullshit, how is that even possible?" But Bale just coldly replied, "It's absolutely possible." Bale pressed on. "It's all thanks to the meaning of the true name you gifted me. Thanks to that very ability, that meaning is now wiped clean." In Bale's hands, binding red threads appeared, each end choking a manipulated soul. "If I had to slap the closest meaning on it, it would be division." Right then, she ruthlessly tossed Caddy into a mystic glowing zone, and then she free fell from the sky, crashing through spatial layers to snap back to reality via connection. The old man sat with his chin propped up, watching, muttering to himself. "Looks like the op went off without a hitch." Caddy lay dead still, completely knocked out cold on the freezing dirt. Cillian staggered closer in shock, whispering her name, "Caddy." A blood-red light erupted above Bale's head as he growled. "With this, I can slice apart my own damn self. Bale shattered his own body into a million fragments and declared, "We've split into countless alternate realities just to hardwire everything back into one." Bale's body morphed into tens of thousands of clones, his voice echoing everywhere. "Finally, we can lock onto every corner, every timeline in the 3 realms and 6 paths simultaneously. And right there we found him." Shalomo's eyes suddenly went pitch black, shaking as he asked, "Him?" Bale whipped up a colossal vortex of pure power. The only bastard who understands the one God's power and the only one to get an answer from him. The image of a supreme entity flared up, the first and only one, the omniscient. Shalomo was rattled. The one God actually answered. Bale raised a covenant token high, his voice like iron. "The clearest damn answer, the one God, is officially dropping in." Shalomo started casting an ancient, forbidden art, his hands glowing with blinding runes. "I see. 108 total wipes have gone down, and those dead worlds turned into 108 layers of hell." A chaotic storm of power swirled around him, but his voice suddenly dropped. "But the one God never showed up, and never once flexed his ultimate power." Shalomo's body suddenly mutated, twisting into a massive ancient tree, its branches bursting from the corpses of hideous monsters. He let out a triumphant laugh. "Thanks, Trisha, because of you, I finally got the shot to hunt down the one God." Bale sneered, mocking him. "You seriously buy that the kid who signed a pact with the Void can actually take down the one God?" Shalomo stayed quiet, muttering softly, "No, Da'il is still way too green." A blinding pillar of light crashed straight down from the sky, carving out a gigantic magic circle. Shalomo stood tall, declaring with absolute arrogance, "About hunting the one God." His hands clamped together, prepping for the killer blow. In front of him, razor-sharp teeth stacked up like a fortress wall as Shalomo roared, "I'll do the job myself." Those rows of teeth locked together, forming a claustrophobic alley that completely shut down Trisha's path. They gnashed together violently, shooting off blinding sparks like a world-ending explosion. Instantly, those teeth shot forward like missiles, gunning straight for Bale with unstoppable speed. Bale instantly threw up a dense wall of needles for defense. "You're no different from us, even after leeching all my brother's power dry." Shalomo replied coolly, "Hijacking the power of non-existent demon kings. In the real world, yeah, that's impossible." He spilled his raw ambition. "But this is the realm of taboos. I really want to push its limits and see what snaps." Shalomo started muttering ancient runes, dropping a long, heavy, suffocating incantation. He poured his entire mind into the chant, while Bale just stood there, listening on red alert. Bale's body started glowing with a bizarre light as he mused. "Didn't think you had the guts to go this far. You never change." Shalomo suddenly mutated into a colossal plant monster, roaring, "Even if I don't bag the one God, I've got more than enough juice to catch your ass." Facing down the massive entity, the tiny Bale stayed completely chill. "You're still as easy to bait as ever." Bale spawned countless tiny spatial cubes all around. "My job isn't a death match with you. The target the Omniscient set for me is just one thing. And that's shutting you down." Shalomo suddenly caught onto something and screamed in absolute despair. "Oh, hell no." Shalomo was completely boxed in by the spatial cubes as Bale mocked. "Forgot what I can do? You walked right into your own grave." Bale reached out, ready to pull the plug, and Shalomo could only spit out bitterly, "Unbelievable." Finally, Shalomo's entire massive form was shrunk down and stuffed into a glass jar. "Thanks for keeping that same arrogant attitude." Staring at Shalomo's head resting in the jar, Bale said coldly, "With this, I've scrubbed the biggest wildcard from the op." Ren stepped up and asked, "Trisha, is that really what you look like?" Bale muttered. "Still a few minor bugs left, but nothing we can't handle." Bale looked into the mirror, asking respectfully, "How should we handle this wildcard?" From the other side, the guy blurted, "Wildcard." The Omniscient ordered with dead calm, "The headwind hasn't kicked up yet. Squeeze every drop of use out of him." Hearing that, Ren squeezed his eyes shut, thinking, "He'll definitely be a solid asset." Q was glued to the monitor, announcing, "I've set up a backup comms line. We're green to hook up with the eastern base now." Hannah checked her mechanical arm, whispering, "Looks like it's still running smooth. Hey, Then she asked, stressed out, "Da-ill, Simon Caddy, you think they're okay?" He instantly backed her up. "Chill, Da-ill's still breathing." Hannah flinched, shocked. "What, how are you so sure?" Q pulled out a biometric tracker, explaining, "You forgot. When I rigged the bombs, I slip-planted biometric sensors on them." Q kept his voice ice cold. "But wouldn't it be better if Da-ill just died?" Hannah instantly snapped back. "Seriously, even so." He sighed and came clean. "I should have slapped one on Caddy too. She's the one most likely to get flatlined right now." Hannah went quiet, her voice heavy. "After summoning and getting possessed by a demon of that tier, I seriously hope she's still alive." Suddenly, a voice cracked the silence. "The brat's still breathing." Shalomo spoke up from inside the jar. "I'm not the kind of demon that snacks on human souls. Honestly, even without me, that kid ain't dying." The jar rattled as Shalomo whined. "Now drag me out of here, I'm suffocating to death in this thing." Ren couldn't believe his own ears, stammering, "Wild card? I'm a wild card." Bale answered, "The Omniscient saw it coming. He warned that a wild card could pop up right in our own ranks, so we gotta stay sharp." Ren dropped his head in depression. "No way. Me choosing to stay here as kin of the Northern Holy Land was a no-brainer." He slowly pieced it together. "If there really is a wild card among us, then maybe it's..." Hannah hugged Via tight, asking softly, "So, are you really Da-ill's master?" It answered awkwardly, Yeah, pretty much." Q blurted out, "Huh." He stared at the tracker. "Looks like they haven't gotten too far." She whipped around, pressing him. "Say what?" Q pointed at the blinking screen. "Remember the GPS I tacked on? Right now, they're sitting right on top of us." Right then, Da-ill pushed the curtain aside, grumbling, "Is there an inch of me you haven't wired up with gadgets?" Both Q and Hannah were floored. "Da-ill." Hannah breathed a massive sigh of relief. "Thank God you're in one piece," Q added. "Did you thrash all those grunts to get back?" He looked completely lost at Q's question. What grunts?" The image of Sven sitting like a boss in the high chair, bleeding absolute authority. Nadira bolted over, hyped up. "Father, I bagged the void artifact for you." He checked it out and nodded, just like I pictured a handsome kid with curly hair. "Right." Shimon's face was completely blank, totally lost, while Cillian threw a jab. "Nadira, your taste is really..." Sven was just speechless. He immediately barked an order. "Nadira, your punishment is walking on your hands for the next straight week," she replied happily. "Oh, a new workout. Thanks a ton, father." Ren kept his head down, spitting bitterly. "If there's a real wild card, it's definitely Nadira." Meanwhile, one guy was totally clueless, and another was throwing a party. The flashes of images served as a warning for a metric ton of chaotic shit about to crash down on them. Shalomo, stuck in the jar, suddenly let out a cryptic snicker. Hee. Nadira walked on her hands as she came in, whining and holding a grudge. I thought I'd get a pat on the back this time. It's all your damn fault." Shimon looked dumbfounded, blurting out, "What, my fault?" She snorted coldly, firing back. "Yeah, you've got the kind of face that just begs for a misunderstanding." He was sweating bullets, thinking this chick was totally psycho, then pressed her. "Why did you drag me here just to spout this garbage?" Nadira declared coldly, "Whatever, you've only got two choices now. Clear the trial and live or become a corpse right here." He was shocked, asking, "A trial?" She smirked with a hidden agenda. "You do know this is the holy land of violence, right?" Nadira laid it out casually. "Whether you got dragged here, walked in on your own, or just took a wrong turn, my father couldn't give less of a shit." Her voice turned to ice. "Any bastard who sets foot in this place has to run the gauntlet. Prove you're worth something if you want to keep breathing." A ball-like object suddenly flew in. Nadira snatched it and said, "With this." She locked eyes with Shimon, laying on the pressure. "Prove to me I didn't drag home a useless piece of trash." Shimon took it, hands shaking. "What the hell is this?" Nadira raised an eyebrow. "You seriously don't know? Is this really your first time up north? Every believer in this holy land packs one of these." She broke it down. "This is a power-driven weapon. Thanks to the juice I pump into it, you can morph it into any weapon your brain can cook up." Shimon panicked, wondering what kind of sick game she was playing, then said, "Are you treating a hostage like me as a toy to mess around with weapons and power?" Nadira growled, her voice sharp as a razor. "I already told you my father doesn't give a damn who you are, and who said you're a hostage." She instantly flipped her attitude. "You're one of the family now." Shimon froze completely, hit by a truck of shock. "What?" Before he could process it, Nadira shoved him hard into the deep pit. "Of course that's only if you survive and keep your pulse," Shimon screamed in pure despair as he plummeted. "I fucking knew it." Nadira stood at the edge, looking down with a genuinely earnest face. "I really hope you make it back alive, because you're totally my type. If you make it back, marry me?" Free-falling through the air, Shimon heard that psycho proposal and screamed through gritted teeth. "Crazy bitch." Nadira's voice echoed, laying down the rules. "The game's dead simple. Slaughter everyone until you're the last bastard standing." Bale muttered thoughtfully. "Now, whether the wild card is Nadira or you, it doesn't mean shit anymore. I've scrubbed the biggest threat, now it's time to put you to work." Bale narrowed his eyes, staring ahead, saying coldly, "But before that, there's one thing I need to get straight." Ren felt the crushing weight of the question from the entity carrying Trisha's soul. "Why the hell did you choose to stay here? Spit out your real endgame." Bale snarled a threat. "Is it just about getting stronger? You better shoot straight with me." He stumbled and dropped to his knees, his voice quivering. "The real reason I dug my heels in here is because I want to meet someone." Ren continued, staring off into the distance. "I've heard stories about the world outside the 3 realms and 6 paths, and about the Noose Pact, too." He remembered. "I heard the outsider is hunting for someone, and that burning desire is what dragged me to this place." Bale was slightly thrown off. "As expected, you're not just some average kin, hunting for the outsider." Bale cracked a twisted, demonic smile. "Interesting. Fine, I'll grant your wish and let you meet that guy." Meanwhile, Shalomo was thrashing like a maniac to break out of his cage. He burned every last drop of his energy trying to snap the chains of fate, but they didn't budge an inch. Finally, the arrogant Demon King had to throw in the towel, swallowed by absolute helplessness. Shalomo panted, exhausted. "Just as I thought, impossible. I can't break out of this rotting pile of meat." Q immediately reported the freshly crunched data. "This artificial freak has been spliced with alien DNA. That's probably why the soul is superglued to it." Hannah pushed anxiously. "Whose DNA got mixed in?" Q answered, deep in thought. "Looking at the numbers, there's only one shot." The omniscient stepped close to the confined man, whispering, "The absolute highest priority mission the one God handed you is." He leaned right into his ear, his voice strung tight. "The kid who inked a pact with the Void can control even non-existent demon kings. Your job is to completely shut Shalomo down." From outside, authoritative commands barked out. "Hurry, gag the bastard. And chain his hands and feet down tight. That is your one and only mission." Da'il slowly lifted his head, his voice dripping with gloom. "So in the end, the gods saw right through everything this whole time. We're still just pawns sitting right in their palms." He forced himself up, stressed out. "But do we have the clock to sit here and bitch about it? Isn't bailing out Caddy and Simon the top priority right now?" Hannah stopped him, her face painted with anxiety. "We can't just fly off the handle. If the prophecy isn't over, it means the gods already know our next move." Hearing that, Shalomo blew a fuse, his voice grinding out. "Prophecy? What kind of garbage are you spewing?" Hannah decisively held up the phone. "The descent of the gods, Da'il showing up. Every single event has been carved out crystal clear in this prophecy." He grabbed the phone, his eyes leaking suspicion. "A prophecy." Shalomo tossed the phone back to Hannah, looking completely done. "But this isn't a prophecy at all." Hannah was floored. What the hell do you mean by that?" Walter suddenly popped up out of nowhere, making everyone shout in sync. "Captain," he dropped a heavy question, "why wouldn't it be a prophecy?" Shalomo leaped right onto Da'il's arm, pointing dead at Walter. "This gotta be the fat geezer Da'il was talking about." He frantically denied it. "I never called him that. I just called him the bearded guy." Shalomo snorted. "Same damn thing." The man sweat bullets, asking politely, "So you're the legendary Shalom. But what did you mean by that? Why isn't it a prophecy?" Shalomo scowled with pure disgust. "You're a bunch of idiots just like Da'il. There's no such thing as a hard-coded future in this world." He hammered every word home. "This isn't a prophecy, it's a message." Hearing that, the color drained from everyone's faces as they gasped. "A message." Shalomo kept schooling them. The future was never locked onto a single track. it splits into tens of thousands of different roots. Under his feet, vibrant plant shoots burst up. The life forms that lock in a path are called the noose of cognition. The future gets hammered out based on the route the noose buys into the most. When the noose of cognition shatters into different avatars, that's what you lot call souls. If someone can chain these souls down and force-feed them a single belief, that bastard can manipulate the future on a whim. And that chained-up mass of souls is exactly what we call power. Shalomo stared dead at the phone screen. Looking at this so-called prophecy, something reeks. The events are slapped down raw, but there's absolutely zero cause. It's just a string of divine interventions with no rhyme or reason. Feels like it was engineered to roadblock every personal choice you could make. Shalomo warned them, his tone dead serious. This is actually a broadcast sent to life forms packing power, a brute force brainwashing job to steer belief in favor of the gods. He wrapped it up. Bottom line, even the gods can't micromanage every individual's choices, so drop the paranoia and go bail that girl out. Q suddenly remembered something. There's one more thing, Caddy surviving even after a mid-tier demon hijacked her body. Shalomo replied casually. Oh, that. Shalomo dropped a massive bombshell. That girl will never flatline even if her soul gets ripped out. Q was stunned. Huh, does that mean? Shalomo smirked. You seriously didn't catch on? That girl already had power wired into her from the start. Hearing that, the whole crew was shaken to the core. What? The scene cut to a pair of feet painted in blood, battered like they just went through a meat grinder and locked down tight in chains. A strange hand stroked Caddy's cheek and a voice, terrifyingly gentle, echoed, My sweet daughter, Caddy. Caddy woke up in a panic, finding herself locked in the dark, and screamed in terror. What? What the hell is this? Where am I? Sven slowly said, I accidentally let you suffer so much pain. What if you got hurt? He coldly tilted Caddy's chin up, flashing a savage, blood-chilling grin. What if you got exposed? But lucky for us, you successfully dragged that thing back. I'm seriously looking forward to it. Caddy trembled, gasping in sheer horror. The true form of the strongest kin under the god of violence. The bastard who can hijack both divine and demonic power at the same time. Simon's body free-fell aimlessly through the void. A sickening wave of depression washed over him. Am I really gonna bite the dust in this shithole? His eyes cracked open, flashing a fierce, desperate resistance. No way, it ain't over yet. Memories crashed into him like a movie reel, Caddy's silhouette popping up along with all the apologies he never got to spit out. All the raw ambition, all the dreams, and the unfinished business were still burning, kicking him to stay alive. He remembered burning the midnight oil-building gear with Hannah, all the half-baked projects, all the massive jobs still on standby. Suddenly, a blindingly bright object ripped through the dark, shooting straight at him, knocking the wind out of Simon. Nadira's voice echoed, With the juice I feed you, you can forge any weapon your brain can dream up. Simon chewed on that offer, forging weapons just by thinking about them. He squeezed his eyes shut, pouring his entire mind into the clutch. All right, let's give it a shot. Imagine something packing serious firepower. Simon hyped himself up, rummaging through every blueprint in his head. Lock in, I'm the top-tier weapons engineer of the East. A foothold suddenly popped up and caught Simon, and he cheered like a maniac. Nailed it. But the second he stopped focusing, the thing shattered to dust, slamming him hard into the dirt, pain flaring everywhere. Simon gasped for air, assessing the damage. Doesn't stick around long, huh? Guess I need to detail the hell out of it. He swallowed the pain and slowly dragged himself up, staring at the rubble. Thanks anyway, you saved my neck. Leo flashed a twisted, freaky smile. All right, time for the main event to kick off, yeah. The guy threw his arms wide, his voice booming with pure arrogance. Really? Then who's got the chops to be the new kin of the Northern Holy Land? Simon didn't hide his pissed-off vibe. Even a godless bastard like me gets dragged into this bullshit kin exam? What kind of game are these freaks playing? Leo clapped his hands in mock prayer. Father Sven, our supreme god, has decreed, only the baddest survive. He leaned in, locking eyes with Simon, cranking up the pressure. Your job is dead simple, just prove you're worth keeping alive, got it? The chains on Simon's wrists suddenly blew apart. The guy narrowed his eyes like he was sizing up a pathetic prey. Game on, from this second, fight to keep your pulse till your very last breath. A mob of bloodthirsty killers boxed him in. Your opponents are 100 death row scumbags. Simon stood dead still, sweating buckets, muttering to himself. It's cool, just one last hurdle to become kin of the northern Holy Land. I've been grinding my ass off for years, the fate of my life, my family, and the whole village is riding on this blade. The power of violence is already baked into my cells, nothing's stopping me now. I gotta win today for the people I give a shit about. Everyone wait for me, I'll be back soon. A ghostly white smoke started drifting out from between his lips. He took a massive drag, sucking that raw energy deep into his lungs. In a split second, Simon mutated, gripping a monstrous heavy sword. He gently ran his hand over the freshly forged weapon. Every fingertip, every damn cell in his body felt the insane, violent power pumping through him. Simon's eyes flared with a razor-sharp glare. The fear was completely scrubbed from his eyes, leaving only a hardcore, ironclad will. He stared straight up at the massive sky, packing an absolute thirst for conquest. Simon hoisted his weapon high, pulling in a sickeningly massive, overwhelming energy. He slammed the sword into the dirt like a beast, shouting, "I'm walking out of here a winner." Leo cackled like a maniac. "Beautiful, get to work. Butcher them until you're the only one breathing on top of the meat pile." Simon dropped into the zone, hyper-focused, his muscles coiled tight like springs. The hazy smoke started wrapping around his silhouette. He squinted at the mob of enemies, itching to tear him apart. His stance was rock solid, standing tall without a single flinch. His thick hands strangled the hilt, ready to kick off a bloodbath. Simon leveled the blade at his chest, all his senses dialed to the absolute max. His face was wiped clean of everything except an immortal urge to kill. The thick white smoke slowly swallowed Simon's figure in the middle of the war zone. He abruptly launched himself into the air, dodging lethal strikes by a hair. The gigantic gorilla monster suddenly completely lost its shit, panicking hard. Leo pointed dead ahead, shouting, "Burn this into your brain, that fake-ass hope doesn't mean jack shit here." He scowled, dripping with pure contempt. "Your tragic backstory never spawned real power." The gorilla snarled in absolute despair inside the test tube. "Where you freaks crawled out of doesn't matter." It squeezed its eyes shut, its mind slowly decaying into nothing. It also doesn't matter what kind of mutant trash you are. The lab coats were running around like headless chickens. Scrap the pointless process, what we need are results, prove it. The gorilla monster went berserk, trashing everything in sight with a twisted, freaky face. It turned the whole zone upside down, bricks and concrete exploding with every step. One of its steel-crushing punches made the earth quake, feeling like space itself was shattering. It rolled its bloodshot eyes, hunting for the next poor bastard to rip apart. The monster's massive bulk moved fast as a hurricane. It threw a haymaker, launching its heavy body into the air with insane force. Its wide-open jaw constantly ripped out gut-churning roars. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp beam punched clean through its ear, making fresh blood explode everywhere. It crashed down, dead before hitting the floor. Leo analyzed it like a cold machine. Muscle mass might give you a head start, but it never guarantees you're the last one breathing. He started forging another entity. Learned to use tools. Humans clawed their way to the top of the food chain because they picked up weapons. Deity took dead aim, trashing them with pure disgust. You savage apes can stick to your knives and clubs. The bullet tore through the wind, burying itself straight into the enemy's meat without missing a beat. She dove into the meat grinder with twin energy blasters burning in her hands. Her slick legs kicked off the dirt with insane agility. She tucked tight midair, chillingly lining up shots like a total pro. Every time a gun popped, a hostile dropped dead with a slug straight between the eyes. Deity stuck the landing effortlessly, light as a feather. Her face was ice-cold enough to give you goosebumps, tossing out a trash talk. "Dumbass." She stood up straight, her voice dripping with toxic sarcasm. "If you're gonna use weapons, at least know how to whip up a gun right." Leo dropped his voice, testing the waters. "Humans stomp animals because they pack heat, right? But hey, you're not fighting zoo animals." Something massive suddenly dropped like an anvil from behind. She whipped around fast, grinding her teeth in raw fury. Deity instantly dropped to a knee, holding the trigger down like a maniac. Still got one bastard left breathing. The slug blew up with a deafening bang, wrapping the whole place in smoke and fire. The barrel in her hand was still smoking white. Her face screams total burnout. This is a straight-up rigged game. Leo broke it down slow. What you're fighting are humans packing gear, and to put those guys in the dirt, you only need one thing. A massive arsenal of heavy-duty hardware suddenly phased in right in front of Deity, and that's bringing a bigger, badder gun. Blinding, hardcore light flared out with crushing authority. The firepower was so insane, cracked the damn walls wide open. Simon was totally floored, watching the apocalyptic light show. He couldn't cap his hype. Does this thing actually hit that hard? Leo laughed, clapping his hands like a proud boss. The final candidate just walked in. Now you're gonna be reborn as the kin of the god of violence. Suddenly, an audio feed drilled straight into his earpiece. Leo's face, drained of color, completely rattled. What, father, right now? He faked a cough to get his shit together. For this draft, father just pulled rank and dropped a sudden death final exam. Leo stared at the intel in his hand, his voice going dead. And the final boss is... His eyes suddenly bulged in pure terror, his voice stuttering. This is. A blood-red spiritual pressure exploded alongside a shadow stepping out of the dark. Simon's legs turned to jelly, screaming in pure horror. Why the hell is it you? The girl's silhouette stepped into the light, and it was none other than Kin Zero of the Northern Holy Land, Katarina. Her face was cold as a corpse, radiating a sickeningly dark, demonic aura above her head. She was Katarina Svenstetir. Young Katarina was wrapped in her mother's arms, the woman who tagged her with that soft name, Katarina. Her drunk deadbeat dad, chugging booze and glued to the TV, grumbled. Just slap that name on it and ship it off. Her mom just bawled her eyes out, while the trash father muttered bitterly. If we can't afford to feed it, why pop it out? A freezing cold sign faded in, Hope's Nest Orphanage. She was ruthlessly dumped right at the front gate, when she was just a raw, newborn infant. A squeaky voice piped up, buzzing with curiosity. What's that? The nun smiled warmly. Arcelian's got a little sister now. He stuttered, totally mind-blown. A sister. Cillian's eyes lit up like fireworks, flashing a smile of absolute pure joy. A sister. The skyline popped up, packed with skyscrapers piercing the clouds. The sky was painted a sick, gloomy pinkish red, choked with heavy smog and the stench of death. Standing in front of the colossal castle, Cillian wondered if this was the Northern Holy Land, the place he dragged himself to for power. Cillian stepped up, full of swagger. I'm Cillian and my sister is Katarina, our last name is... But a cold voice cut him off. Last names are garbage here. The commander smirked with pure arrogance. Give yourselves a pat on the back for crawling here. From now on you get brand new tags. Cillian zoned out hearing his new title. The son of Father Sven, Cillian Svensson. Caddy mindlessly parroted like a drone. The daughter of Father Sven, Katarina Svenstetir. She mumbled, face completely blank. Svenstetir. She flashed back to the scrap of paper with Katarina on it when she was dumped. Humans get names when they're born, but we ain't human, we're the dogs of a god. You're only truly born after you get tagged. When they slap a new name on you, a brand new personality engineered just to serve the god wakes up. That's what makes you a god's pawn. From the first step, the first bite, the first hit, the first pat on the head, right down to your first death. Cillian stood frozen, watching Caddy shivering like a leaf in the dark corner. Her face was ghost white, practically bleeding panic and anxiety. Out of nowhere, Caddy's face started warping, taking on a completely freaky new shape. Her hair bleached out to a blinding silver, even though her face still screamed terror. She shook violently, staring at her own hands. Is this really my body? The massive Sven boomed. This is your very first birthday bash, stuff your face. He barked with absolute authority. Go out there and drag the kids who'll be your siblings from outside the Holy Land right back here to me. He hyped her up, dripping with toxic pride. That's my girl killer job. Caddy's body slowly sank deep into a freezing pool of thick, dark blood. The flashback snapped shut, and Caddy's eyes instantly went pitch black, radiating pure murder. Simon forced a laugh and said, Hey, almost gave me a heart attack. You got dragged into this shithole too. A razor-sharp blade suddenly sliced right past his ear, but Simon kept joking. Seeing you here actually makes my day. She blitzed him like lightning, declaring loud and clear, "In this second life, I absolutely won't let father down again." Her eyes flashed with disappointment. "I missed. The old me would have flatlined you on the spot." Simon reached up and touched the blood on his ear, totally shell-shocked. Looking at his hands smeared with fresh blood, he panicked. You were seriously trying to slice me." He scowled, seriously pissed off. Even a joke has a damn limit. Caddy suddenly ghosted right into his face, scaring the living shit out of Simon. Simon scrambled to block, screaming in pure panic, "Hold up." Caddy threw a savage haymaker, and blinding light exploded the second her fist smashed into Simon. A hardcore wave of energy blasted out, rocking the entire area. Caddy licked her lips, totally hyped. "Nice, the killer instinct is rushing back." Simon screamed his lungs out in pure despair. "My bad, save me, Caddy." In her memories, a young Caddy sat dead quiet, drenched head to toe in enemy blood. Walter and his crew moved in, one guy whispering, "Why the hell is a little girl in this hellhole?" He answered, "Look closer, that's the combat gear of the Northern Holy Land's kin." His squad mate gasped in horror, "Kin." He frantically leveled his rifle. "Get back, Captain, I'll put it down." But Walter shut him down fast. "Drop the gun." He touched her head to run a check. If she's kin, she'll have a brand on her forehead even if they tried to scrub it. The scanner swept over her, but it didn't pick up a drop of juice. "This kid ain't kin." He chewed on it, thinking out loud. There's talk going around that the Northern Holy Land goons are snatching kids to turn them into pawns. Looking at Caddy passed out from exhaustion, he said, "Could be a dumped kid or she busted out on her own." A heavy, suffocating silence dropped over the whole crew. She slowly cracked her eyes open, drained down to her very marrow. Walter snapped back to reality, quickly asking, "You awake, kid? Feeling any better?" Caddy looked totally lost, glancing around. "Where am I?" Seeing his rough, calloused hand, she burst into ugly tears, and Walter quickly calmed her down. "Don't sweat it, I've got you." Walter meticulously patched her up while talking her down. "I'm fixing you up, slap this on and the sting will fade." He took care of her like a pro. "How's it going? Hurting less?" He flashed a warm, fatherly smile and introduced himself. "I'm Walter. I run this godless crew out east." Walter asked gently, "So what's your name?" She stuttered, "Name." He told the story with a heavy heart. Caddy, the second she saw me, she demanded a new tag, said she needed to make sure the old name never tracked her down. Vaya broke it down further. A name is everything to a kin. Just like a god spawns from meaning, a kin spawns from their name. It grimaced, stressing hard. It's insanely rare for the original consciousness to bounce back after a kin dies, but not impossible. The freaky part is why the juice is still there. Da-Il flashed back to Caddy's hate-filled declaration of war. "I'll kill my brother," he muttered. So back then, she wanted to butcher the kin who hijacked her brother's meat suit. Hannah pushed back, but they said the scanner didn't pick up any juice. If it was a glitch, they would have caught it later, right? Q answered, "Could be it was completely off the radar," she asked, worried. "You mean she was masking her power?" He kept going. "Sometimes there's no need to hide it." His eyes turned lethal. That's when the power breaks the damn scale. If it's low-tier god juice or higher, machines are useless. Hannah's brain short-circuited. "So Caddy is," Da-Il cut in, completely floored, "low-tier god or higher." Via let out a tired sigh. "What a mess, either we save her or we put her down." It wiggled its tiny body. "Even if you flatline the kin, she ain't coming back this time. Coming back once is a miracle, twice? Unheard of in 1,000,000,000 years. Da-Il laid out the game plan. "First things first, we get boots on the ground and scope it out." He muttered, calculating. "Get a solid read before pulling the trigger, if Caddy actually morphed into a kin." Da-Il's question, "Save her or put her down?" made Walter freeze in his tracks. He flashed back to his younger days, his face lit up with a massive grin. "I've got a tag for you, basic." He held a tiny object, teasing her. "Kiddo, this is just a cheap hair tie," the little girl smiled back, sweet as sugar. "It's totally fine." Her voice was sweet as candy. "It's the first gift Father gave me, so it's precious. Everything that matters is my family. Walter once held that hair tie out to Caddy. She was shocked. A hair tie, he said softly. It's got a name, it's the basic hair tie. Walter's face was packed with warmth and hope. Since my name is Walter Basic, if you're cool with it, take my last name. Snapping back to reality, Caddy was still relentlessly dropping bombs on Simon. Her punches were brutal and arrogant, boxing him into a corner while he desperately backed up. Caddy flashed a wicked, psychotic grin. Almost there. I've fully rebooted my killer instinct. Simon was in agony, his face twisted to the absolute limit. I'm tapped out. My brain's gonna fry. Suddenly a voice cut in. Then take a breather. Hearing a familiar voice, Simon fought to crack his eyes open and find it. A hardcore silhouette dropped from the sky, sticking a flawless superhero landing right in front of them. Caddy suddenly froze. Da'il spoke up. Partner, I had 2 calls to make about you. Da'il casually fixed his sleeve, his joking tone turning to ice. Whether to put you down or save you. But after seeing you like this, I flipped my script. His towering frame slowly stepped towards her, his voice dropping to a bone-chilling freeze. Die. Da'il decisively pointed into the distance and roared, Run like hell, making Simon freeze in shock. Huh. Katarina instantly closed the gap, shutting down his escape route with an icy tone. Going somewhere. In a heartbeat, Da'il blitzed like lightning, body-blocking Simon. Move it! Simon had no choice but to turn tail and run for his life. Da'il, I'm leaving the rest to you. Katarina watched Simon bolt, then glared at Da'il with pure murder. He casually rolled up his sleeves, his eyes dead sharp. Katarina, from here on out, I'm going all out to put you in the ground. He slowly raised his hand, his voice like iron. So, you better. He dropped his center of gravity, locking into a blazing combat stance. Fight like hell to stay alive. Katarina narrowed her eyes, scanning him. The bastard crashing this sacred fight, who the hell are you? Da'il coldly threw it back. Who am I? He stomped hard, cracking the concrete floor, then abruptly launched himself into the sky. He unleashed a savage strike right at her, roaring, I'm her damn partner. Vaya stood off in the distance with its arms crossed, judging. The god of violence, handing her this freakish power was the god of violence's doing. Walter stared intently at his tablet. Number 1, the tougher the bastard she fights, the stronger Katarina gets. Number 2, she can forge weapons straight out of her imagination. That's the intel we've scraped together on the god of violence's juice. Vaya looked deep in thought. What the power does is secondary, the actual meaning of violence is the core. Da'il, this fight is gonna be a total meat grinder. Q instantly fired back. Da'il already put the golden god, blood god, and life god in the dirt. Even if the god of violence is a top 3 boss, no way Da'il loses to a damn kin. Vaya broke it down calmly. 2 things make or break power, the head count worshipping the god and the raw meaning of the power. It kept dropping knowledge. Gold, blood, and life, even with a massive cult following, they're still considered weak sauce. It muttered, digging deeper. The head count just dictates the quantity of the juice, but the quality is 100% on the meaning. It frowned slightly. The more specific the meaning, the trashier the power, but the more vague it is, the harder it hits. The whole crew tensed up. The more vague the meaning, the more insane the power. Walter nodded, backing it up. Exactly. Gold is just metal, blood and life are concepts you can put in a neat little box. He kept his eyes glued to Da'il's brutal dogfight. But violence is built different. It's massive and way harder to pin down. In the middle of the war zone, Da'il kept throwing ton-heavy haymakers at Katarina. His chaotic power exploded, locking down the entire area. Katarina was stunned, connecting the dots. You're the meat suit for the void. She jumped high with insane reflexes, dodging his lethal strike by an inch. She strangled her weapon, veins popping, and hoisted it above her head. Katarina dive-bombed straight at Da'il, dripping with killer intent. Showed up just to commit suicide. She unleashed a brutal wave, making the ground around them explode into a literal hellfire. She glared daggers at Da'il while he just smirked. Destructive power ain't bad. He closed the gap instantly, giving her 0 time to react. But your aim is absolute garbage. He stood tall right on Katarina's own weapon, taunting her. Why's that? You going easy on me? He spoke up suspicious, his eyes drilling right into her skull. Or maybe, just maybe. His words made her skin crawl. You still can't drive this meat suit like you own it, right? Once again, she desperately reached out to forge a brand new weapon. Katarina cleanly swung her blade straight at Da'il's arm. He looked bored, staring at the wound, sighing, going for the arm instead of the heart again. She ground her teeth in pure frustration, her mind a mess. Damn it, the backlash is kicking in again. Da'il saw right through her, muttering, just as I thought. He stared at her violently shaking arm. Katarina, you're still fighting a turf war in there, aren't you? She scowled, totally locked in. I absolutely will not fail father this time, so please. She grabbed her shaking arm with her free hand, screaming, listen. She gritted her teeth, her will refusing to bend to the old soul's rebellion. I said. Suddenly, she let go of the shaking arm with zero hesitation. Katarina dumped everything into a lethal strike aimed at Da'il. He watched her on high alert. This fight, I'm dropping a message to her real soul. He smirked, hiding his cards. Hey partner, you hear me? From here on out, I'm tapping into demon number 23's juice, catch my drift. I'm leaving the rest to you. A thumbs up shot up, cocky as hell, sealing the deal. Katarina stared at his raised arm, her face screaming confusion and panic. Da'il smirked, satisfied, and whispered the name, Gyula. Instantly, deafening thunder ripped through the dead air. Freaky, skin-crawling noises echoed from every corner. Under the dirt, horrifying skulls started twitching, clawing their way to the surface. They crawled like madmen, trying to swarm and drag both of them down. A colossal freak shot out of the water, its bloody, sickening jaw wide open. It unhinged its massive mouth, looking to swallow them both into the black abyss. Da'il stood dead chill in the middle of the chaos, just watching it all play out. The monster thrashed violently, kicking up a dust storm that blacked out the sky. Katarina shivered, instinctively slamming her eyes shut against the crushing pressure. When she finally pulled herself together and opened her eyes, everything was dead silent. She realized, totally shell-shocked, that she'd been swallowed whole into the beast's gut. Da'il spoke up slowly. The tougher the bastard you fight, the stronger you get, right? So I picked a way to put you down without throwing a single punch. Katarina snarled, irritated. What the hell is your end game? He replied coldly. Nothing major. He cleanly ripped his own shirt open, growling. I'm gonna slaughter this demonic copy and drag Catty back. He slammed his palm hard into his own chest, making fresh blood explode everywhere. Katarina eyed his freaky move with deep suspicion. What the hell kind of stunt are you pulling? Suddenly, a blinding, soul-shredding pain hit her before she could even blink. Da'il broke it down. In this zone, all senses are synced. This is the exact spot, Catty, and I used to grind to get used to the pain. Her arm shook violently as she listened to him keep talking. Only the pain is synced. Your real meat suit isn't taking damage. Everyone's got a different breaking point. So between you and Catty, who's gonna be the last one standing? Da'il took a deep drag of air and shouted, Catty, can you hear me? He locked in, his eyes blazing. From here on out, I'm dumping every ounce of energy into putting this copy in the dirt, so. He dropped his final order to the girl's soul. You better fight like hell to stay alive, too. Katarina ground her teeth, dripping with hate, and roared. You plan on killing me to bail out the real owner of this body. She started revving up her juice for a strike, spitting trash. Bullshit like that. But Da'il just casually replied, Huh. Instantly, she blitzed him like a missile, incredibly lethal. Katarina threw a clean strike, convinced that just shoving this roadblock aside would end the game. She went full psycho beast, gunning straight for the target with sky-high killer intent. But she suddenly hit the brakes, panicking. What the hell is happening? Da'il easily completely stuffed her strike, his eyes ice cold. Going somewhere? Sorry, but you're not leaving this room without my say-so. He wiped the blood off his mouth, slowly adding, and like I said, every sense in this room is hard-synced. The massive monster seemed to feel it too, screaming its lungs out into the sky. Da'il spoke while Katarina curled up, hugging herself in agony. This sensory sync also links up to the demon that swallowed us. She shook, glaring at him, cursing through her teeth. You absolute bastard. He stepped up, getting right in her face and whispering, It's not like there's zero way out. He slowly held up 3 fingers, hammering it home, 3 times. De-Il dropped a cold-blooded deal. Just tank the pain 3 times and I'll cut you loose immediately. He flashed a sick, twisted smile. So just take your time and soak it in. The absolute peak of pure agony. Memories flooded back. He remembered as a kid asking a monster, "I gotta train to take the pain. Why the hell do I have to do that?" The monster explained with a deep, gritty voice. The 108 layers of hell you're about to walk into are packed with entirely different flavors of torture. If you don't train, you won't even keep your sanity to fight back. The old freak kept schooling him. Even me, a full-blooded demon, never wants to set foot in those hells again. Down there you gotta learn to drive demons and ink pacts with demon kings. The old man dropped a freezing line. The training method is actually dead simple. De-Il stared a hole into him, burning the advice into his brain. Tank the pain 3 times. He panicked back then, asking, 3 times? Just tank it 3 times and I'm good. The monster warned him dead seriously. Don't you dare brush it off. Those are the 3 most horrific flavors of pain extracted from the absolute worst layers of hell. Gyula. The monster howled in hype. All right, game on. Chaotic noise started blasting through the pitch-black space. The old man started the ritual deep in thought. The first round of pain is gonna be. Snapping back to reality, De-Il coldly dropped a name. Shabble. A massive winged insect, ugly as sin, suddenly popped up right behind his back. Katerina stared at the bugs swarming all over her arm, totally confused. What's with the cheap bugs? Suddenly, they went absolutely rabid, ripping into her arm, making blood spray everywhere. The flesh-tearing pain soaked into her body, drilling straight into her marrow like thousands of needles. De-Il explained dryly, "That's the pain of death." He flashed back to when he had to put himself down in pure agony, that final dying breath. Every human staring down the barrel of life and death figures out one truth. The pain was practically choking him out, the physical torture going totally psycho. He thought to himself, deep in the zone, compared to the pain coming from the bottom of your soul. He watched Katerina desperately clutching her throat and sneered, "They're just specks of dust." De-Il stared dead at the bug on his hand, stressing. Even if it's just a pathetic little bug, when it dies, everyone gets hit with the exact same flavor of pain. Katerina mumbled in a delirium, "The pain of death. You think you can break me with this cheap trick?" She stuck her neck out, talking big. "I've already tasted death once," but De-Il instantly cut her off. "I know." He casually shot back, totally unfazed. "I didn't think the show would wrap up this early either." He snapped his fingers clean, declaring, "Round 2. Katerina shrieked in agony and collapsed backward. She scrambled in the air, totally lost. What the hell is this? What is this?" De-Il watched her like she was wandering in the void. Euphoria, ecstasy, ego death. Nah, there's no word that can actually nail it. He muttered in his own head, "Pleasure." She shrank down, weak and pathetic, totally locked down in the palm of his hand, as De-Il explained. Ironically, the exact second of death serves up the ultimate high. You just tank the death of thousands of bugs at once. A high that blows past anything you can imagine is strangling you right now. He chillingly watched the girl slowly losing her mind. But that massive void left behind when that psycho high fades is always filled by. She flinched hearing him drop the final keyword, pain. Katerina felt like she was free-falling into nothingness, De-Il's voice echoing in her skull. That's the post-euphoria hangover. She lost gravity, dropping into a pitch-black, bottomless pit. Katerina hit the absolute rock bottom of pure despair. De-Il stared straight into her wide-open eyes, the pain of corruption. She screamed her lungs out while Psycho scratching her own face, desperate to wake up. She hopelessly hugged her face, completely warped by the pain. Suddenly, Caddy's soul popped up right behind her, whispering, "Just tap out, even I don't want to go through this again." Katerina panicked, sweating buckets. Why the hell are you here?" Caddy casually looked at the copy hijacking her meat suit. "Give it up and hand the body back. I won't flatline you, since you're a piece of me anyway." She shrieked in absolute madness. "Shut your damn mouth, a low-life human daring to pity me." Caddy stared her down with ironclad resolve. "If you're gonna be this stubborn, then." Seeing Katarina's sky-high hatred, Caddy let out a soft sigh. Can't be helped. She looked at the fake with pure contempt. For this third round, I'm personally handing it to you. De-Il flashed back, remembering the monster telling him, all right, just one last round. The kid version of him struggled to crawl up, begging, please, please stop, I'm begging you. The monster mocked him, pure evil. You pathetic weakling, you gonna drop the revenge for your family over a little pain. De-Il ground his teeth till they bled, his eyes burning with toxic grudge. He fought to stand on his shaky legs. I'll do it, the monster laughed, hyped. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He leaked the secret. Truth is, the demon that swallowed us, it's a bastard from the absolute worst layer of hell. He looked at the old freak, shocked. Huh. The old man's voice echoed, creepy as hell. The flavor of pain you gotta eat in that demon's hell is. Katarina couldn't believe her own ears, stammering. What? The third round is? What the hell is it? Caddy spoke up dead calm, every word nailing down destiny. Empathy. From here on out, you're forced to accept me as a core piece of yourself, and you gotta understand me. She frowned, screaming into the void. And then you'll eat the pain of absolute despair. Caddy declared coldly, the third round of pain is empathy. Katarina grimaced on high alert. Empathy? What kind of cheap trick are you pulling? She frowned, her voice like steel. From right now, you're forced to accept me as a core piece, and you gotta understand me. The fake was stunned, questioning, a core piece. Caddy clapped her hands in the air, signaling the start. And then you'll taste it. Her voice boomed with authority but stayed elegant. Gyula, the pain of despair. Brutal waves crashed under a blood-red sunset. Katarina looked around like a lost tourist, a weird curiosity bubbling up. Where am I? Her hair whipped in the heavy wind. The beach. Suddenly an angry voice called out, Caddy. Little Cillian was standing there, hands on his hips, playing the bossy big brother. You ghosted again? The nuns and I busted our asses looking for you. Looking at the tiny, shivering furball in her hands, he was surprised. Huh, where'd this cat come from? Katarina's massive shadow ghosted in the background, quietly watching the flashback. Caddy proudly announced, I named him Mio. Mio curled up in her arms, his tiny body shaking nonstop from pain and fear. Katarina was totally mind-blown. Are these memories? No, this hits way different. She reached out, touching the air, shocked. I can feel it. The softness and the warmth, the heavy stench of blood and the sound of the crashing waves. I get it, these aren't just blurry memory clips, this is insanely real. The relief from a tight grip, the anxiety watching a sick cat, the regret and the peace of mind. I'm feeling all of it. I'm literally test driving this human's childhood. But where's the pain you were talking about? The kitten slowly drifted off to sleep under the warm petting. Caddy took a deep breath, soaking in the heavy, salty ocean breeze. Her tiny ears picked up every beat of the massive ocean. Young Cillian and Caddy were super tight, leaving tiny footprints all over the smooth sand. The silhouette of the boy and the sleeping kitten looked peaceful as hell. The crashing waves played like a smooth track straight into her ears. Every tight hand hold packed the hardcore warmth of family. The pure cuteness of the tiny cat spread out, making you feel light and fuzzy inside. Cillian held Caddy's hand, walking through all the absolute highs and lows of life together. Katarina instinctively clutched her chest, feeling her heart physically throbbing. Young Caddy looked cute, totally clueless and pure as hell. But then the kid totally broke down, crying her eyes out in pure misery. She wiped the tears away, screaming at the top of her lungs to dump all the depression. Katarina just stood there like a ghost, getting a front row seat to the tragedy. She still didn't buy it. What's the big deal? It's just a dead cat. But why does this feel so damn depressing? A gentle hand patted Caddy to calm her down. Everything born gotta die someday, but death doesn't just delete this life, kiddo. The nun patted her softly. Actually, a life without death is just like never being born at all. The kid asked innocently. Isn't dying a bad thing, sister? The nun flashed a warm, motherly smile. Because death exists, the ones still breathing become more precious than ever. That's exactly why Caddy could love Mio so much, and Mio's life was definitely packed with the love you gave him. Tears were still hanging in her pure eyes. So Mio didn't just get deleted forever, the nun answered warmly. Right, one day we'll all meet up again. Katarina held her face, feeling the heavy depression. This pain, I can still tank this. A tiny house sat completely peaceful next to endless green fields. When winter hit, the whole zone was buried under pure, bright white snow. Night dropped, bringing dead silence and total peace to the little house. But then a mob of strangers rolled up, violently smashing that peace to pieces. The nun was brutally shoved into the freezing dirt. The masked thugs threatened her. "Listen, sister, we told you we ain't looking to hurt nobody." They growled, laying down the threat. "You're a priest, you gotta get it right. We're bringing salvation, actual real salvation." The masked creep tore the house apart, asking suspiciously, "An orphanage without a single brat in sight? Ain't that totally bullshit?" Looking at the photo of the nun and the kids, she thought, "This world is too damn brutal. War trashed everything, and now these godless scumbags are ganging up." The guy grumbled, totally faking it. "These poor kids can't leave them in this ghost town. Where are the brats?" The nun, totally burned out, answered slowly, "Those kids, they don't need your salvation." Watching the kids get abused, the nun asked, pissed off, "You tied them up and dragged them like animals. What the hell is this?" The masked guy answered casually, "Just moving them to a safer zone, that's all." The nun kept her chin up, voice ironclad. "It's too late anyway, God already took the kids." A flash of depression hit the nun's face. "Those kids, they all died in that meat grinder of a war." She pointed at the memorial photos. 2 starved to death, 2 got taken by sickness, 1 caught a stray bullet. They deserved an easier exit. She blamed herself, hurting deep. "It's all my fault. My love wasn't enough to act as a shield for them." Out of nowhere, a haymaker smashed right into the nun's face, knocking her down. He roared, "Stop spewing bullshit. There's clearly 2 still breathing." The masked thug threatened her, cold as ice. "Don't try to play me, I already know the whole truth." Cillian hugged Caddy tight, terrified, both kids shaking like leaves. He kicked open their hiding spot, laughing like a psycho. "Peekaboo, found you little shits." The nun dragged her beaten body over, biting down hard on his leg in a suicide move. He screamed in pain, "Son of a bitch, this old hag." She burned her last drops of energy. "I won't let you drag the kids away." Caddy screamed, panicking hard, "Sister." She swallowed the pain, dropping her final order. "You kids, don't you dare come out." Caddy choked on her tears, "Sister." He went totally psycho and stabbed her with a killer blow. "Trash." Cillian and Caddy's eyes bugged out, watching the horror show go down right in front of them. The thugs started baiting them, sounding like absolute creeps. "Come on, kids, come out to us. This old hag worshipping a fake god bites hard." Without even realizing it, Katerina completely lost grip on her emotions, tears slowly rolling down. Tears? Is this the pain of despair? Caddy suddenly ghosted up from behind, whispering, "Nope, we're not even close." She spun around in sheer horror, desperately hunting for the owner of that voice. The space around Katerina instantly turned blood red. "This is..." A heavy rain of thick, reeking blood poured over the 2 kids' faces. In a split second, the masked thugs' heads popped like cheap balloons. The commander stepped up, dripping with authority, barking, "Step aside, this is the path the Lord walks." Cillian watched the entity with his own eyes, swallowing the bitter truth. That day, the thing that bailaid us out wasn't God's mercy or salvation. It was just a bastard stronger than all the other bastards. A guy who stomped all over everything. A god who saved us just to drag us into absolute despair. The god of violence, Sven. Caddy stood frozen, shell-shocked by the apocalyptic scene. The others were floating midair, surrounded by headless, bloody corpses. A massive foot suddenly stomped down right in front of the 2 kids. Caddy's face was painted in blood, but those dead eyes suddenly sparked with one last hit of hope. Sven spawned in, radiating an overwhelming, heavy, absolute boss energy. Sven casually swept his dead eyes over the nun's corpse, then locked onto the 2 kids shaking in the basement. Cillian and Caddy stared blankly at the supreme entity, the boy blurting out, "God." The poor nun was already dead, a vicious knife still buried deep in her back. Sven's deep bass voice called out, "Andris." The grunt instantly bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, father," Sven ordered coldly. "Bring some food and water over here." He pointed right at Caddy and Cillian, adding, "For those 2 brats." Andris paused, confused. "For these kids." Sven lifted his chin, pure arrogance. The prophecy just hit. The prophet once threw out a claim. After he drops in on the road to the Holy Land, there will be 2 surviving kids. Cillian listened, completely lost. The firstborn of violence will stand on top of all the heavy hitters. Caddy mindlessly parroted, and the second-born of chaos will pack the juice of both good and evil. Sven bent down, flashing a loaded smirk. Kids, come with me back to the northern Holy Land. A bag of rations and a water jug were tossed down. This is a week's worth of grub, enough to get you to the northern Holy Land. He dropped the bait. I'll be waiting for you there, and I'll turn you into the baddest fighters in this world. Cillian stared at Sven's back as he faded out, while Caddy bawled, shaking the nun's cold corpse. Sister, sister, wake up. She choked on her tears, crying her lungs out, constantly calling for the nun, but Cillian cut her off cold. Stop crying. Caddy choked out, hurting deep. Brother, the sister is... Cillian gripped his fists till they shook, snapping, Please, just stop crying. The boy tried to swallow the sobs in his chest, but the tears kept silently falling. Sister's last words you forgot. A picture of their warm family popped into their heads. Jenny, Eugen, Rio, and the little cat Mio. They flashed back to the nun praying when burying their family. Everyone is resting easy in God's arms now. Amen. The nun looked depressed, whispering, Kids, can I ask you for one last favor? Her hands shook, tears soaking her cheeks. I know in this world living is a bigger hell than dying, but... Caddy looked at the nun holding a grudge, while Cillian depressedly kept his head down, listening. At least you too. Try to stay alive, don't die. The boy's bloody hand softly touched the old photo. Sister Eugen, Jenny, Rio, and even the nun. They all had to bite the dust for one single reason. He crushed the photo in his hand, his face warped with rage. It's because we're too damn weak. Caddy called out softly, scared, Brother. They both hugged the nun's corpse, crying silently. Cillian ground his teeth, swearing, Sister, I promise I'll keep my word. Caddy stared blankly at her brother, mutating. I'm gonna live, whatever the cost. Rage and pain exploded on Cillian's face, he growled. I'm gonna get stronger. I absolutely have to survive. Caddy and Katerina's soul stood quietly watching, she whispered. Maybe from that exact second, Cillian got completely hijacked by the obsession for power. The 2 lonely kids pushed through the blinding blizzard. We instantly hit the road to the northern Holy Land looking for power. That was the only way we could survive. But after the brutal boot camps, the original reason slowly faded out, leaving nothing but a psycho hunger for power. That was Sven's endgame. Cillian was the first to smash his eggshell and wake up as a kin. The bastard he jacked the power from was the drill instructor, Andris. From the second he became a kin, Cillian was dead, totally replaced by someone else. Years went by, I lived like a rat in the dark gutters, stealing bread just to make it to the next day. I used to arrogantly think I could save him, but he was way too strong. After years on the run, I still couldn't even scratch my own brother. But the biggest problem was his personality, never actually changed. They both showed up at the massive gates of the Holy Land. We dragged ourselves here for the promise to become the strongest. The boy announced proudly, I'm Cillian and my sister is Katerina. Andris looked down on them with pure arrogance. From this second on, you take new names. The 2 siblings kicked off days of brutal hell training, hauling massive sandbags up vertical cliffs. They threw themselves into bloody, bone-crushing dogfights. They both clutched the win in absolute agony, bodies wrecked with injuries. And Sven was the mastermind pulling the strings on all these pawns. They dropped to their knees, soaking in the blinding grace beamed down from above. Andris declared arrogantly, Truth is, you haven't even been born yet, you're just a bunch of freaks locked inside eggs. His eyes went deep and heavy. You gotta smash that shell yourself and step out, that's the only way you truly become a kin. The mob stood at attention, listening to the orders. The trick to breaking that egg is actually dead simple. A bunch of kids answered in sync, It is, steal. Cillian stood in silence, soaking in the sick rules. Threaten, steal, backstab, and rob. Caddy frowned in horror. Beat, butcher, steal the juice right from your own kind. He threw his hands up and roared. Steal, that's the pure, unfiltered core of violence. Cillian fought like a maniac, his whole body painted in dirt and dirty blood. The boy's body started soaking up a brand new, blinding energy. It was the magic juice he'd violently ripped straight from Andris. Watching Cillian's unrecognizable back, Caddy's heart bled with an indescribable, agonizing pain. Her eyes still had that dumb, innocent kid look, constantly asking herself, when you become a kin, your mind gets overwritten by a brand new personality. Does that mean my brother Cillian is already dead? She ran without stopping, running for one single goal. I gotta save him. How the hell do I stop his personality from getting wiped? Caddy just kept running, panting heavy in the dead of night. She ducked and dodged everywhere to shake the hunters, telling herself, maybe I'm not strong, but I have to survive. I can't forget why I started this. Caddy scanned the area like a hawk, watching the goons hunting her. First things first, stay breathing. She kept fading into the shadows. Getting stronger can wait. Only if I'm breathing do I get a shot at saving Cillian. Clothes shredded, she pressed into a dark corner, quickly inhaling a piece of stolen bread. Caddy's tiny hands were now totally used to petty theft just to get by. Hiding behind a wooden cabinet, she accidentally picked up some randoms gossiping about some freaky shit. Caddy ate quickly while listening in. Last time those number 100 kin started butchering each other again, she thought, killing each other again. But she froze when a wild piece of intel dropped. One of them died, but then actually came back to life. Caddy curiously peeked through the door crack. Didn't Father give it a new identity? You think Father gives a shit about trash-tier kin like number 100? She chewed her bread, doing the math. A dead kin can actually bounce back, the voice kept going. The crazy part isn't just coming back to life, it literally reverted to exactly how it was before it woke up. Caddy stopped chewing, totally frozen. If you kill the kin, the real personality comes back. The purges and body bags kept piling up non-stop in the Holy Land. In the middle of the rubble, a bloody hand reached out, calling, Katerina. Caddy gritted her teeth in rage. Shut your damn mouth, stop acting like you understand me. She screamed right at that stranger's back. Get the hell out of Cillian's body, you fake. The kin Cillian turned around, eyes heavy with depression, his voice exhausted. Caddy, looking at me like this, if the sister saw me, she'd be super disappointed, right?